Chapter 161 Attack on the Lair of the Reef. The next step is to harvest the loot. It took more than a week for the initial reconnaissance, but only a day or two for the actual battle. It is estimated that it will take nearly 2 months to collect the loot after the battle. It took Li Qing half a month to collect the 30 million Shar people. Now there are tens of billions of people here. I don't know how long it will take. But they were not in a hurry. While they were collecting the loot, Li Qing sent Li Lai, Li Qi and Wang Yanqing to clear out some Shataman outposts near the Reef Lair Galaxy, and demolish some transition interception devices, as well as himself. Install jamming force fields and interception systems at some important locations to minimize possible enemy support and delay possible reinforcements. This battle is too important to allow for any mistakes, and we must be fully prepared. It is worth mentioning that on the third day of the plunder, Li Qing directly opened the door of the black hole, and took away his share of the living station plus population income in the palm of the universe, which made them envious. There are about 3 billion people. I don't know the exact number, and I don't have the time to be so fussy. 3 billion Shatta people are worth 9,000 billion based on 3,000 ones. Most of them are the sea spidermen from the 8 tribes of Shatta, and there are also a large number of lobstermen and other tribes, but the sea spidermen occupy an absolute numerical advantage, accounting for more than 96%. Obviously, the entire southern province actually belongs to the 8 tribes of sea spiders. There are quite a few high-level Shatta people here. After entering the universe in the palm of his hand, he asked his subordinates to interrogate them in batches, just to learn some internal news about the Shatta people. Within a week, a large amount of news that was roughly confirmed to be true after interrogation appeared in front of Li Qing. He spent a few hours reading it carefully, and suddenly felt enlightened, and he had a better understanding of Shatta civilization. As he guessed, the internal structure of the Shatta civilization is indeed in the form of an alliance, and the 8 tribes that were born on the same parent planet at the same time united to form the world government. As he guessed, the southern province is indeed owned by the sea spider family, and the relationship between the southern province and the central government of the Shatta world government is not very good, and there is a high probability that there will be no reinforcements on the Reef Lair. In addition, although the Shatta civilization is known as the 8 tribes, the intrigues have never stopped for thousands of years, and the internal fighting has never stopped. Even after leaving the parent star and entering the space age, the internal fighting between the tribes still exists. After entering the space age for hundreds of years, several of the 8 tribes have already lost in internal struggles. There are no living planets, no fleets, and the tribes exist in name only. The rebellion in the western province was one of the tribes that had been defeated, unwilling to be reconciled to the demise of the tribe, and decided to unite with humans to rebel. Yes, this is the big event that the Red Moon team is working on, and this is no secret among the top Shattarians. Now the southern provinces of the Shatta civilization are on fire, the western provinces are in rebellion, the eastern provinces are fighting against the Zivis civilization alone, and the northern provinces and central provinces are attacking the Shar civilization. On the surface, it seems that the Shatta civilization is on fire everywhere, and it looks like it is about to overturn at any time. But in Li Qing's view, the fire of civilization of the Shatta civilization is in a state of raging fire at this time, and many events are concentrated at this moment. It seems that it will be destroyed at any time, but in fact it is an extremely important hurdle of the Shatta civilization stage. These 4 major events have dragged down all the energy of the entire Shatta civilization, but if any side collapses, the entire civilization is in danger of overturning. But if we change our thinking, any one of these 4 major events can break the situation in a direction superior to theirs, and the Shatta civilization can be reborn in the raging fire and become stronger. The southern province is fine. It is too difficult to defeat the expeditionary army with a single province. As long as it can be defended, or even if the southern province is breached, it doesn't matter, as long as the fortress galaxy connecting the southern province and the central fortress is not breached. After the rebellion in the western provinces is put down, they will be able to deploy more troops to support other battlefields. The eastern province is fighting against the Zivis civilization alone, and is currently on the defensive, as long as it can hold on. The main forces of the northern provinces and central provinces are at war with the main forces of the Shar civilization. If the Shar civilization can be defeated, a large number of troops will be released immediately to support other areas. It can be said that the entire deadlock will be resolved immediately. In the final analysis, it still depends on luck. As long as one aspect can break the situation, the whole situation will be solved. However, although he understands the current situation of the Shatta civilization, Li Qing can't do much. The lock fortress connecting the southern province and the central province firmly blocked their way to the north. If they wanted to go there, they had to break through the lock fortress, but the defense of this fortress was too strong, even if the current expeditionary force and the Garan Legion worked together. It can be broken. It's nothing more than a fleet of 2 divisions, the key is the defense inside the galaxy. They actually fixed a planet that was supposed to move around the sun. Instead of constantly circling the sun as before, it was fixed on an orbit not far from the hyperspace channel, and the entire planet was completely transformed into a fixed super war fortress. There are many cannons on the surface, and countless space fighters are parked on the surface of the planet. Coupled with the garrison fleet, the defense capability is beyond description. Of course, this battle star is not the other battle star, and it has only transformed the surface layer of the planet. In addition, the technological level of the Shadow civilization is insufficient, and the combat effectiveness of this battle star is not as strong as imagined. It is roughly speculated that it is equivalent to a conventional mobile war fortress, but it is still very strong. Yes, there are also 2 types of mobile fortresses. One is a regular mobile war fortress with a size of less than 500 kilometers, and the other is an advanced mobile war fortress with a size of more than 1,000 kilometers. The 2 mobile fortresses located in the isolated star field fortresses are high-end mobile fortresses. As for the larger models, there are not no ones, but those with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers are generally called war moons. No matter how large the size is, if the diameter reaches more than 5,000 kilometers, it is the legendary battle star. In addition, the specifications are just the specifications, and the specific combat power depends on the technology level. A battle star with all 3 level technology will definitely not be able to beat a full level 5 tech war moon, but the basic shield and armor are too thick to carry it. The subordinates continued to interrogate, and data from the Shadow civilization were continuously collected and compiled, and there were even a lot of information about Zivis and the Shar people. The Shar people are nothing but, this civilization is the weakest among the 3 major civilizations. Although their race is miraculous, their home planet is not miraculous. It is just a very ordinary continental planet with many forests. The Shar civilization is the weakest of the 3 major civilizations. It has joined forces with the Zivis alliance to fight against the Shatars, but they are still losing ground and are not opponents. Although Civis is stronger than the Shar people, his strength is limited, and he is also not an opponent of the Shadow civilization. It is worth mentioning that Li Qing previously received the information that there are 8 living planets in this star field, 3 of the Shadow people, 3 of the Zivis, and 2 of the Shar people. Now the information is outdated. The latest news it is the Shatar people who have taken a living planet from the Shar people and the Civis civilization respectively. There are 5 in total, the Shar people have only 1, and the Civis civilization has only 2 left. And this information is estimated to be outdated soon, because the main force of the Shatar people has already attacked near the capital of the Shar people at this time, and the latest news is that the 2 civilizations have begun the final decisive battle half a year ago. Half a year later, it is estimated that the war has already started, and I don't know how the battle will turn out. I don't have much time left. Li Qing had a strong premonition that the Shar people might not last long. If you can hold it, you won't be able to take down a planet and be attacked by the enemy near the capital star. No matter what era, being attacked by the enemy near the capital is basically almost GG. Once the Shadow civilization takes down the Shar people, annexing a civilization can restore a lot of blood, and the main force freed up, whether it is to suppress the rebellion, or go north to destroy the Civis civilization, or reject the expeditionary force in the south, all the problems of the Shadow civilization will be solved. Another problem. Last week to prepare. This is Li Qing's speech in the command channel. Anyway, the plunder here is almost done, and only the final finishing touch is left. On the other side, the joint fleet of Crimson and the Horn of Liberty has already plundered 7 or 8 in the Shadow 3 galaxy, and the first batch of transport ships have already set off. Li Qing found Ji Yu Shunzhou, and said straight to the point. I am about to launch the final attack on the reef lair, when will you go back? Ji Yu Shunzhou froze for a moment, then said. You can leave at any time, but I haven't seen a battle of this scale, can you watch the battle? Li Qing shook his head and refused. Sorry, it's not very convenient. Ji Yu Shunzhou immediately said again. I can transfer the fleet back to the outpost. I only need to take a frigate to watch the battle. This will not affect you. This, Li Qing thought for a while, looked up at Ji Yu Shunzhou, and said with deep meaning in his eyes. I hope you are really just watching the battle. Ji Yu Shunzhou's expression changed slightly, and he said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm just looking. After disconnecting the communication, Ji Shunzhou's face darkened. 2 hours later, the United Fleet started to activate, and as a wave of hyperspace fluctuations exploded, the fleet jumped away one by one. Confirmed that they left. Li Qing looked away, and the squadron also returned to the Galaxy Mk471 to join the main force. If possible, he certainly hopes that Ji Shunzhou will leave too, but his feet are on his body, and he has no choice but to leave. The key point is that there is only one frigate left after his fleet is gone. It seems too domineering for him to forcibly expel him. As he said, I hope he is really just watching the battle. 2 days later, the main force of the Galan Legion, which had been parked in the Mk471 Galaxy for 2 months, started to move again, and slowly set sail towards the lair of the Reef Galaxy. The usually extremely busy waterway was extremely quiet at this time. Except for the spooky Shataran reconnaissance ship, no spaceship was seen. The civilian spaceship had disappeared as early as the beginning of the war. The fleet soon arrived at the nearest galaxy to the Reef Lair Galaxy. The last reconnaissance frigate went into the wormhole and disappeared. There was silence at the entrance of the wormhole. The fleet stopped here, rested, and then began to jump into the wormhole without hesitation under the order of Chuyuan. There will be no defenders on the opposite side of the wormhole. A frigate was sent to forcibly rush into it before. In the Reef Lair Galaxy, its core is located near the living planet. There is a total of 1-star city and 4-star castles connected together. A division is stationed in front of Star City. If they want to intercept, they will all come out to fight his main force at the beginning. Since he didn't do this, he would just stick to it and not ambush the wormhole. Ambush at the entrance of the wormhole can at most take advantage of the time when they can't fire for a short time after they have just jumped into the arena, but this advantage is not enough for them to secure victory. It is better to stay in Star City and fight with the power of Star City. This advantage will be greater and longer. Facts are as he expected. The fleet headed by the Titan Super Flag jumped over first, and did not receive news of being attacked, and the follow-up fleet also jumped over. In the end, there were only a few frigates left. Ji Shunzhou, Feng Lixiu, and the leaders of the 3 small teams of Bingfang, Daofeng and Tianji were all present. They were all very curious to watch this event that might lead to the birth of the first battleship in the Zutar star field. The Battle of a Planet Lord. Waiting for all the Jalan army fleet to jump into the arena, Ji Shunzhou said in the channel about half an hour later. It's almost there, let's go too. Several frigates that could not wait for a long time sailed towards the wormhole quickly. 5 frigates passed through the wormhole, and found no trace of battle. The huge fleet of the Garan Legion, which is anchored 10,000 kilometers away from the wormhole, has been fully deployed and looks ready to go into battle at any time. It's so exciting. Bing Feng rubbed his hands excitedly, and said in the channel. When can I get a Titan Super Flag and such a huge fleet? It's so cool. Blade also said with expectation. Commanding the flagship and galloping across the stars is the ambition of my generation. I hope to have a chance. Ji Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu exchanged a look, but did not speak. The fleet was parked in place without moving. They were waiting for the response of the scout fleet. After entering the wormhole just now, they have already dispatched hundreds of frigates to disperse to different directions of the galaxy. Although there was reconnaissance before, but the main force did not move at that time, there would inevitably be interceptions on the opposite side. In addition, it was a period of time from now, and the information was outdated, but it was not accurate, so reconnaissance was necessary. This is the old nest of the enemy. If they still have an ambush here, if the Sea Spider tribe moves the central government and transfers a division from Lock Fortress to ambush in the depths of the galaxy, and wait for them to appear suddenly during the battle, it will be over. Up. This possibility is not impossible. Soldiers are not tired of deceit, and it is completely normal to bow to the central government for the survival of the tribe. Or, another division located in the Querta Fortress suddenly divides its forces. Even if there is only one brigade, it can break the balance if it suddenly appears at a critical moment in the battle. This possibility is more likely than the previous one. Therefore, the necessary caution must not be less. Chapter 162 Star City Doomsday Arc. The fleet was parked at the entrance of the wormhole and waited for a full 5 days. After hundreds of frigates returned one by one, it was confirmed that there was no ambush before the fleet started to restart. Chu Yuan gave an order, and the fleet started to activate the hyperspace engine to enter the sub-light speed state. The distance in the galaxy is too far, and the distance between the Reef Lair planet and the wormhole is more than 2 billion kilometers, and it is impossible to sail at a conventional speed. Several hours later, the fleet broke away from the sub-light speed state and appeared directly in a deserted starry sky. Li Qing immediately received an alarm from the Titan sensor. Warning, you have entered the force field of the subspace trap in Star City, reducing your sailing speed and turning speed by 20%. Warning, you have entered the range of Star City's upward control force field, damage to enemy ships minus 25%. Warning, we have entered the Doomsday Halo range of Star City, our battleship's shield value minus 10%, armor value minus 10%, hull value minus 10%, attack damage minus 10%. The fleet came out of the sublight speed state and appeared directly in the influence range of the Star City force field, less than 10 million kilometers away from Star City. This is one of the reasons why you don't block the door in the wormhole, where there are not so many Halo buff bonuses and weaken the opponent. A Star City is in the center, surrounded by 4 star castles on the left, and a fleet larger than them is stationed in front of the Star City. This is a division-level fleet that meets the standards of the Shatars, with 5 dreadnoughts, 5 aircraft carriers, 7,000 battleships, 13,000 cruisers, 30,000 destroyers, and 120,000 frigates. The human standard division fleet generally has 2 super flagships, 1 Titan and 1 super aircraft carrier, 20 to 30 flagships, about 8,000 10,000 battleships, 5,000 20,000 cruisers, 4,000 5,000 destroyers, 150,000 200,000 frigates. The Shadow people are a third-level civilization, and there are no super flagships such as Titans and super aircraft carriers, but the size of the fleet still completely crushes the Garan Legion. However, he has the Titan super flag and the Halo to offset. The technology gap has smoothed out some gaps, and Commander Chu Yuan's super talent bonus and command ability have smoothed out some gaps, plus Li Qing can open and close the gap. He only dared to challenge such a formidable enemy after he had to overcome some gaps and combined all kinds of factors. Although Star City has 3 halos to boost itself and suppress opponents, Li Qing also has the Titan super flagship, which has 2 halos in addition to the Universal Leap Halo. Our Titan suppression aura, reducing damage by 25%. 1 is the subspace trap force field, which also reduces the sailing speed and turning speed of the enemy ship by 20%. In addition, Chu Yuan also has a time-space distortion aura, which has super high suppression of the enemy. Time distortion halo, the energy shield, armor and hull of all enemy warships within a radius of 150 million kilometers minus 20%, movement speed, range, attack power minus 20%, hit minus 20, with a level 8 interference force field, level 8 interception force field. The enemy buff, which is more terrifying than the Doomsday Halo of Star City, also suppressed the opponent in this respect. It is worth mentioning here that these auras and force fields of the same type cannot be superimposed, and the auras of the same type will cover the auras of the lower level. So although the 10 flagships of the Shatar defenders all have a halo effect, they are basically covered by the aura of Star City. When the flagship chooses the aura, most of them consider the use of leading the fleet to fight alone, and don't consider the choice of a different aura for each of the dozens of flagships to complement each other. Of course, the Shadow people's technological level is not enough, and there are not so many types of auras. Generally, flagship battles are super large-scale operations. The battlefield range is hundreds of millions of kilometers, and from time to time it involves the entire galaxy. A random flagship can gather a large number of scattered fleets to form a combat unit at a critical time. Victory or defeat depends on one action. Li Qing took a long breath and said to Chu Yuan, under the condition of ensuring the safety of the Titan, it can defeat the opponent at any cost. The light of divine judgment is always ready. Your will is my will. Chu Yuan nodded. At this time, he also had a dignified face. After pondering for a few seconds, he gave a series of instructions. Then he looked at Li Qing and said, please prepare the light of divine judgment, the light spear form. Li Qing nodded, and his will communicated with the high-dimensional fortress, Star Witness, and the 2 divine lights were automatically activated, and began to extract the energy block energy that had been prepared earlier. Speaking of which, due to the incomplete damage of the high-dimensional fortress, the current divine light can only extract energy in a rather primitive way, and its energy utilization rate is very low, and it has not exerted the power of this high-dimensional fortress advanced weapon at all. When the power furnace of this thing can be restarted, it can supply energy for the light of the gods, and the fortress is repaired, the power of the 2 lights of the gods will be greatly improved. The very common mountain-shaped formation advances forward. 2 dreadnoughts are organized on the left and right wings, commanded by Li Lai and his 2 servants of light, and the aircraft carrier is in the middle. The huge fleet is slowly advancing, and the Shataman fleet located in front of Star City is also slowly expanding its formation. There is no declaration of war and communication before the battle. This is a battle of civilizations. It is either you die or I live. Unless both sides feel that no one can do anything, or one side surrenders, there is no room for peace talks at all, and there is only war when they meet. When the distance between the two sides is within the firing range of the Titan's main guns of 2 million kilometers, the main guns of the Titan's super flagship begin to recharge, and the 10-kilometer-long Titan's light lance shaft-based track slowly lights up with the energy supplied by the Titan's reactor. Brilliant! Soon the energy began to overflow, and twisted slowly. At the same time, a strong light was also lit in the direction of Star City, and at the same time, the flagship also received the news that Star City's Armageddon Destruction Arc projected light lance arc was charged. It is the enhanced version of the Titan's light lance, which has two attack methods like the Titan's light lance, but its power is twice that of the Titan's light lance, and its range is 1.5 times. A Star City can generally be equipped with 4 doors, and some enhanced ones may have 6 or 8 doors are possible, respectively in the 4 directions of Star City. The same ultimate weapon, the Titan Lance is a naval gun, and Star City Doom is a fortress gun. History has proved that naval guns are absolutely no match for fortress guns. The Titan sensor clearly sensed that the target of the Star City Doomsday Lance was the Titan super flagship, and their target was a dreadnought flagship. After a long period of energy storage, the Titan's light spear was launched first, only to see a dazzling light, and the overflowing thunder from the huge orbital muzzle in front of the Titan flashed, dragging a dazzling thunder in the void, penetrating millions of kilometers, hitting the target dreadnought hard. Immediately afterwards, the direction of Xingcheng suddenly brightened, as if a star had exploded, and the dazzling white light blasted from the distant starry sky. A huge black hole door opened, and the Star City Doomsday Light Spear, which was twice as large as the Titan's light spear, plunged into the black hole, like a mud cow entering the sea without a trace of waves. Damn it, what is this? Ji Yu Shunzhou and the others who were watching the battle from a distance were shocked. It was the first time they saw such an opening. Such a formidable opponent, what are you waiting for? A wave of Doomsday Light Spear devoured Star City, the black hole closed, then opened again, and dazzling light overflowed. The divine light broke through the black hole and spewed out, illuminating the starry sky in an instant, ruthlessly hitting the target dreadnought ship, smashing it thick with one shot. The thick shield was crushed, and the aftermath swept across. The flagship's extremely strong armor quickly melted away a thick layer, and soon touched the hull. Before the dreadnought could make an evasive response, the second divine light, which was continuously charged, had already been charged and blasted out again. Under the eyes of everyone, the light of destruction flooded the dauntless flagship, and the explosion flames one after another in the dazzling light made Ji Yu Shunzhou's lips a little dry. Is this his whole card? Within half an hour of the start of the battle, a dreadnought flagship sank. Not only the spectators were stunned, but also the Shadow people who were guarding the danger were also stunned. They have never encountered such a situation, even if the garrison at the fortress of Quierta on the front line has fought with the main force of the expeditionary force several times, they have never encountered such fierce firepower. Several Shattite commanders negotiated urgently with dozens of staff officers from the headquarters for a minute, and finally made a decision to continue the defense. They think that the method just now should be the effect of some kind of relic, and it should not last long. Half an hour later, the clone crew finished overhauling the top and bottom of the main cannon of the Titan's light spear. Following the order of Chu Yuan, the light spear began to recharge again. This time, the target was not the flagship, but a battleship. The lance switches to arc mode. In fact, these doomsday weapons need such a long cooling time, mainly because the power of doomsday weapons is too great, and the load on the weapons is very heavy, so every time a shot is fired, not only a senior crew member plus a clone crew member are required to manually check the internal precision instruments, the weapon itself will also check itself. This is a necessary process. After all, the doomsday weapon is too powerful. If it suddenly explodes unexpectedly while charging, even the Titan super flagship will have no end. With the strength of a Titan, 10 shots can't sink it, but the internal self-explosion is different. After more than 10 minutes of charging, the Titan arc was fired first, and a dazzling arc was scattered, and a total of 12 affected battleships were destroyed on the spot. The Star City Doomsday Light Spear launched immediately after it still blasted towards the Titan super banner, just as it was submerged by the black hole just now. Then the entire battlefield was quiet for a while. Ji Yu Shunzhou was waiting, and the Shattar commander was also waiting. Then 3 minutes passed and no light of divine judgment appeared, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. The commander-in-chief of the Shadow people immediately turned to look at the staff group, and said in a deep voice, "We need to change tactics." The chief staff officer, a black sea spider in a luxurious military uniform with black crystal decorations embedded in its joints, said loudly, "That damned human has a special treasure that can collect our Star City Doomsday Light Spear. It is too disadvantageous to continue to consume us from a long distance. I suggest that the fleet attack head-on." Another sea spider with a similar appearance raised its spider arm that had evolved to be very different from that of wild spiders, and said in a cadenced tone, "I said a long time ago that we have an absolute fleet advantage. Why should we give up our shipyard and industrial base, instead of taking the initiative to show our strength?" This sea spider was dressed in a strange way, and he didn't look like a soldier. He used the language of Shadow civilization in a questioning tone and said loudly to the officers present, "Now the main force of the Empire has defeated the main force of the Shar people. He has defeated the Shar people. With the power of victory, no one can compete with his will. It will not be long before the opponents of the entire Empire will be eliminated. The entire Empire all will be unified under his will, and we must either rebel or submit to his will. Once we surrender to his will, it won't take long for our tribe to be annexed slowly. If the tribe does not exist, we will be the sinners of the entire tribe." The bridge was very quiet, and all the Shadow people were silent. A little bit of the commander asked, "We are not his opponents. We are no match for him in terms of strategy or force. Now we are just delaying time. We can't resist. The result is already doomed." "No, we still have the ability to resist," the sea spider said loudly. "Defeat these humans head-on, show our strength, and then form an alliance with these human civilizations in the name of our tribe, and split and become independent from the Empire." The commander shook his head and said, "They may not be willing to accept our alliance. Besides, the human race is too ugly. Their bodies are so weak and they look so strange. I don't like them. I would rather be in an alliance with the birdmen of Civis. But Civis is too far away from us." There was a long silence on the bridge, and it took a few minutes before someone said, "Now is not the time to quarrel. Let's defeat these humans first to show our strength. Although I don't like these ugly humans very much, it is for the continuation of the tribe. For the continuation of the tribe," the commander ordered in a deep voice. The 2nd Brigade on the left wing and the 3rd Brigade on the right spread out their respective formations and advanced forward together with the Chinese army. "We need to defeat them head-on." They attacked head-on, Wang Yanqing said loudly in the command channel. Chu Yuan immediately issued an order. "Everyone has it. Advance according to the formation." At this time, the fleet has just entered the range of 2 million kilometers from Star City, and has just entered the range of the main guns of Titan and Doom of Star City, and has not yet entered the range of the main gun of Doom of the Dreadnought. So waiting in place is not much different from advancing 1 million kilometers on the front line. Anyway, as long as it does not enter the range of conventional weapons in Star City, there is not much difference between 1 million kilometers away and 100,000 kilometers away. It is impossible to place the battlefield outside the range of Star City Doomsday. Without Star City's many Halo buffs, the Shadow will never give up their home court advantage to fight them. With a voyage of nearly 2 million kilometers, 1.5 million kilometers are deducted from the planned battlefield range, and the speed of the fleet is always based on the slowest warship in the fleet. The speed of the Shateran flagship is also about 60,000 kilometers, but its the commander is not weak, at least a purple-ranked commander, and possibly an orange-ranked commander. With the addition of many skills and talents, the fleet's speed barely reached 150,000 kilometers per hour. This also means that the fleets of both sides have to run for 10 hours just to run away if they want to engage in battle. According to the channel of the Titan's main gun firing every half an hour, even 10 hours is enough to fire 20 Titan arcs at full frequency. A single arc of power can easily destroy a dozen battleships under various bonuses, and 20 rounds can easily destroy 200 to 300 battleships before the two sides engage in battle. Chapter 163: The Cruel and Tragic Battle. But this is only a theoretical possibility. The opponent's commander is not a fool. He can adjust the position of the battleship to minimize the damage, but he can destroy hundreds of battleships, or destroy the opponent's flagship. Moreover, within the distance of 1.5 million kilometers, you can try to fly a kite. Although the speed of the Titan super flag is slower than that of the Fearless flagship, it is still faster than the opponent under the super high speed of Chuyuan. Implement kite tactics. It's just that neither Li Qing nor Chu Yuan thought about it this way, because there is no need. 20 shots of the Titan's lance, 10 waves of 20 shots of divine power, enough to change a lot of things. Half an hour later, the main guns of Titan and the Doomsday Ark of Electric City were charged again at the same time, and the radiance representing death in the two fleets that were approaching quickly lit up at the same time. Although the Shataman commander knew that there was a high probability that Star City's Doomsday Ark would still be taken away, he couldn't just use it because of this possibility. Boom! The dazzling Titan's light spear spanned the void and hit a battleship fiercely. The terrifying energy directly pierced through the battleship, and flames shot out from the disintegrated hull. A dreadnought ship more than 1,000 kilometers away. Located in the middle, many large and small battleships melted into fireballs like paper paste, and the thick shields of the dreadnought lighted up, and they were defeated with only guns. In the next second, the Xingcheng Ark exploded, and an extremely thick arc spanned more than 1 million kilometers of void, submerged in the Jolin fleet. In an instant, the alarm bell on the command channel rang loudly, and a mark representing a battleship on the light curtain quickly changed from green to red. In an instant, 9 battleships and more than 20 large and small warships melted into the Doomsday Ark of Electric City on the spot. This move was completely unexpected by Li Qing. He was preparing to protect the Titan just now. Unexpectedly, the Shataman commander changed his tactics and no longer attacked the Titan super flag, but used Star City Doom to kill other warships in the fleet. He can't defend against this move. The prerequisite for opening the door of the black hole to receive the Star City Doomsday Ark is to know the opponent's attack target in advance. Problem: the Doomsday Ark of Star City is a range attack, plus the influence of Star City's own strong electronic interference force field. Even the Titan super flagship sensor is difficult to scan, and it is impossible to detect the attack target in advance. It's okay to defend your own ship, but if you change the target to attack his fleet, you can't intercept it. 9 battleships, equivalent to 675 billion star yuan are gone, even if the cost is about 400 billion, but Li Qing didn't even jump his eyelids. He just opened the door of the black hole, and the light of divine power that had been stored early blasted out from it in an instant. It spanned tens of millions of kilometers and ruthlessly bombarded the dreadnought that had been bombarded by the Titan's spear before. The power from the high-dimensional civilization is unrivaled. As the second light of divine judgment hit the dreadnought again, the terrifying power tore it to pieces on the spot. 4 divine lights, the second dreadnought. Why are there more? At the Shataman command, more than one Shataman stood up in a gaffe, looking at the destroyed dreadnought displayed on the light curtain in front of him. All the Shataman were speechless for a long time. How to do? The headquarters was quiet for more than 10 seconds, and a Shadow staff officer stood up and said, "We have only 2 options. One option is to fully press the fleet to engage them on the whole front, and try to use our fleet advantage to defeat them before they are completely defeated. The second option is to retreat immediately. After withdrawing the fleet to Star City, use Star City's powerful shields and armor to take damage, and then use the main guns of the fortress to kill the opponent's fleet in large numbers and force the enemy to retreat. In addition, the flagship aircraft carrier fleet is dispatched. I need the speed of the fleet to approach the enemy." The commander looked at the other staff officers again, and when they looked back, the commander-in-chief immediately understood what all of them meant. After pondering for a few seconds, he raised his head and said with firm eyes, "Pass my order. The whole army will continue to advance and enter the battle as soon as possible. In addition, the main artillery of the Fortress Doomsday will continue to attack their fleet." Half an hour later, another Titan Ark swept across the battlefield, and a total of 6 Shataran battleships and more than 30 warships of different sizes sank. At the same time, the Doomsday Ark of Star City also swept across the battlefield, destroying a total of 5 battleships and more than 60 battleships of the Legion in one wave. An hour later, the main gun of the super flagship Titan lit up again. In just a few minutes, 4 dazzling rays of light traveled across the battlefield of millions of kilometers, and the third dreadnought flagship was sunk. Every time a terrifying light illuminates the starry sky, dozens of warships, large and small, will sink, and no one will be spared. In the 4th hour, the 4th dreadnought hiding behind the battleship group was sunk. After the 5th hour, the first aircraft carrier was sunk. The last dreadnought is hidden behind the aircraft carrier, so there is no way to do it. After the light of divine judgment sank the aircraft carrier, it has no spare power to sink the dreadnought again. However, this is of no use. And at this time, the fleets of both sides have entered the range of the Doomsday-class main guns of the dreadnoughts. After previous efforts, only one of the 5 dreadnoughts of the Shadow civilization remained, while the Jolin Legion had 2 remaining, and the Titan Super Banner had 4. There are 6 Doomsday main cannons in total, but they are at a disadvantage. It is worth mentioning that although the Doomsday weapons of the Shatarians are not as powerful as the Doomsday weapons of the human dreadnoughts, they can still easily destroy standard battleships. Moreover, their dreadnoughts have been refitted and strengthened. It is not clear which ones were destroyed earlier. Anyway, the last remaining one actually has 2 Doomsday light weapons. In fact, the 2 dreadnoughts in Li Qing's hand can also be refitted. If you ask Long Yun, the Star Bearer, to install 3 Doomsday weapons, the key problem is that you don't have the time to refit. The main problem is that you don't have the Light of Doomsday weapon blueprints. This can only wait for the capture of the Reef Lair planet and the counterattack of the Shadow civilization. At that time, there will be a period of stability, and then these can be done slowly. At the 6th hour, the second aircraft carrier was sunk. But at the same time, the first wave of fleets released by the aircraft carriers of the 2 sides has already begun contact and engagement at the forefront of the battlefield. Then, the space fighters on the Shadow side fell down like dumplings, and the speed of battle damage was terribly high. You must know that the talent of Star Negator Chuyuan can increase weapon damage by 100%, the Naval Command skill of level 55 50 plus 2% damage per level, level 50 is a 100% bonus, permanent 200% damage bonus, power it is ridiculously high, plus a 150% attack speed bonus, and 20% various suppressions. At the same time, the space fighters of the Shadow civilization belong to the 3rd generation of deep space fighters, and their performance is already a bit worse. Many conditions are superimposed, resulting in a terrifyingly large gap in combat effectiveness. For the time being, the Jolin Legion has only 1 aircraft carrier and 360,000 space fighters have come out. There are 5 aircraft carriers with Shadow, a total of 1.8 million space fighters, fighting in a melee in the starry sky of millions of kilometers, 5 times the difference in numbers. Jolin the Legion actually gained the upper hand. It is worth mentioning that although the Shadow side has sunk 2 aircraft carriers, the fleet that has been dispatched can transfer command to other aircraft carriers at any time. Even if all the aircraft carriers are sunk, Star City can take over the command. Star City itself is a non-moving Titan Plus super aircraft carrier, with a super large hangar inside the super large structure, containing millions of space fighters. Let's put it this way, a Star City can accommodate a space fleet equivalent to 4 super aircraft carriers. In just half an hour of air combat, the Shadow civilization's 1.8 million space fighters lost more than 500,000 in battle, while the Garan Legion's battle loss rate was less than 20,000, a brilliant record of 130. Boom. Another 2 Doomsday arcs swept back and forth, and dozens of warships, large and small, sank on both sides. Facing the terrifying power of the Doomsday weapon, all crew members on the battleship were instantly killed without any chance of escape. Cruel, tragic. Seeing the terrible battle damage, Ji Yu Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu turned pale. Bingfeng, Daofeng and Tianji were even paler at this time, shocked. Before they were still a little complacent, thinking that their strength was not bad, but after today, the little complacency in their hearts has completely dissipated. At this time, the main forces of the 2 sides have not yet approached, and the battle losses of both sides have exceeded all their subordinates. This means that if they fight with the Garan Legion, they will be wiped out if they can't even touch the opponent's side. Terrible. Ji Yu Shunzhou's eyes flickered back and forth, not knowing what he was thinking. No matter how long the distance is, there will always be an end. Near the 7th hour, the Vanguard destroyers and frigates of both sides finally entered the engagement range, and the long-awaited Shadow commander immediately ordered a full-scale attack. Nearly 20,000 destroyers and 100,000 frigates lined up and attacked overwhelmingly. The Garan Legion only had 2,000 destroyers and about 15,000 frigates, but they rushed forward without showing any weakness, and fought head-on with a group of frigates 7 or 8 times larger than themselves. In an instant, countless laser beams lit up, kinetic energy electromagnetic guns drew invisible ripples in the void, flames sprayed and swept across the sky, machine guns continuously fired shells, missiles dragged long tail flames in space shuttle back and forth, the explosions one after another lasted for a long time like fireworks. As soon as the vanguard fleets of the 2 sides came into contact, the battle entered a fierce state. Relying on 7 or 8 times the number advantage, the Shadow people formed an encirclement posture within 30 minutes of the battle, and the Garan Legion's fleet seemed to have not seen it, allowing the opponent to encircle itself. At the same time, the slightly slower cruiser also rushed over and entered the battlefield after being half an hour behind. A series of laser sprays, a total of 23 laser cannons hit a Jolin frigate at the same time, and the combined huge power smashed the frigate's shield to a thin layer of transparency on the spot, as if it was about to burst at any time, but before they could make up the knife, they saw that the shield quickly became brighter and thicker as if they had taken a big tonic, and returned to its original shape in less than 3 seconds. I don't know how many Shatar captains saw this scene, their minds were full of question marks. However, many frigates were besieged by more than a dozen frigates, and the concentrated fire that far exceeded the upper limit of the shield broke the shield on the spot. There are quite a few cases like this. After all, there is a 7 or 8 times difference in quantity. As the saying goes, there are many ants and dead elephants, and the difference in the number of 7 or 8 times can ignore the difference in individual combat power. Seeing a large number of warships turn red and sink, Chu Yuan just turned his head to look at Li Qing and said, "I need more space fighters to change the situation." He nodded. "As you wish." With a thought, the door of the black hole opened in the center of the battlefield, directly connecting to the aircraft carrier area in the high-dimensional fortress, and many aircraft groups that had been prepared roared out, passing through the door of the black hole and appearing on the battlefield. The fleet did not join the battlefield of the fleet further ahead, and the side there has the advantage and does not need support. More than 1.3 million space fighters rushed into the battlefield at a speed of more than 1,000 per second, and more than 60,000 flew out in just 1 minute, turning into a river composed of countless space fighters and rushing to the central battlefield. 10 minutes later, a total of 600,000 space fighters joined the frigate battlefield, forcing the Shataman commander to deploy a large number of frigates to intercept, greatly reducing the pressure on the central frigate group. But this is just the beginning. There are 1.3 million space fighters in the universe in the hands of Li Qing, and there are still 700,000 space fighters that have not yet come out. The new space fighters did not join the frigate battlefield, but gathered about 200,000 on the battlefield and went straight to the Shatar battleship group that was gradually in place on the other side. The battleship group, which was slower than the cruiser, joined the battlefield under the of a small number of destroyers and frigates. A total of more than 6,800 battleships formed a standard bombardment formation and confronted the remaining 800 battleships of the Galan Legion who were also close. The battleships of the Danjialan Legion opened fire a full 6,000 kilometers ahead of schedule by virtue of the 100% range bonus advantage of the original talent. Chu Yuan accurately calculated the shield and armor of the opponent's battleship, and then calculated the power of his own battleship's main gun, referring to off-site factors such as talent skill bonuses, damage weakening, etc., and calculated the neutron light spear for every 50 battleship main guns. Combined, they are powerful enough to completely destroy a Shatar battleship. There are a total of 849 battleships, many of which are from the fleet of Yi Xiao and his son, and many of them have been modified to add an X-slot neutron light spear, a total of 1248, plus 2 dreadnoughts with 64, but it can only count 32 doors on one side, and the Titan has 500 doors and can only fight with 250 doors on one side. A total of 1,530 gates were divided into 30 fire clusters, and a round of earth-shattering neutron light spears swept across. A total of 30 Shatta battleships were pierced by 50 light spears. Out, the battleship slowly lost power and sank. The self-test time of the neutron light spear is only 150 seconds, which means a 2.5 minute cooldown. The range advantage of 6,000 kilometers can theoretically only be maintained for a few minutes according to the speed of the battleship. But they can fly kites. Those who should be hit head-on should be hit head-on, and those who need to fly a kite should of course fly a kite. Frigates are cheap, and a large part of them are cannon fodder for 3rd generation or 4th generation frigates. It doesn't hurt to sink. But the battleship is different. This thing is 75 billion a ship, and the key drawings are difficult to get. If there is no family support, if it is not for getting a batch from Yi Xiao and his son, he will not have 200 ships in total. If it is the attack of Star City Doomsday Arc, there is no way, the range is too far to avoid, but right now it is just a regular battleship battle, so it is definitely not possible to face Boom head-on. Although Chu Yuan's talent endows super high shield and armor regeneration capabilities, but there are more than 6,800 battleships, the power of this set of fire will directly kill you in seconds, and no matter how high the regeneration ability is, it will not be used. After a round of bombardment, under the command of Chu Yuan, the battleship quickly retreated. Its talent increased its speed by 300% and acceleration by 300%. Even a heavy battleship can start to a high-speed state at an extremely fast speed, thus widening the distance. Chapter 164 Disputes within the Shatta people. The cooldown time of the battleship's main gun neutron lance is 150 seconds. The speed of the battleship at full speed exceeds 600,000 kilometers per hour. Even if the speed is lowered to 250,000 kilometers per hour, it just exceeds the maximum speed of 230,000 kilometers per hour of the Shattaran battleship. The speed of 250,000 kilometers per hour is 69 kilometers per second, and 10,350 kilometers per second in 150 seconds, but in fact the battleship group stopped at about 9,000 kilometers. Turn around, the main gun starts charging. Another shocking wave of neutron light spear fire, and another 30 Shatta battleships were destroyed. Speed and range suppression is so unsolvable. As long as you can't catch up or hit, you can only be passively beaten, unless you use the Doomsday main gun, or catch up with the ultra-high speed of the Space Fleet. But at this time, there are only 2 Doomsday main cannons and 1 Doomsday electric arc on the side of the Shatta civilization. This is indeed unstoppable, but this thing only fires once in half an hour. Although Li Qing's battleship is not as good as the Shatta people, there are still more than 800 ships can still bear these losses. Needless to say, as for the aircraft fleet, nearly 1/3 of the 5 aircraft carriers total of more than 1.8 million space fighters have been lost. There are millions of space fighters in Star City. A Star City has a hangar capacity equivalent to 4 super aircraft carriers. A super aircraft carrier can accommodate 1.08 million space fighters. 4 of them have a total of 4.32 million space fighters, plus 4-star Castle can make up millions, a total of 5 or 6 million. But Star City is too far away from the battlefield, and will not be able to catch up for a while. And it's useless to rush over. Li Qing still has a fleet of 700,000 aircraft on standby. As long as the fleet comes over, it will immediately go up to meet it. Up to the end of Star City, the battleship group, the space fleet, the mixed formation of frigates, destroyers and cruisers, all 4 aspects were blocked from the front, and all fell into a disadvantage. This change in the battle situation was unexpected by Jiyu Shunzhou and others. In his imagination, the Jolin Legion might have the power to fight, but it is only a battle, and it will definitely be a miserable victory. The result was completely beyond his expectations. The Garan Legion, which had an absolute fleet disadvantage, actually suppressed the fleet of a division of the Shatta tribe, which had an absolute superiority in fleet capacity, in a frontal battle. Of course, this was beyond the expectations of the commander of the Shatta tribe. I thought it would be enough to defeat the fleet in front of me if I had an advantage of more than 5 times the force. After showing my strength, I will talk about the conditions, but it seems that I can't beat it, which is embarrassing. The embarrassment is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that if you lose the battle, it means that you have no room to negotiate conditions. How to do? The command room was terribly quiet. They were all intelligent creatures, and their reactions were no different from humans. Say, what's next? Until the commander asked for the second time, a staff officer said. We have 2 options. Use a dedicated line to contact the Querta fortress, and ask them to transfer a brigade over there. It only takes 1 day to arrive, but the Querta fortress needs to face a stronger force. The human fleet is under more pressure than us, and the fleet may not be able to be transferred over there. Another option is to bow to the Empire and use a dedicated line to contact Locke Fortress. It will only take 2 days at most for the reinforcements to arrive. Our tribe still has a lot of power left. Even if we bow to the Empire, we can still guarantee a certain seat. A certain status, so that they will not be reduced to the lower echelons of the Empire like those few tribes are now. Besides, it is only a moment to bow your head now. He will always grow old and die. At that time, we will still have the opportunity to rise. The staff officer paused, and then said, of course, you can directly submit conditions to humans, attach to humans in the form of a vassal, and use human power to fight against him. The command room was very quiet, and a few commanders murmured. Can't contact Querta. The human expeditionary force is very strong, he can't draw a fleet. But I don't want to be a vassal of ugly humans, my people can't accept it. The command room became quiet again. Boom. A Titan arc shot into the Shatta battleship group. The dazzling arc continuously jumped like a chain lightning, and the 7 battleships turned into fireballs and were torn apart. Li Qing discovered that without the damage from the Titan's light spear, although the 2 divine lights were not enough to completely destroy Shatta's flagship, they were enough to disable a Shatta's aircraft carrier flagship and disintegrate its combat capabilities, which is actually a good thing. In the first battle before, it was necessary to reduce the number of the opponent's flagships as much as possible to ensure the advantage. Now the opponent's flagships have been sunk in total, 6 ships, especially 4 dreadnought ships. The advantage is gone, and there is no need to sink it at this time. It was scrapped. Wouldn't it be good to wait for the prisoners to come over after the war and repair it? Although the flagship of the Shadow civilization is not as powerful as the flagship of humans, it is also a flagship. The power of its main gun is there, and it also has its own halo. Even if you don't want to use it, you can reward the 3 subordinates. With the flagship in hand, the strength of the 3 of them will be greatly improved, and they will be able to stand alone. No matter what they are asked to do in the future, or go out to take risks by themselves, the 3 of them have enough strength to stay at the headquarters and guard their homes. With a thought in his mind, the door of the black hole opened, and the light of the god of destruction pierced through the void again. After melting all the dozens of battleships, including 7 battleships in front of the aircraft carrier, the aftermath would be all over the place. The slow-moving aircraft carrier retreated hundreds of meters with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the second divine light blasted out, and the thick armor on the surface of the aircraft carrier's huge body melted away, revealing the cabins. It was the same as the first aircraft carrier that Li Qing destroyed, but the trauma was not so severe. Li Qing deliberately chose an aircraft carrier with a large number of warships in front, allowing the dozens of large and small warships in front to block part of the power, otherwise the 2 divine lights would definitely bombard an aircraft carrier of the Shadow civilization kill. It is worth mentioning that, as the flagship, the aircraft carrier is larger than the dreadnought because it has to accommodate a large number of space fighters. Another city. After making sure that the aircraft carrier will not self-destruct, Li Qing is in a good mood. If he wins this battle, he should not earn too much. It takes an hour to launch the Light of Judgment, but each launch can affect the battle situation. The loss of an aircraft carrier will have a big impact on the Shadow people. Although there are still 2 aircraft carriers that can control these space fighters, the number of fighters has exceeded the command limit of its command system, which will inevitably affect the battle. The situation where the opponent was not originally weakened again, the gap has become wider. But although this wave of attacks did not directly destroy the aircraft carrier, it dealt a greater blow to the Shataman headquarters than directly destroying it. The commander-in-chief, who was still hesitating, finally made up his mind and ordered in a deep voice. Use a special line to contact Lock Fortress and ask them to send troops to support. As soon as the voice fell, the Black Sea Spider-Man in a Chinese robe immediately stood up and objected loudly. We cannot bow to the Empire. The commander looked at him, and he continued to speak loudly. We have broken with the Empire for more than 20 years, causing the Empire to lose a lot of manpower and material resources. The current crisis of the Empire is also caused by us. If you bow to the Empire, do you know what will happen? All the Shadow people were silent, only the commander-in-chief said. But if you don't bow to the Empire, there will be no good end to the alliance with humans. But it is inevitable that there will be no good end, and there are still some opportunities on the other. How would you choose? And with a foreign race will never end well. The worst outcome may be extermination. We are a member of the Empire and originated from the same parent planet. The worst outcome is the same as those tribes, but at least the tribe can still exist. There is still a chance to rise in the future. He is a super psychic who can live for tens of thousands of years, and will be stronger in the future. After tens of thousands of years, our descendants will have long forgotten revenge. When His Majesty sent a special envoy, he promised to guarantee the existence of our tribe. He also made a promise to the Urfan people. Let's see what the Urfan people are doing now. Both sides were silent. After a while, a third person said, since no one can convince anyone, let's vote. All eyes were on him, and a few general commanders said, then vote. There are 37 people present, and those who agree to ask the Empire raised their hands. Clattering, one by one, the high-level sea spiders raised a spider arm. A total of 21 votes. The commander-in-chief said somewhat unexpectedly. More than half of them have already passed, and there is no need to vote later. Now we have decided to contact Lock Fortress to send troops to support, so as to get through the immediate crisis first. Wait a moment. The Black Sea Spider-Man stretched out his hand and shouted. Why not continue to vote? Maybe someone agrees with both options. The commander-in-chief of the Shadow people was a little helpless, and turned around and said. Then, please raise your hand if you agree to ally with humans now. Claw lala. A large number of sea spidermen raised their hands again, their eyes swept away, and the commander-in-chief's face changed slightly. There were 37 people present, and 21 people raised their hands. He looked at some of the tribal dignitaries and asked, What are you? One of the sea spider dignitaries who raised his hand twice said. I think I can accept whether I bow to the Empire or ally with humans, as long as my interests and asset safety can be guaranteed. The other sea spiders who also raised their hands on both sides nodded and said the same thing as him. Both are 21 votes. The black sea spider said loudly. They all have the same number of votes, originally a tie, but I received an entrustment from the commander-in-chief of the Querta fortress 2 hours ago. His opinion is that if the battle is unfavorable, priority can be given to alliance with humans. Someone in the command room suddenly exclaimed, and some people didn't believe it. He waved his hand and said, I know some people don't believe it, but it's true. Commander Querta told me that the level of civilization of human beings is higher than ours. They not only have stronger technology than us, but also super flagships like Titans. He is putting pressure on there. It's very big. Without support, he can't guarantee that he can persevere forever, and he doesn't rule out the possibility of surrendering to humans in desperate situations, so. He looked at the sea spider dignitaries and said loudly, humans are very powerful, and even the Empire may not be able to defeat them. We now form an alliance with them and sign an agreement to help mankind defeat the Empire, so as to obtain the independent existence of the tribe. Even if it becomes a vassal, it is better than being unified by the Empire. Stronger self. After everyone listened, there was a lot of discussion, but judging from the current situation, many vacillating people have begun to have a tendency. After a while, someone said, if Commander Querta has a decision, then I take back what I just said and decide to support the alliance with humans. I agree. In just a short while, 7 or 8 people changed their minds. The Black Spider-Man looked at the Commander-in-Chief and said, Your Excellency Commander, you have seen the result. The Commander-in-Chief sighed. I saw. The Black Spider-Man nodded. Then contact the human fleet on the opposite side for a truce. Unfortunately, this may not work. The commander-in-chief of the Shatteran fleet stood up under the astonished eyes of the sea spider dignitaries and the fleet staff group, and calmly announced. I contacted Lock Fortress a day ago and submitted a letter of surrender to the Empire. According to the time, reinforcements from Lock Fortress will arrive in a day. All the sea spider-men stood up in shock, and the black spider-man even pointed at him and yelled. You are betraying the tribe. But the commander-in-chief just clapped his hands blankly. The door of the command room was pushed open, and a group of heavily armed soldiers walked in, rushing straight to the many black spider dignitaries present. What are you doing? How dare you? No matter how much they yelled and cursed, they couldn't change the result of being taken down by the guards. After everyone was taken down, the commander turned his head and said with a blank expression. Everyone should take a good rest and let you out when the situation is stable. The Black Sea Spider-Man pointed at him and cursed angrily. If you do this, the tribe will be in desperation. You are the sinner of the tribe. Press it. He waved his hand expressionlessly, and the guards escorted away the many nobles who were still cursing, leaving only a few dignitaries who agreed with his decision. Soon there were only a dozen people left in the command room. He took a long breath and said loudly, Time will prove that my choice is right. After speaking, he turned and said to the shocked staff group on the other side. I ordered the fleet to fight and retreat, the 2nd Brigade to gather and prepare for the rear, and the 1st and 3rd Brigades to prepare to retreat, all the way back to the Star City. Li Qing on the Titan quickly discovered the abnormal movement of the enemy fleet, thought for a while, and wondered. They want to withdraw from Star City and use Star City's super firepower to compete with us. But although Star City's firepower is strong, it can't change the situation. He didn't think too much about it, so he just withdrew. It was easy to come out, but not so easy to go back. Moreover, the speed of fighting and retreating was definitely not as fast as before, and he couldn't go back for more than 10 hours. 10 hours is enough to sink all the flagships and defeat the remaining aircraft fleet of the opponent, leaving at least 1/3 of the warships. At that time, even with the fire support of Star City, there will be no trouble. He looked at Chu Yuan and said nothing, but Chu Yuan nodded as if he knew what he wanted to say, and quickly issued a series of targeted fleet mobilization orders. Chapter 165 Attacking Star City. At this time, the enemy's aircraft fleet has been reduced by nearly half, with a little over 1 million left, while the Jalan Army's aircraft fleet is still about 300,000, with a loss of about 50,000 to 60,000. On the other side, with a large number of space fighters joining the battlefield, the frigate group has already stabilized the situation, fighting back and forth with the Shadow frigate group with a ratio of 7 or 8 times. For every frigate lost, the Shatar fleet also lost 7 or 8 frigates. The battleship group did not suffer any losses. They have been flying kites all the time. Except that the enemy's occasional Doomsday Lance and Star City Doomsday Destruction Arc cannot be resisted. At least 10 battleships will be lost in each wave. There is no other loss for the time being. This kind of loss gradually decreases as the enemy starts fighting and retreats. When fleeing, the combat effectiveness is definitely not as good as in normal combat. However, in this state of fighting and retreating, as the enemy slowly adjusted its fleet, a brigade-level fleet slowly stood out to compete with the fleet head-on, and the other Shadow fleets took the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, and the situation gradually became clear. They were intercepted, and a brigade-level fleet gave up everything to intercept them in front. Chu Yuan had to give up the pursuit and prepare to annihilate the brigade. There are only 3 brigades in the Shadow Civilization division, and after leaving 1/3 of them, such a big mouthful of fat is not much different from the results of this wave of pursuit they expected. Of course, they swallowed this wave decisively first. Besides, he couldn't even fight a frontal battle, and he couldn't fight even if he returned to Star City with 1/3 less. Although Star City's force is fierce, it is impossible to match the firepower of an entire brigade, so Li Qing doesn't know much about the operations of the Shadow Civilization. The size of this brigade-level fleet is not much larger than that of Li Qing's fleet, less than twice that of Li Qing's fleet, and it was directly surrounded by Chu Yuan's formation. As the main fleet of Shadow also withdrew one by one, the fleet that was free also joined the battlefield, which once again accelerated the destruction of this brigade. The stubborn resistance lasted for a full 4 hours, and it was not until the 6th hour that the last battleship was annihilated. During this period, the Titan Arc and the Light of Divine Judgment were not idle. They fired 5 rounds of Light of Divine Judgment in 6 hours, forcibly sinking the last dreadnought hidden behind the fleet and the 2 aircraft carriers. Although the thinking is paralyzed, but the battlefield situation is changing rapidly, how can it be calculated so well? In the end, the 5 dreadnoughts and 5 aircraft carriers of the Reef Lair Guard Division were sunk 9 times and 1 was destroyed, and the entire army was wiped out. It took him 24 shots of divine power and energy blocks equivalent to 2.4 trillion star yuan. But being able to sink 10 flagships with a mere 2.4 trillion star dollars is a good deal. The standard energy block required for the 39 rounds of Light of Divine Judgment prepared before is now only 15 rounds, which should be enough for the next battle. The next step is to clean up the battlefield. Most of the warships were directly sunk and scrapped, leaving only the wreckage. However, a large number of blueprints of warships and various accessories were exploded. In the summary later, there were 2 surprises. 10 flagships actually produced 2 flagship blueprints. Destroying 2,118 battleships produced 186 battleship blueprints. In addition, there are 256 cruiser blueprints, which are useless to Li Qing, who has the mother chip of the 5th generation cruiser, but they can be sold to his subordinates. There are 445 destroyer blueprints and 1412 frigate blueprints. The 2 flagship blueprints are a dreadnought and an aircraft carrier blueprint, both of which are versions of the Shadow Civilization, and their basic attributes are not as good as the common version for humans. But the flagship is the flagship, so it doesn't matter if the basic attributes are poor, it's just as powerful if it's all equipped with humans level 5 technology. In addition, there is also an aircraft carrier that can be repaired, which he directly collects into the universe in his palm. Please ask Long Yu to spare his hands to repair it, so that it can be used as soon as possible. It can only be said that war does come quickly. While having great risks, there are also great benefits. In this wave of battles, Li Qing also lost more than 100 battleships, more than 3,000 large and small warships, most of which were frigates. I have to attack Star City later, and it is expected that the losses will be even higher. I have to capture this galaxy to earn it back, otherwise it will be a blood loss. This is still dealing with low-level civilizations. The development will be over in the next 10 years. In the future, if you face the Bruin Alliance, which is stronger than humans, or the Kelzaka Star Sea Empire in the south, the loss will be even greater. If you are unlucky and lose the battle, you will be beaten back to the front of your sister once in a while. After clearing up the battlefield, the fleet briefly repaired and continued to set off. Chu Yuan's powerful regeneration ability ensures that most of the warships are intact, and only a few battleships with broken shields or half of their armor need to be repaired. As the fleet slowly advanced, it gradually approached Star City and stopped at a place 500,000 kilometers away from Star City. Only the T-slot weapons equipped on Star City can attack here, and the range below the X slot does not have such a high range. It is worth mentioning that all the weapons equipped on Star City are coastal defense fortress guns, and they all have a 50% range bonus, so it is very disadvantageous for warship weapons to bombard Star Fort or Star City. In the process of gradually approaching, they have already bombarded each other several times, and the Legion has suffered a lot. I don't know if it's because I suffered too much just now. This defender obviously has several times the strength of the Jalan army, but it's so stupid that they all hid behind the Star City, leaving only the huge Star City in front. If you want to attack them, you have to circle around, or you can only attack Star City first. But Star City's shield armor is hopelessly thick, and it will be impossible to break it for a while. What is the Star City data of Shatta? Li Qing is not very clear. Anyway, the human standard Star City data on the set of Star City construction blueprints he got before made his scalp tingle. Star City. Star Fortress, a powerful military fortress. Specification. 150 km 150 kilometers, 50 kilometers high. Basic attributes. Basic hull 50 billion, basic armor 50 billion, basic shield 50 billion. Weapon slots. 4 T-slots for Arc of Doom in Star City, 16 T-slots for Light of Doom, 600X super large weapon slots, 2400L large weapon slots, 4000M medium weapon slots, 8000S small weapon slots, 2000 P-type point defense slots, 2000 G-type missile slots, and 12,000 H-type hangars equivalent to 1.08 million 4 equals 4.32 million hangars of 4 super aircraft carriers. General slots. 50,000 flagship general slots. Functional slots. 60 functional slots. Special slots. 3 Halo slots. Star City correction. Hull regeneration plus 50,000, armor regeneration plus 50,000, shield regeneration plus 50,000. Star City correction. Plus 50% range for all weapons. Star City correction. A strong electronic interference force field with a radius of 100 million kilometers. Star City correction. The jump enhancement device with a radius of 100 million kilometers, the jump range plus 200%. Star City correction. Level 7 interference force field with a radius of 100 million kilometers. Star City correction. Level 7 interception force field with a radius of 100 million kilometers. I don't know if it's due to technology, but the Reef Lair, the Star City of the Shatta civilization, only has the Star City Doomsday Arc, but there is no Doomsday light weapon equipped with a T-slot. This is good news. Otherwise, the 16 Doomsday Lights would have 4 doors on each side, and at least 4 battleships would be destroyed in one round. The shield and armor of Star City would probably not be destroyed for a few days without indiscriminate bombardment. If there were 4 more Doomsday weapons, 4 cannons would, 1 round in half an hour, 1 day is 48 rounds, and 192 battleships are gone in 1 day. And many more. Li Qing suddenly froze in place and remained motionless. After a while, he suddenly took out the blueprint for building the Star City and handed it to Chu Yuan, asking, "Do you think we have the ability to destroy this Star City? If so, how long will it take?" He suddenly felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Chu Yuan took the blueprint of Star City and looked at it for a while, then frowned. After a while he said, "Is this the standard structure of Star City?" He shook his head and said, "This is the standard Star City structure for human beings, and the Star City of the Shatta civilization should not be comparable to ours." After a pause, he added another sentence. "But there should be about 70% of our data. It's not easy to fight." Chu Yuan also frowned, and said, "If you have enough energy, you can use the light of divine judgment to forcibly knock it out, but your majesty probably doesn't have enough standard energy blocks to forcibly destroy this Star City." Li Qing nodded. Indeed, the energy was not enough. The shield and armor of this thing are too thick. Even if it is only 70% of the human Star City, it is 35 billion basic shields and armor in the hull, plus a large number of flagship slots to increase shields and armor, and Star Cities suppressing the aura also reduces damage by 25%. You must know that the reduction of the suppression halo is the damage after all the corrections and bonuses are comprehensively calculated. For example, Li Qing's Divine Light has a base damage of 500 million, with a 100% shield damage bonus correction, plus Chu Yuan 200% damage bonus. The maximum damage can reach 3 billion, but the actual attack to Star City will reduce 25% of the 3 billion, leaving only 2.25 billion. In addition, Star City's A-type functional slot will definitely be equipped with a damage reduction aura, and Star City's own halo that weakens damage by 10%, the overall damage is lower. Even if only the basic 35 billion shield is counted, 16 shots of Divine Striking Light are needed, and now he only has 15 shots left in total. This is embarrassing. Without the terrifying power of the Light of Divine Judgment, this Star City cannot be knocked down at all. It is always impossible to send a fleet to besiege. Not only will it not work, but the remaining fleet of the Key People will cooperate with Star City and the surrounding Star Fortress. They may not be able to fight. No, it really consumes energy or consumes too much energy. You can use Titan and 2 dreadnoughts to bombard Star City from 1,000,000 kilometers away, and the only super long range in Star City is the Star City Doomsday Arc. He only needs to pull the fleet out of the range of the arc. Only sending Titans and 2 dreadnoughts to bombard can slowly obliterate the armor of Star City's shield. But if you do this, it will take at least a few months to slowly wear off. So long. The strength is still insufficient, and it is too reluctant to attack the reef lair now. Behind the battlefield, Ji Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu also saw Li Qing's embarrassing situation, and they said with a little jealousy mixed with schadenfreude. It's frozen now. The Shadow people are focused on defending. It's hard for him to take it down. Feng Lixiu also nodded and said, the current situation is changing rapidly, and the time variable in a few months is too great. At this time, Bing Feng also asked in the channel. The current state of the Jalan army seems to be difficult to capture. Ji Shunzhou explained with a smile. It's very difficult, almost impossible. Star City has tens of billions of shields and armor, as well as a super regeneration speed. It is difficult to knock them out in a short time. Once the Shadow people can free up their hands elsewhere, it will be a loss. Just as they thought, Li Qing was also thinking about what to do in the battle between heaven and man. A few months is too long, and the situation will change a lot in such a long time. God knows if there will be any unexpected situations. But I don't want to fight and I'm not reconciled. I have wiped out all the flagships of the opponent and 1/3 of the troops. If I don't fight now, God knows what will happen next time. Turning quickly in his mind, considering the capital he now has, he asked Chu Yuan. If you use your psionic energy with all your strength, how far can you go? Chu Yuan thought about it and said, with full power, it can cover tens of thousands of kilometers. Exhausting all the spiritual energy can strangle all the non-flagships inside, but I am in an incomplete state now. After exhausting the spiritual energy, I need to rest for a while, and will not be able to continue to command the fleet. Quote. That's it. He understood what Chu Yuan meant. None of them are complete star bearers now. After exhausting all their psychic energy, he needs to return to the universe in the palm of his hand to recover. During this period, his talents and skills will not be effective. It means that the buff of his super talent bonus needs power support, and the skill will become invalid after all the power is exhausted. Li Qing now has 4 underlings of the negative stars, and the psychic energy of the servants of light is too weak to be ignored. There will be 4 waves of explosions at most, covering 4 3-dimensional spaces with a length, width, and height of 10,000 kilometers. This super large-scale psychic storm is powerful. It will scatter, but the psychic power of more than 10 million psychic powers is too powerful. Even if it is scattered, it can destroy all battleships including battleships. Now the entire enemy fleet is assembled within a range of more than 100,000 kilometers behind Star City, and the 4 waves can basically destroy most of its main force. No, there are only 3 waves. Chu Yuan can't move. Without the bonus of the original source and the suppression of the halo of distorted time and space, it will take more time to attack Star City and the loss will be greater. The 3 waves only need to eliminate their main force. He gritted his teeth and decided to give it a go. Successfully took down the living planet in front of me in one fell swoop, failed and retreated, and waited for another year of accumulation to make a comeback. The expeditionary force will not change much in 1 year. Although it has exceeded the 5-year limit, his background is too strong now, and no one will be able to challenge them a year later. Fight. He turned around and walked into the palm of the universe, communicated with Qingluan, Zhaofeng and Longyan, the 3-star lovers, and told them his plan. No accident, they immediately stopped their work preparations. When the door of the black hole opened again, Li Qing walked out from it, followed by 3 figures of golden light, and the invisible force field slowly swayed around them, reflecting each other. Then, Li Qing said to Chu Yuan, "Get ready to attack." He nodded, quickly issued a series of orders in the channel, and the fleet began to move forward slowly. An hour later, the fleet crossed 350,000 kilometers, leaving only 150,000 kilometers away from Star City. This is top speed, just by the standards of the slowest Titan superflag in the fleet. The fleet continued to move forward, getting closer and closer to Star City. Is he crazy? Bing Feng and others asked in the channel with some puzzlement. No one answered, because everyone didn't understand Li Qing's operation very well. Chapter 166 The Light of the Negative Stars. Ji Yu Shunzhou exchanged opinions with Feng Lixiu, and wondered. Does he really want to fight? Feng Lixiu was silent for a while and said. It stands to reason that he shouldn't be so impulsive, but right now it seems that he is indeed a little impulsive. Ji Yu Shunzhou's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice. If he does this, he will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and maybe even a disastrous defeat. Do you think we should fish in troubled waters? Feng Lixiu looked up at him and said nothing. Ji Yu Shunzhou continued. I mean, if he fails in the end, he must suffer heavy losses. Shall we try to intercept him halfway? Or another way of thinking, if he loses a lot and fails to retreat, the defenders of the reef lair will also suffer heavy losses. We can take over the reef lair while he retreats, and this living planet will belong to us. Feng Lixiu remained silent, but even if he didn't object, it meant that he also had this idea. Ji Yu Shenzhou said in a deep voice. Now the life planet of the reef lair has not been determined yet. Although the Tagaron Legion is the strongest and has the best chance, as long as it is not captured, it is not theirs. We all have a chance. If he can't take it, it doesn't mean we can't take it. As long as we don't foul like Halo Yi Xiao, please get off the field, it's not a foul if we just win it with our own fleet. Even if he takes over the reef lair, we have the right to fight for it. As long as he doesn't foul, it depends on his own ability. If he can't keep it, he has no ability. Feng Lixiu nodded in his heart. Ji Yu Shunzhou is right. As long as they don't violate the rules, anyone can it, even when they take advantage of the Jalan Army's attack on Star Fort, they can sneak attack from behind. Although a sneak attack is a shameful act of a villain and will be cast aside by others, it is not a foul. A living planet, if you can it just by being shameless and spurned, most team leaders will not hesitate, but any hesitation is disrespect for that living planet. Some people may say that the Garan Legion is now at war with foreign civilizations, and your sneak attack from behind may be considered rape. He won't worry about that, no. First of all, we need to be clear about one thing. They are the pioneers now. The Senate of the United Empire of Humanity formulated such strict protection rules mainly to train newcomers in the human camp. What is cultivation? It is to exercise their abilities in all aspects. Earning capacity, war and strategic command and strategic vision capabilities. Diplomacy, base and territory development capabilities. And the coping ability in the face of various crises and complex situations, etc., and the current situation is war and crisis, as well as the coping ability in complex situations. Whether you can successfully complete strategic goals in various complex situations, whether you can keep your own victories, etc., are all part of the test. Leading a party's forces, growing step by step from an ordinary pioneer to a Star Sea Lord, and even a Star Sea Lord, you can't do it without certain political means. Others are not your father, and they won't talk to you about rules, only benefits and means. Those who can win the fruits of victory in a complex environment surrounded by wolves are the elites that human beings need. What the United Empire of Mankind needs is elites who can be killed, and those who cannot be killed are not elites. But one thing needs to be noted, because they are pioneers, the only rule is that parents cannot be asked to leave, and most other behaviors are allowed, including some unscrupulous methods. But there are still some default prerequisites, that is, no collusion with other races is allowed. They can take advantage of the Jalan Army and the Shatars to fight together, but they cannot join forces with the Shatars to attack the Jalan Army. And this kind of method is only limited to the pioneer stage. After 10 years, you will no longer be a pioneer, and you can't take advantage of the war between the same race and the foreign race, no matter what method. Of course, it is still possible to take advantage of the opportunity to attack aliens and get a share of the pie. So, Feng Lixiu said after pondering. You can try this idea. When they both lose, or when the Garan Legion is difficult to defeat the Shatarians, then act decisively and see the opportunity. If the Garan Legion is not strong enough, we will take it ourselves. If he still has some strength, we will just forcefully intervene to get a share of the pie. Ji Yu Shunzhou nodded excitedly and said, My Ember of Silence can be used 3 times in total. I used it once before, and now I have 2 chances to use it. Wait for the right time to use it, and then you can signal to use your relic now, and let our fleet prepare, jump in directly after 2 hours. If we can take this planet of life, it will happen to be the 5th year of development, and the restrictions will be loosened. The family behind us will definitely protect us. With full support, our strength will increase wildly. When Li Qing starts from here recovering from a defeat, we are strong enough to withstand his vengeance. Feng Lixiu nodded. I'm going to contact them now to prepare. Okay. Li Qing didn't notice their small actions. At this time, their fleet was only about 20,000 kilometers away from Star City, and would soon enter the range of the X-slot battleship's main guns in Star City. The speed of the fleet slowed down here. After the scheduled time, he first communicated with the 2 divine lights in the high-dimensional fortress in the palm of the universe to start charging, then turned his head to look at Zhaofeng, Qingluan and Longyan, and said in a deep voice, "Let's do it." 3 golden lights nodded, a circle of golden light twisted and swung, and the figure disappeared. At the subspace level that ordinary people cannot see, 3 golden figures appeared behind Star City across a distance of more than 20,000 kilometers. Looking at each other, Zhaofeng stretched out her finger to one of the directions, and a little invisible wave in the void swayed and spread rapidly, and her figure gradually became illusory and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Qingluan also stretched out her hand, and in another part of the void, where a large number of battleships gathered in the void, as her figure slowly and transparently disappeared, there were ripples that were difficult for ordinary people to see. Finally, Long Yu followed suit, and his eyes fell on another place where a large number of frigates gathered. At the level of the physical universe, their figures have disappeared. In fact, they have not really disappeared, but have entered the subspace from the physical level. Psychics have reached their level, and they can easily enter the subspace to survive on their own. Most of the so-called powerful unknown life forms in the subspace are not as powerful as them. Psychic energy exceeds 10 million strengths. Human psychers are internally called sublimators, also called super psychers. They are the most powerful psychers in human beings today. Psychic power becomes more and more difficult to improve as it progresses. 100 million is a hurdle to distinguish between humans and gods. Less than 100 million is still a human, and more than 100 million is an immortal god. Their spirit and will are immortal, and normal means can no longer destroy them. Even if they have only one thought, they can be reborn quickly. There are no immortal level psychers in the human world at this stage, and none of the powerful Star Sea Lords who take the psychic route have been promoted to immortals. They can live for tens of thousands of years without dying, but the sublimated psychers themselves have at least the lifespan of tens of thousands of years to hundreds of thousands of years. When they entered the junction of the subspace and the real universe, they slowly entered the material level from the subspace. From the outside, it appears that the 10,000 kilometer circular 3-dimensional space suddenly begins to distort, and then one of the distorted spaces slowly turns red, and the temperature rises rapidly, and a huge golden flame phoenix slowly emerges, as if it is slowly diving up from the bottom of the sea. It quickly spread to the entire space, and the whole world turned into a world of flames. The frigate in it only persisted for a second. The shield was shattered, and the hard alloy armor quickly melted, turning into a ball of flames in just 3 seconds. In an instant, the 20,000 to 30,000 frigates and thousands of destroyers and cruisers moored in this area all melted. In another area where Qingluan slowly emerged, a terrifying ice storm swept across, and all the battleships in it were cut to pieces by ice blades all over the sky. On Longyan's side, violent blades of hundreds of millions of transparent psionic energy swept across, smashing the battleship's shield like countless shells, tearing the armored hull apart. The strength of psionic energy has reached this point, and the power it exhibits is close to a myth. For the primitive races on the planet, this is no different from a god. In addition, these forms can be changed at will. The appearance of Zhaofeng as a flaming phoenix does not mean that his power form is like this, but she likes it. She can turn into an ice phoenix at any time if she wants. The triple earth-shattering storm swept through in just 15 seconds, and the remaining fleet of the entire Reef Lair Guard division was reduced by more than 50%, and most of them were large ships such as battleships and cruisers. It turned into a blank, and the aftermath even spread to Star City, causing the thick shield of Star City to shake violently. The battlefield was completely silent, and the entire Star City seemed to have stopped functioning. All those who saw this scene stood still in place. Ji Yu Shunzhou, who was discussing specific operational matters with Feng Lixiu, stared at the emptied battlefield dumbfounded. His mind went blank. What is this? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No, what am I doing? He shivered violently, stood up suddenly and shouted to Feng Lixiu. Quick, make them stop the warp. Feng Lixiu, who was also dumbfounded, came back to his senses, with a look of horror on his face. It's too late. They have already entered the transition state and cannot be contacted anymore. They will arrive in 2 hours. Fuck. Ji Yu Shunzhou punched his palm hard, walking back and forth like an ant on a hot pot, but at this moment his mind was blank, he didn't even know what he was thinking. Compared with the panic of the two of them, the command channel of the Jolin Legion is boiling at this time. Although they don't know what's going on, they have a hunch that this must be Li Qing's work, and they are all very excited at this time. Please fight in the channel. Great. Win for sure. That must be. If I can't win, I will jump into space. Attack. Seeing that the earth-shattering psychic storm ended and 3 blank spaces appeared on the battlefield, Li Qing gave the order to attack without hesitation. Chu Yuan immediately ordered, "Army attack. No need for any command. What kind of command does this need? Just go up on the chariot." The fleet that had slowed down quickly accelerated, and soon reached the highest speed and headed straight for the direction of Star City. 5 minutes later, when Li Qing turned his head, 3 groups of distortions appeared on the bridge of the Titan, and 3 dim golden lights and shadows emerged one by one. Thank you for your hard work. He quickly opened the universe in his palm to signal them to rest. The 3 star bearers nodded one by one, turned into 3 beams of light and fell into the universe in the palm. There is no need to ask. When Li Qing sees them, it is very clear that they will basically be unable to do anything in the next 6 months. But as long as the victory can be established and this planet of life can be successfully taken down, these costs are worth it. It only took a few minutes for the fleet to enter the combat range of Star City. Countless lights suddenly lit up on the huge Star City. Huge hangar exits opened one after another, and densely packed space fighters flew out of them, rushing towards the black hole gate that Li Qing opened simultaneously. The deep space fighter group that came out. Behind Star City, the remnants of the Shadow Fleet are gathering to prepare for battle. It is meaningless to stay behind under the circumstances. 3 waves of super psychic storms wiped out 50% of the remaining fleet, especially battleships, which were the key targets. The remaining 4,000 battleships destroyed more than 3,000 ships in the previous wave, and now the number is not as large as that of the Garan Legion. Although the remaining warships are more than the Galan army, most of them are small and medium warships, far from their opponents. Half an hour later, the Shadow Remnant fleet finally got rid of the chaotic state, assembled into several fleets and entered the battlefield, and formed a melee with the warships of the Garan Legion who were besieging Star City. The battle situation has once again entered a state of white-hot and anxious. Unlike the previous anxious, this time both sides have no way out, and they will fight until the last moment. Either you die or I die. Li Qing is already prepared for heavy losses. Even if a few flagships are sunk, even if most of the battleships are wiped out, he will not back down. He must win Star City. Glaring light lit up in the center of Star City, and a doomsday arc swept across. 11 battleships that were not close but within the refraction range due to combat were strung by the arc and perished on the spot. Because it is close to Star City has extremely terrifying firepower, especially the space fleet fighting close to Star City has to face several times the number of enemy fleets, and also has to dodge Star City's close-in fire defense system. Groups of sacrificial explosion fireballs exploded, Li Qing's eyelids twitched and blood dripped from his heart. But he was not to be outdone, and 2 consecutive waves of divine power fields exploded in the enemy fleet. When Chu Yuan deliberately compressed the battlefield close to Star City, tens of thousands of frigates and destroyers might be melted in an instant. In the case of intentionally compressing the battlefield, the enemy fleet is just relying on Star City, with no road behind and enemies in front, and a large number of monsters can't help gathering. Tens of thousands of warships gathered in a 3-dimensional space of 1,000 kilometers can fully accommodate it. At the same time, the Titan light wave bombarded the few remaining battleships, and 9 Shadow battleships were also annihilated. In less than an hour, Li Qing saw that the loss of the fleet exceeded the loss in the previous battle, and the loss of large and small warships was much faster than before. But the enemy's battle damage was also very high. He predicted in his heart that if there were no accidents, most of the enemy's fleet would definitely be wiped out within 2 hours, and then he would concentrate on dealing with Star City. And he already has a plan. At that time, while maintaining the pressure of the external attack, he will send the army to land in Star City as soon as the shield is broken. Anyway, for such a big guy, it's best to keep it. If it can be preserved, at least tens of trillions or even tens of trillions of star dollars can be saved in construction costs. Chapter 167 The Embarrassing Moment of Jiyu Shenzhou. Warning. It is detected that a fleet is about to jump over, and the coordinates of the landing point are 454,547,458.584575412.21414155575. Warning. It is detected that a fleet is about to jump over, and the coordinates of the landing point are 454,547,458.584575412.21414155575. The ear-piercing siren stunned Li Qing for a moment. The first reaction was that the support from the Shadow defenders had arrived, and he said to Chu Yuan almost without hesitation. Get ready. Chu Yuan reacted faster than him. He mobilized the fleet at the first time, transferred 100,000 of the nearest space fleet, and formed a team with the reserve team guarding the flagship near the flagship. At the same time, the other fleets slowed down. Offensive, the scattered warships began to converge on the flagship to deal with possible crises. The jump was very fast. It took less than 5 minutes from the start of the alarm to the jump into the field. At this time, the fleet that received the order had just reacted and prepared to withdraw from the battle. The speed is too fast to react. I can only watch helplessly as the space at the coordinate location begins to distort, and a phantom of a huge fleet is slowly emerging. As the phantom of the fleet gradually solidified, Li Qing opened his mouth slightly, and soon roared angrily at the frigate that had been silent before. Jiyu Shenzhou, you are courting death. Fuck. Too late. In the private channel, Jiyu Shenzhou and Feng Lixiu looked at each other sullenly. How to do? While asking Feng Lixiu, Jiyu Shenzhou connected to Li Qing's communication. A smile appeared on his face and said, President Li Qing, don't get me wrong, we have no other intentions, just seeing that you are struggling now, and want to besiege Star Fort with you. If we succeed, just give us some benefits. Li Qing looked at him with a gloomy face like a fool, without saying a word. Jiyu Shenzhou also looked embarrassed. He himself did not believe this explanation. At this time, he was also speechless. He thought that it would be difficult for the Jalan army to take down Star City. When they came out in the middle of the battle, they would either take advantage of the huge losses of the Jalan army and kill both sides to occupy this living planet, or if the Jalan army had the upper hand, he joined forces with the Jalan army to attack the Shadow people on both sides, and forcibly shared a share of the pie. But I didn't expect Li Qing to have such a method. The 3 waves of unknown methods directly wiped out the main force of the remaining defenders of Shadow, and instantly gained the upper hand. At this time, there is no way to retreat. The transition has already started and cannot be cancelled temporarily. After being embarrassed for a while, Feng Lishou's voice came from Jiyu Shenzhou's ear. There are only 2 ways now, or leave immediately, as long as there is room for relaxation, but if things spread in the future, our reputation will be gone, and we will also offend the Garan Legion. There is almost no possibility of getting a living planet, and they will definitely come back with revenge. Another method is to kill both sides directly without doing one thing at a time. You are imprisoned by the embers of silence. Our fleet is not weak. It is not impossible to succeed. But there is also a high chance of failure, especially the method he used just now. If we can use it again, we will be finished. And attacking them when they are at war with alien races is also a despicable act. Whether you succeed or fail, your reputation will be ruined in the future. Riding a tiger is hard to get off. This is the problem that Jiyu Shenzhou and Feng Lixiu are facing now. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. If it was 2 hours later, or if Li Qing didn't have the unknown means to destroy the main force of the Shadow garrison, they would all have enough confidence to raise conditions, so they wouldn't be an embarrassing horse now. The 2 of them were hesitating, and Li Qing didn't have time to spend time with them. In fact, seeing the embarrassment of the 2 of them now, he could roughly guess what they were thinking. It was nothing more than seeing that he was evenly matched with the defenders of Shadow, and wanted to take the opportunity to come over to take advantage of it. If he couldn't bear it, he could take advantage of it and replace it. I just didn't expect that I still had a whole card big move, and it turned out to be embarrassing. He was very unhappy with this kind of behavior. If it was normal, he would definitely do it immediately, but now he has no extra strength to deal with them. Taking a long breath to suppress the anger in his heart, he said to the 2 in a deep voice. Now, leave immediately. I can pretend that this incident never happened. Otherwise, I will immediately withdraw my troops and give up attacking Star City. I will also destroy Crimson and the Horn of Liberty. With your current behavior, I have sufficient reasons to do it. Yours, the family has nothing to say. This sentence is something he has thought about, not just talking, it is true. Although the losses were all for nothing before he gave up attacking Star City, he didn't lose much. He did what he said, and immediately wiped out Crimson and the Horn of Liberty when he returned, and plundered all the properties of the two top teams. The harvest will definitely make up for the loss of this operation. Overall, you won't lose money, but you won't make much money either. Although I failed to capture the reef lair, the planet will not run there, so I can't wait for the next opportunity this time. If he could think this way, Ji Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu would certainly think of this too. After careful consideration of their own methods and Li Qing's methods, they felt that it was really unlikely that they wanted to keep him. They know that the universe in the palm of Li Qing's hands can take away a large number of warships. As long as they can take away the Titan super flagship, all other losses can be recovered here. But what makes them most unable to make up their minds is that they can't guarantee whether Li Qing still has the means to annihilate a range of 10,000 kilometers just now, of the Silent Embers effect. Once he can do it, he will definitely be able to withdraw most of the fleet, and there will be no room for buffering. When the fleet is dominant, they only dare to sneak attack, and they dare not fight head-on with the Jolin army. Silent for a few seconds, countless thoughts slipped through my mind, thinking about the success rate back and forth. The two of them finally did not dare to do it now. Ji Shunzhou smiled awkwardly and said, "Since you don't need our help, we will withdraw now." Li Qing still didn't speak, just stared at them blankly. The cold eyes made him both annoyed and helpless. The frigate quickly merged with the fleet that jumped over, and Ji Shunzhou ordered in the fleet. Ready to jump back. The channel was quiet. At this time, Leng Feng, Dao Feng and Tianji also opened an internal channel. Tianji said coldly, "I didn't expect them to be like this." Blade also said with emotion, "When I first saw the fleet jumping over, I was stunned for a moment. When I realized it, I was scared to death. I was really afraid that they would act out of their minds, so I would definitely quit." Leng Feng also nodded and said, "I was so scared that I didn't dare to say anything, for fear that they would drag us into the water." Tianji said, "Leave when you go back and share the harvest, and don't cooperate with the two of them in the future, it's a trap." The three of them stopped talking for a long time, because the fleet was about to jump. Li Qing watched the fleet jump away, but still frowned. Although the crisis was resolved, this incident reminded him that he seemed to be a little careless, or less vigilant, and he didn't even consider this aspect. If it wasn't for my luck just now, if it wasn't for the 3-star losers who frightened them with their big moves, they might really have made a move. By then, they would besiege from both sides, and this action would be worthless. In fact, a loss of merit is nothing, but I am afraid that if I don't run away, I will be besieged and stay here, or I will suffer heavy losses if I am besieged. Don't be so careless next time. People's hearts are unpredictable, and there is definitely no shortage of people who are willing to take risks for the great interests of this day. In addition, after this incident, he put Ji Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu in an extremely vigilant position, especially Feng Lixiu. His treasure-called free will is so strong that he can directly jump to a place less than 300,000 kilometers away from Star City. It is important to know that Star City itself has a level 7 interception force field. In a state of war, it is forbidden for fleets without teammate logos to jump over. In addition, the distorted space-time force field of Star Negator Chuyuan comes with a level 8 intercepting force field, which is automatically turned on in the state of war. In this case, they can easily penetrate through the leap, which shows that the leap penetration ability of Feng Lishou's relic is very powerful, at least level 9 penetration, because the level 8 penetration ability cannot penetrate the same level 8 level interception force field. There is no interference, and then Li Qing concentrates on dealing with Xingcheng. The main force was wiped out by 3 waves, and the remnant fleet of the Shadow People was completely unable to be their opponent. With Li Qing's total of more than 1.6 million space aircraft fleet fighting with Star City's 4 to 5 million aircraft fleet for nearly 3 hours, they were completely defeated at the cost of a total loss of about 300,000, and then the main fleet was full of artillery fire against Star City. After defeating its remnants, only Star City remained. The rout was too fast, and the Shadow People had nothing to do. As soon as the fleet was destroyed, Li Qing led all the fleets and the remaining 1.3 million space fleets to gather on one side of Star City and start a fierce attack. Titan Light Spear, Doomsday Light Spear, main guns of the battle line, bombarded wildly with large and small artillery fire. About 1.3 million fifth-generation Deep Space Ghost fighters gathered outside the shield of Star City and frantically shuttled back and forth to attack. Every 10 seconds, 2.6 million laser beams fell like a torrential rain. The weapons of the Deep Space Fighter are small laser cannons, one on the left and one on the left, and the power is the same as the small naval gun equipped on the frigate. That is to say, every 6 fighters is equivalent to the firepower of a standard frigate, but the shield armor of 6 fighters is not as good as that of a frigate. The space fighter is super fast and flexible, but the shield armor is extremely weak. The maximum power of the 5th-generation antimatter laser launcher is 200 points, 1.3 million laser launchers with a total of 2.6 million laser launchers, and the lethality in one round is 520 million. The original talent bonus is 200%, and the damage in one round is 1.56 billion. But the laser launcher has a minus 50% shield damage modifier, which is only 780 million damage. And these damages need to be weakened by 10% by Star City's Doomsday Aura, and by 25% by Star City's Suppression Force Field, and Star City must be equipped with A-slot accessories that reduce damage, 312 million damage. A round of after-tax damage exceeds 300 million, and the laser emitter fires a round every 20 seconds. It only takes 150 rounds to cause 45 billion after-tax damage, and the 150 rounds of attack are exactly 3,000 seconds, about 50 minutes. Even with reference to the regenerative ability of Star City's shield, and Star City's intensive artillery fire constantly destroying space fighters, and the fact that fighters need to dodge attacks cannot guarantee saturation attacks, and the large number of X-universal slots in Star City are equipped with a large number of accessories that increase the upper limit of shield values, etc. An infinite the guarded Star City did not persist for too long in the face of the indiscriminate bombardment of millions of 5th-generation Deep Space Ghost fighters with 3 times the output. In just about an hour and a half, the Star City shield collapsed under the indiscriminate bombardment of 1.3 million space fighters and fleets, as well as the occasional light of divine judgment. It cannot be said that Star City's shield is not thick. It is because his output is too strong, and the technology level of the Shadow people is not enough. It is difficult for the 3rd-generation close-in defense system to hit the 5th-generation Wraith fighter with an acceleration of more than 600%. As soon as the shield of Star City was extinguished, Chu Yuan ordered the fleet to start focusing fire on the weapon launch ports under the thick armor of Star City, preparing to paralyze its weapon system first. At the same time, Li Qing began to mobilize all the ground troops in the Palm universe to board the ship and prepare to send it to Star City. Such a big Star City, how can you be willing to smash it to pieces? Of course, try the army landing first. It would be great if the army can take it down. He currently has 3 types of ground troops. One is a 2-star ordinary template alien army, which is most suitable for the narrow environment inside Star City, with a total of 10,000 troops. One is the 2-star mechanical armored army, a 2-star ordinary template army, equipped with a lot of heavy weapons, and its combat effectiveness is stronger than the basic clone troop and robot troop, with only 2 battalions. The third type is the octopus robot unique to the mechanical ascension scientist obtained by digging graves before. Now more than 200,000 have been built. In addition, there are 1.5 million clone troops, all of which are also shipped. When the ground troops were assembled, he also summoned all the servants of light and asked them to put down their work and prepare to join the team. Although they only have less than 200,000 psychic powers, they may not be able to fight the fleet, but they are very powerful in the internal battle of Star City. In addition, Li Qing temporarily enlightened 2 generals from Hull as servants of light, and commanded this military operation together with a servant of light named Deng Wendi who had previously enlightened them. At this moment, Li Qing has dozens of servants of light, which are divided equally among the 3 troops and landed from different places in Star City. Star City itself has an entrance and exit. Just find one to clear the nearby defensive weapons. The door of the black hole opens directly at the entrance and exit. A large number of octopus-shaped combat robots rush directly into it to open the way, and other troop carriers follow. These octopus robots have been updated several times and have already reached the 5th-generation level. Coupled with their special design, their templates are 2-star elite templates, which are more powerful than regular 1-star robot commandos. Its body has 8 mechanical tentacles, which can launch laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons, and can flexibly change various cold weapons, such as swords and thorns. The 8 tentacles can be combined to form a more powerful laser cannon, which can launch powerful larger laser beams, but cannot be fired continuously for a short period of time. This thing can not only fly, but also enter some narrow holes very flexibly, and can adapt to very complex combat environments. Chapter 168 Capture the Reef Lair. Ever since he had this, Li Qing gave up the idea of stationing alien troops and mechanical armor troops, and devoted himself to making this kind of troops as the main force of the army, and the cannon fodder was clone troops. At least that's all for now, but at this time Qingluan is obsessed with genetic technology. When she can develop extremely powerful genetic fighters or genetic fighters in the future, the main force will become genetic fighters and genetic fighters. This octopus robot it will become cannon fodder, and the clone troop will stop production directly, or use it as a guard. Shadow people are physically stronger than humans, but their weapons and equipment are not as good as human clones, let alone octopus robots. When the ground troops enter the Star City, they are moving forward with great momentum. Star City has a large population. There are hundreds of millions of people in various places, but most of them are staff members. There are actually not many troops stationed there, and they are mainly used for maintaining law and order rather than fighting. The main reason is that it is meaningless to have too many ground troops. It is possible that Star City has been captured, and the ground troops can still counterattack. Moreover, it is not convenient to use powerful heavy weapons inside Star City, and the use of ground troops is greatly restricted. On the contrary, the inside of the planet is different, and that side is the main battlefield of the ground troops. A provincial capital like Reef Lair has a population of nearly 20 billion. There will be a large number of ground troops, and there will definitely be a lot of resistance. When Star City is captured, he will have to spend a long time clearing up the resistance on the planet. The ground troops' attack on Star City, Li Qing didn't pay close attention to it in real time. He could only see that the battle inside Star City was going smoothly from the fact that he constantly felt the psionic energy erupting in Star City from time to time, as well as the ceaseless attacks from area weapons. Every time a large area is captured, the network and some automatic weapon command systems in that area will be interrupted immediately, and the fleet and fighter planes outside Star City will be able to reduce a point of pressure. The area on the attacking side of the fleet was liberated first and stopped attacking. The fleet, which had been fighting for several hours, could finally take a breather. Then this kind of truce gradually spread to other areas of Star City over time, and the firepower became weaker and weaker, until at a certain moment, all the weapons in the three directions that were still fighting suddenly stopped, and the entire Star City suddenly darkened and became extremely quiet. Li Qing knew that the ground troops should have captured the command core of Star City. Your Majesty, the Star City Command Center has been captured and a large number of Star City Command members have been captured. Very good. Well done. With excitement, Li Qing received a message from several ground force commanders inside Star City about capturing the command center of Star City. The fall of Star City means that the lair of the Reef Galaxy has been completely captured. The next step is finishing, repairing Star City, sending couriers to the expeditionary force, preparing to relocate the headquarters, and rearming to prevent the Shadow people from retaking it. A series of tasks must be put in front of it. On the contrary, there is no need to worry about the conquest of the planet Reef Lair. Without air supremacy, the army and civilians on the planet cannot escape at all. Not enough time. Now that the clearing of the nest in Star City has not been completed, Li Qing thought about it, returned to the universe in the palm, stopped all construction in the dock, gathered all the shipbuilding engineers in hundreds of industrial ships, and prepared to wait for Star City to be completely captured, internal resistance thoroughly wipe out, pull out all these shipbuilders, and repair Star City on the spot. It's not too difficult. After breaking the shield before, the attack slowed down. Only one of the 10 directions in Star City suffered some damage, so only this side needs to be repaired. 2 hours later, Li Qing received a report that the last recalcitrant area in Star City had been wiped out, and was about to pull out the industrial fleet to repair the Star Fort. Suddenly, one of the generals who presided over the Star City raiders, Deng Wendi, sent a message. Your Majesty, several dignitaries from the Shadow people said that they have something very important to see you. Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said. Bring him here. The dignitaries of the Shatar people. Is this a surrender? He didn't take it seriously. He opened the universe in his palm and summoned the industrial fleet and maintenance fleet to prepare for the maintenance of the Star Castle. Soon the communication was opened again, and several gorgeously dressed sea spidermen appeared in the projection, and one of the sea spidermen with black body and limbs performed a strange courtesy to Li Qing, and said loudly. Respected human commander, we are the elders of the Noble Senate of the Shadow United Civilization Sea Spider Tribe, and I am Noel. They speak the Shadow language, not the lingua franca of mankind. Li Qing understands it only because he has a translator. Humans and Shadow people have been fighting for 5 years, and the language between them has already been analyzed and translated, and there is no obstacle to communication. Facing the opponent's noble class, Li Qing still maintained some etiquette, stretched out his hands and covered his chest in return, but said calmly, I am the military chief of the Garan Legion of the United Human Empire, and Li Qing, the commander-in-chief of this fleet. The sea spider nobleman saluted again, and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, President Li Qing, in fact, I have been advocating in the tribal senate to withdraw from the United Empire of Shatta and ally with humans, but the elders in the capital who control the military disagree, which led to today's battle. Well, Li Qing said with a smile. It's a pity, but it seems meaningless to say these things at this moment. No, it still makes sense. Although the reef lair was captured by Chief Li Qing, there is still a division at the Cuerda fortress. Marshal Cuerda is the best commander in the history of our tribe. It is difficult for you to take Fort Cuerda. After a short pause, he continued. Of course, we lost at this time, and Marshal Cuerda can hardly resist your siege. It is a matter of time before we lose the battle without support, but I think we still have a certain role for you. Li Qing shook his head and said calmly, No, it doesn't work. The Black Sea Spider-Man Noel saw Li Qing's indifferent expression and his heart trembled. He suppressed the abnormal emotions in his heart and said in a deep voice, I admit that this defeat has a far-reaching impact. We are not strong enough to be equal to human beings, but we still have tens of billions of people who can serve you, and we still have a powerful fleet willing to fight with you. You may not know that a very powerful psychic was born in our Shatta tribe. He has an extraordinary skill to unify all the tribes of the entire civilization, establish a powerful empire headed by him, and at the same time send the Shar civilization is at war with the Civi's Council and you humans. His strength is very strong, and the unified Shatta United Empire is also very powerful. We have learned about human beings. Although your headquarters in another star field is strong, it is definitely not as good as the integrated Shatta United Empire. Li Qing tilted his head slightly, with a strange look on his face. Xiaoqing smiled slightly and said, First of all, we don't need your fleet, we don't care about it. Paused for a while, a hint of bad taste inexplicably appeared in his heart, and said, In addition, maybe you have some misunderstandings about the strength of our United Human Empire. The headquarters you know is not actually the headquarters of our civilization. Our headquarters is in a distant star field. The headquarters you know is just a small flight of our civilization. Land, a province like your southern province. As he directly pointed out these things, Noel, the Sea Spider-Man, opened his pupils involuntarily, his eyes full of horror and disbelief. Li Qing smiled slightly and said, I don't need to lie to you. Our United Human Empire is a powerful civilization far beyond your imagination. There are hundreds of such provinces on our side, and each of them can easily sweep your so-called United Empire. What are you facing now? It's just an expeditionary force hosted by the Jinmen province that has just been established for 5 years. Noel's pupils opened violently, and his mouth opened slightly involuntarily. The news was so shocking that he couldn't react for a while. Li Qing smiled slightly with his hands behind his back, and said, So, your cooperation is meaningless to us, and you are not qualified to form an alliance with our human empire, or even become our vassal. It depends on whether we are interested. After saying this, Li Qing has no interest in continuing the chat. What he said just now was not pretending, he really has no interest. Why do you want a weak vassal? Mining is not required, they have enough ordinary players, full-time miners. Farming is not needed either. As long as there are planets, fully automated farms don't need much manpower. Even if you want to be a slave owner, you can use clones who are willing to do anything. Soldiers don't need it, they don't like it, although the sea spiders are slightly stronger than humans, but who in the interstellar era can fight hand to hand? Much. Thinking about it, I feel that it is useless and ugly. Li Qing waved his hand and was about to cut off the communication when Noel suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly as if awakened. Chief Li Qing, we can serve you and serve you alone. In addition, I also want to tell you an important news. The commander-in-chief of the Provincial Guard fleet who was defeated before contacted Lock Fortress before the battle. An Imperial division is coming, and it is estimated that they will arrive in less than 8 hours. Li Qing paused and asked. You sure? Noel nodded vigorously. I'm sure we were under house arrest for arguing with him. At this time, the other sea spidermen beside him who had never had a chance to speak also nodded in affirmation. Li Qing was silent for a while with a solemn face, then raised his head and said, "Please wait for a day. If the reinforcements come as you said, I will give you a chance to serve me." After disconnecting, Li Qing immediately opened the command channel, announced the news very calmly, and then the command channel became quiet. A bunch of people in the channel were discussing how to wipe out the defenders on this planet, and how to deal with the 20 to 30 billion sea spiders on the planet. They were having a good chat, but when they heard this news, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone regroups. If you have time, help deliver some supplies and collect the wreckage. I will restart Star City and try to fight before the battle begins. If Star City can be restarted, relying on the geographical advantages brought by Star City and the existing fleet, it is not impossible to resist. There is only one division, and it's not that they haven't fought before, or they have come from a long way without Star City's home court. In terms of strength, they are not as strong as the defenders of the reef lair just dealt with. Thinking of this, Li Qing felt relieved, and immediately ordered the maintenance team to restart the shield of Star City first. Other damage is nothing more than that. The key is to activate the shield first. Without a shield, you need to directly rely on armor to resist it. It will be very troublesome to repair in the future. Time kept passing, and at the 4th hour, the shield of Star City finally restarted. Li Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and waited with peace of mind. At the 6th hour, the reconnaissance ship discovered that there was a sudden fleet jump fluctuation in the void 5 million kilometers away from Star City. But the specifications are very small, only composed of 5 destroyers and 20 frigates. This is a reconnaissance fleet. After entering the galaxy, it approached the direction of Star City, but suddenly stopped when it was about 1 million kilometers away from Star City, and then turned around and ran away. Li Qing, who was about to mobilize the cruiser fleet to go around, was stunned for a moment, and then received a message from Star City from his subordinates. Just now, he received an unfamiliar signal inside Star City, and the signal disappeared before he could respond. After a minute, the same strange signal reappeared and disappeared again. After another minute, the same strange signal appeared for the 3rd time and disappeared for the 3rd time. The engineers checked back and forth, but no signal source was found. After the 3rd time, the signal did not appear again. Based on the change of the fleet just now, Li Qing has some understanding in his heart. Time continued to pass, and soon exceeded 8 hours, and there was nothing abnormal in the void. 12 hours have passed, and there is still no abnormality in the void, and the large number of scout ships sent have not found any abnormalities. It should have been discovered that Star City has been captured, and left directly. But Li Qing still didn't relax his vigilance, but ordered Xingcheng to close the shield and continue maintenance. It takes at least half an hour for Star City's shield to turn on and off, but with the fleet, it is enough to wait for half an hour to restart, so there will be no big problem. Next, Li Qing sat in front of the Titan Super flagship bridge and waited without sleep. Although he guessed that there was a high probability that they would not come, he didn't dare to be careless. It was not until a full 20 hours had passed that he breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the fleet to take turns guarding around Star City. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and went to take a rest first. After waking up again, 12 hours later, everything in Star City is fine. Obviously, it was discovered that Star City had been captured, and the reinforcements sent by Lock Fortress did not come. It's normal to think about it carefully. Lock Fortress is the most important fortress of the Shadow United Empire. The security there is more important than the entire southern province. Even if the entire southern province falls there, nothing will happen. The priority is not a level at all. If there is a chance, that's all. Now it is obvious that a division is not sure to take it down, so it is natural to give up decisively. So, we made it. In the command channel, when Li Qing officially announced the news, everyone jumped up excitedly. Awesome. We really took down a living planet, it's so cool. I'm going to get rich. I got rich too. Chapter 169 Sea Spider-Man surrenders. Haha, who can have more than me? Even if Wang Yanqing is not in a good mood recently, he is also in a very good mood at this time. After all, he will not be able to get along with money if he is in trouble with anyone. With the original shares he currently owns, he can get at least 2 trillion or more stars. Even the clan he belongs to can be regarded as a large amount of terrorist funds. Compared to their carnival, although Li Qing was equally excited at this time, his mentality was still stable. It's not completely safe yet. Don't forget that there is a Shatar division in the southern province of Quelta Fortress. If they receive news that the provincial capital has fallen, there is a high probability that they will abandon the Quelta fortress and kill them. Come here, it will be another fierce battle. Li Qing sat on the bridge of the Titan super flag and closed his eyes to meditate. After a while, he reconnected with Noel, the former sea spider nobleman. When Noel's projection reappeared, Li Qing didn't give a damn, and said directly, "You are very lucky. You did find the so-called Fort Locke's reconnaissance fleet just now, but they didn't show up." Noel had a happy face and asked, "Did Star City receive an unknown signal just now? And 3 times in a row?" That's the detection signal from Locke Fortress. In addition to being able to roughly detect the status of Star City, if there is no response 3 times, or an abnormal response, it means that Star City has passed fall, and they will retreat. Now the Empire has set the southern province to fall, and we are also listed as untrusted. Li Qing pondered for a while, and said, "Don't worry about the Shadow United Empire. They are gaining momentum, and we are also gaining momentum, so we won't be in danger. Now the focus is on another thing." His expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Now you have only one choice: become my vassal and let the defenders of the Querta fortress surrender to me." Noel swallowed, and said seriously, "I can surrender on behalf of the Reef Lair, but the fleet over the Querta fortress is commanded by Marshal Querta. I don't have the authority to order him to surrender. He can only decide on his own." Li Qing frowned, a little displeased. Here Noel immediately said, "However, Marshal Querta himself tends to unite with humans. As long as he understands the reason and guarantees his rights and status, he will definitely agree to surrender." Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "Can you go to Querta Fortress to convince him?" Noel immediately replied, "I have confidence, but I need some promises from His Excellency General Li Qing." "What promise do you want?" "With the civilized will of Your Excellency the Chief, we must not be liquidated after we surrender, and we must not be reduced to slaves. We must be given the dignity of a vassal." Li Qing pondered. The hall also became quiet, but Noel felt his heart beating hard and feeling inexplicably nervous. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he inexplicably feels that the human being in front of him has an indescribable power, and the longer he gets along with him, the more he feels palpitations. Without pondering for too long, Li Qing quickly nodded with a smile and said, "I can give you the promise you want, but you also need to swear with the will of civilization and be loyal to me forever." Although these sea spider-men are not in line with his own aesthetics, for the sake of the overall situation, Li Qing decided to accept them as vassals. Of course he can't accept it in his own name, but he has captured the hidden reef lair, and he can now report to the Senate of the United Human Empire. As long as the envoy of the Senate of the Empire comes to confirm, he can immediately establish himself as a planet lord, and he will be eligible at that time received a vassal. There are actually no restrictions on the vassals of the lord and army. The reason why the Empire has so few alien races as vassals is mainly because humans are too powerful and extremely xenophobic. Generally, worthless alien races have no chance to be vassals. From another point of view, these sea spiders made money by being his dogs. Otherwise, they have no good looks and can't be pets, and they are full of bones and can't make food. Their combat power has no characteristics, and they have no specialties. The only end to a race is extinction. In the future, genetic technology will come up, and the genes of their entire race will be greatly modified. Now this looks too hot on the eyes. It's okay if your upper body is a human and your lower body is a spider. The problem is that these sea spider people are really in the form of a big spider, which is too aesthetically unsuitable. If you take off your clothes and run outside like this, you will definitely be shot and killed as a large spider. Although it has not been reported to the Imperial Senate at this stage, Li Qing decided to send a small fleet to Noel to the Querta Fortress Galaxy first, and then surrender first. Otherwise, when they find out that the capital of their tribe has been captured, and the tribe has no news, they are not allowed to directly dispatch the fleet to fight. But before leaving, Li Qing took out his last spot to be a servant of light, and turned this noble sea spider named Noel into a servant of light. Querta holds a whole division, and because of the need to face the expeditionary force, it is a reinforced division, except that it does not exceed the flagship, and its specifications are stronger than the standard human division. With a fleet in hand, the marshal named Querta will inevitably offer various treatment conditions. Li Qing turned Noel into a servant of light for Querta to see. As long as he is willing to surrender, he will also be turned into a servant of light with immortal life. When there are more quotas in the future, some important officers in the Quierta division will be gradually turned into servants of light, and this division will be completely in their own hands. At any rate, it is a division's fleet plus crew, a complete set of officer command system, including more than a dozen flagships. The lack of power of the third-generation technology is not a problem, and it can be slowly updated to the fifth-generation configuration in the future. If it can be completely replaced, this is a standard human regular division, and its strength will soar n times steeply. Under Chu Yuan's command, it will be no problem to fight 4 or 5 Shataran divisions. The United Empire of Shatta annexed the 2 civilizations of the Sharan cities, and they have enough strength to stop them. The task that Li Qing gave Noel was to bring the fleet, and the materials in the Fortress Galaxy were not needed, and they should be regarded as spoils for the expeditionary force. I took away the biggest benefits, and the expeditionary force held back half of the main force for myself. It would be too shameful not to leave any soup. Li Qi was also walking with Noel. In addition to affirming various conditions on behalf of Li Qing, it was also used to prove that his ability to enlighten the servant of light is not an exception, and he can calm people's hearts. A fleet does not have only one commander, but also a large number of high-ranking officials. They all control a part of the fleet's strength. At the same time, they are all extremely talented people who deserve a spot as a servant of light. Li Qi will go there with his promise. It is used to persuade other senior officials within the Quierta division to try to bring the entire fleet back intact. Expeditionary Force, Outpost. A shocking news suddenly came from the outpost, and it spread around at a super fast speed, and soon spread to the distant Jinmen galaxy. The fleet led by Li Qing, the military chief of the Jalan Legion, defeated the Guard Division of the capital of the southern provincial capital of Shatta United Civilization head-on, captured Star City, and seized a living planet. When I don't know how many people heard the news, they thought it was a rumor at first, but they didn't believe it. It wasn't until the leaders of the 3 large teams of Bingfeng, Daofeng and Tianji, who were active in the outpost all the year round, stepped forward to confirm the authenticity of the news, and took out a video of the battle with the Guard Division of the capital of the Reef Lair to confirm the news. It was completely detonated. The regional channel was boiling, and Ji Yu Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu were annoyed and frightened by the unspeakable envy. Although Li Qing said that they would not pursue this matter if they left, but the matter has already happened, how could it really not exist at all? He might keep his promise to act like nothing happened, and not confront them in the open, but they have countless ways to discuss them both, and have no temper and nothing to say. Not to mention other things, the most troublesome thing for them is that in the future when they defeat the Shatta United Empire and seize those living planets, as long as the Garan Legion supports their competitors, it will make them sick to the point of vomiting. It is true that they cannot all the living planets, but they have enough strength to decide who can it, which is not a foul. Fuck. At this time, he regretted whether he had to make a decisive effort at the beginning. But as soon as this thought came up, I thought of those 3 earth-shattering destructive force fields, like a basin of ice water pouring down. It directly extinguished this thought. That force is completely irresistible. With the size of their fleet, one wave can cause them heavy damage. At this time, he regretted so much why he didn't wait for a while. He knew that Li Qing had that trick, and he would not do it no matter what. Being beaten and unable to fight, losing and panicking after losing, and having serious sequelae, Ji Yu Shunzhou felt extremely aggrieved and unable to confide in his heart, and felt extremely uncomfortable for a while. Jalan Legion headquarters. When the news reached here, the joy inside the Legion was even greater than outside, and everyone was extremely excited. Even if the Legion is destined to be disbanded, this will not affect them. They don't have original shares, and they won't be split up. They can continue to hang out in their territory after the Legion is disbanded, and because they used to be members of the Legion, they have some ties, so it's not a problem to use these ties to get ahead. In addition to the lord of each living planet, there are many families, consortiums, or teams attached to the living planet. For example, Jinmen has 3 legions and countless families. In addition to those military masters, the United Human Empire also has a larger number of large and small families. These elite members of the Legion continue to stay in their territory, and they will open up branches here. In the future, there will be new families one after another. Even the core members of the Legion can continue to stay and develop in the Reef Lair, but they will have no shares in the future. Li Qing believes that many of the core members who own original shares will continue to stay, or all of them will stay, but some are preparing to spread out here, and some are staying here to use the resources of the territory to develop. Like Wang Yanqing, he has the most original shares, which can be divided into more than 200 trillion yuan, which is more cash than the top 10 teams of the outpost combined. So much money can definitely make his strength develop rapidly, and once a person's strength is strong, his ambition will involuntarily expand, and he will naturally start to want to obtain something that he did not dare to think of before, such as winning a living planet of his own, etc. Wait. Li Qing has no objection to this point. Anyway, he can only grab two at most, and whoever grabs the rest will grab it. They have been working together for so long at any rate, and there has been no conflict. When the time comes, he just needs to speak up, and it doesn't matter to help him. After capturing the reef lair, Li Qing was not very busy, because apart from repairing the Star Fort and slowly accepting the surrender of the Sea Spider-Man, there was nothing urgent. But he can't leave, he has to sit here until the dust settles. Ji Yu Shunzhou and the others' little actions reminded him before the dust settles, he must not be careless. The temptation of a living planet is too great, but if there is a chance, some people will not be able to hold back. Even if there is only a little chance, there are many people who will take a gamble. Noel received news a week later that Marshal Cuerta had agreed in principle to his proposal and surrendered to him, but it would take some time to prepare. Such a large fleet is not going to leave, nor is it retreating in defeat. Li Qing sent a messenger again and wrote a letter in person, expressing his welcome with sincere words, and promising to guarantee the safety of his and his family's status and wealth. He will not despise them because of his likes and dislikes, he just doesn't agree, he can kill as much as he wants, and now that he has agreed to their vassals and made a promise, he has to face up to his promise. If you think it is too ugly, you can just see it less, or let them adjust their genes and appearance in the future. For example, adjust it to the kind of Spider-Man whose upper body is a beautiful woman and the lower body is a spider in myths and legends. It is also fine to beautify the appearance, just like the Black Sea Spider-Man Noel, who was originally black and ugly and turned into a light. After the servant, the whole body is structured into dark golden crystals, which looks much better. At the same time, the relocation of the Legion headquarters has also begun. He sent a dreadnought, plus 100 battleships, and a frigate formation composed of 1,200 large and small battleships. Let Wang Yanqing lead the way back to the Legion headquarters, and then rely on the flagship's transition, or the group jumps on its way. The flagship's halo transition distance is 5 times that of the regular transition distance. Now most of the southern province has been wiped out by the player team in the past few months. There is no interception along the way, and it can be easily transitioned over. This time the move was divided into many batches. Without his Palm universe, we couldn't move in one go, so we had to take it slowly. Fortunately, there is no rush now, there is plenty of time. Yu Yufei didn't come over. She and her sister are still staying at the headquarters. Apart from continuing to guard the house, she still has many important things to do. For example, she is responsible for the communication between the Legion and the Expeditionary Force, and when the special envoy of the Senate of the United Human Empire comes, she needs to be responsible for the reception work, and their family will definitely send someone over after they know the news, all of which need to be handled by them personally. Chapter 170: The Surrender of the Cuerta Fortress Defense Division. Early in the morning, Li Qing received the news that the first batch of fleets from the Legion had arrived. After switching on the communication, he saw a much larger fleet than he imagined in the starry sky not far from Star City. So many people. Channel Wang Yanqing laughed and said, "I heard that we captured the reef lair. I don't know how many players came to watch the fun." Cheng Xiaobing, one of the core members of the Legion, said with a smile. In addition to these, there are also many individual players attached to the Legion who are already preparing to move. You can see a lot of personal small fleets. They have moved all their family assets here. Yi Zongguang, the core of another Legion, also said with a smile. They are all smart people. We just captured the reef lair, and the nearby galaxies are all empty. They are the first batch to come here. They can choose a good place to build a personal base, and they will make a lot of money in the future. Li Qing listened and said with a smile, "This is their chance." After a pause, he said, "I will divide the star domain later. I have some key galaxies for my use, and I am not allowed to build personal bases, but nearby advantageous galaxies are allowed. When the time comes, I will apply for personal bases, or give priority to Legion members when buying land, and some previous ones. It is the individual player attached to our Legion. In the future, the reef lair will be the core galaxy of human beings in the Zutar star field, just like the core of human beings in the Tianjin star field is Jinmen. At that time, the galaxies here will be very valuable. Just like Li Qing plans to use the Reef Layer galaxy as the core, the MK471 intersection galaxy is to the west, the Shatta number 3 light industry base is to the north, and the Shatta 5 galaxy is a few galaxies to the south. There is a transformed galaxy there. 4 types of planets. It has almost been transformed, so it is natural to use it. He is going to move a large number of sea spiders in the Reef Layer to free up the Reef Layer planet. Life planets are of course for human immigration, and vassals can only live in satellite planets. Not surprisingly, the territory will classify this star field as the core star field in the future, and even unmanned galaxies in this area will be very valuable. The capital galaxy is so big, many industries are not suitable to be placed here, but if they are not placed, they will be placed too far away, and they will only be concentrated in nearby galaxies. As a former member of the Legion, he was limited by being a poor man and unable to distribute money, so he could only give them some benefits. Buy a piece of land on a nearby planet, or build a personal base or something. In the future, the Reef Layer will develop, which can be used to open factories, or lease it to those big companies, and just sit and collect money. You should know that although the purchased land has only 100 years of ownership at a time, as long as you don't make mistakes, you can continue to renew it unconditionally until you don't want to renew. This is the capital that a small family relies on to continue. As long as the land is not sold, there will always be income, ensuring the bottom line of the family. Reef Layer. This is a living planet with a specification of up to 29 squares. According to the general algorithm of the Milky Way, the diameter of the equator of the planet is counted as 1 square every 500 kilometers. This is a water system planet between the third type and the second type. 44% is ocean, and 56% of the land is full of swamps and lakes. A series of curved rivers connect these swamps and rivers. The overall climate of this planet is humid and rainy, with abundant rainfall, but with the overdevelopment of sea spiders, the vegetation coverage rate is not high, and most of them are covered by high-rise buildings and cities. However, the architectural style and internal structure of the sea spider-man are extremely inconsistent with human habits. It is estimated that large-scale reconstruction will be required after immigration, which will be a huge expense. There are only 3 continents on the entire planet, a main continent larger than the sum of Europe, Asia and Africa on the Earth, named Ultron by the Sea Spider-Man, a medium-sized continent equivalent to Africa, named Orb by the Sea Spider-Man, and a quite the small continent in Australia is named Ao Xing by the Sea Spider-Man, and there are many small and large islands dotted beyond that. A total of 23.8 billion sea spiders are mostly concentrated in the main continent of Ultron, at least about 20 billion, and most of the rest live in the Orb central continent, and the small continent of Orb Star is protected, which is the capital of the sea spider tribe. Only the rich and powerful of the sea spiders can live in this area. This living planet has been completely transformed by the sea spiders, but because of the differences in races, it is not suitable for humans, so it needs to be transformed at that time. Even the planet's atmospheric composition and climate need to be fine-tuned. Even when immigrating, all immigrants need to undergo a surgery before coming here to fine-tune their genes so that they can adapt to a series of bacteria and viruses on this planet in advance. Others can be adjusted. The ubiquitous bacteria and viruses on the planet cannot be changed, and humans can only adapt. This can be used as a template for sea spiders. After all, they have multiplied on this planet for tens of thousands of years. Their genes have long adapted to the bacteria and viruses on this planet. Referring to their immune system to transform human immigrants, it is basically impossible. There will be too many problems. But this is not a small expense, and it is a necessary expense, which cannot be saved at all. It can be said that although the immigrant planet is not completely poor and white, the difference is actually even less. Migrating the sea spiders, transforming the planet, and re-immigrating. After this series of actions, I don't know how much it will cost. Skull hurts. Thinking of this, Li Qing felt pain and joy. Moreover, the emigration operation will continue for a very long time. He must first completely transform the modified planet on the side of the Shatta 5 galaxy, so that it will be convenient for the sea spiders on the planet to migrate there. Only when there is room can it be convenient for humans, migrant. Even with the assistance of the Palm universe, the migration is fast, but the infrastructure construction and transformation will still take a long time. There are more than 20 billion sea spider men. They can't be just loaded on a ship and thrown over there. Anyway, the foundation must be planned out. After thinking about it for a long time, my brain hurts. Li Qing simply didn't want to think about it, and waited for the special envoy of the Senate to come over and formally recognize and confirm his status as a lord, and then find some professional talents. The detailed planning and construction of the planet is too brain intensive, so let others have a headache, and just decide the general direction by yourself. I have to say that people will be very happy when they are bad. Without these troubles, the next life is quite easy. More than half a month later, that is, on the 19th day after he conquered the reef lair, Li Qing finally received the news from Li Qi in advance that the defenders of the Querta fortress were ready to leave the Querta fortress and return. He immediately ordered the Legion fleet to regroup before Star City and restart the Star City shield. The sudden transfer of the fleet caused a lot of panic, and many Legion members and affiliated players asked what happened. It wasn't until the Legion issued an announcement to explain that everyone calmed down, and then there was strong curiosity and anticipation. The surrender ceremony of a foreign division level fleet. To be honest, I have seen a lot of video materials of the seniors, but no one has seen it with their own eyes. Of course, I am very curious. After receiving the message from Li Qi at 9 o'clock in the morning on Human Standard Time, until around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a small fleet composed of a destroyer and 5 frigates entered the Star City area and stopped at a distance of 100,000 kilometers from Star City. Down. This is the advance fleet sent by Li Qi, mainly to release the guidance beacons, and at the same time communicate with Star City to obtain identification beacons, or obtain access rights. If there is no identification access authority, the fleet cannot directly jump to any location within a radius of 100 million kilometers of Star City without special means. Li Qi's talent has super penetrating ability and can jump directly to the face of Xingqiang, but it is impossible for him to jump directly to the face of Xingqiang with the fleet that has not yet fully surrendered. He must communicate well with each other to avoid accidents. Li Qing was still sitting on the bridge of the flagship of the Titan Super. Just him, Li Lai and Hong Changfeng, and the other high-level officials of the Legion were not there. Now he has already consciously downplayed the presence of the high-level Legion. Anyway, the family will soon be separated, and such things must and can only be done by himself. A series of communication preparations are over, and the next step is to wait for the opposite side to jump over. Li Qing sat on the command seat with his hands folded, and Li Lai and Hong Changfeng sat on the side. A huge sand table projection in front of him was a projection with a diameter of 10 million kilometers centered on Xingqiang. A huge fleet is moored. There is a void projected here, and there are already circles of faint ripples emerging, which are the signals that induce the beacon to emit. As time went by, at a certain moment, the void on the projection suddenly flickered and became blurred for a while, and then became clear again in the next second, and then a vague signal came. Coming. Li Lai touched his chin, his face full of anticipation. Witnessing such a legendary event with their own eyes, they are also looking forward to it. If Li Qing can be successfully promoted to Star Marine Lord and become a legendary figure, each event will be a legendary event in the future. As direct participants, they can brag about it for a lifetime. About a minute later, the fuzzy signal gradually became clear, and then the starry sky with a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers around the signal began to become distorted, as if a huge distorted bubble suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and there were countless fleets in it. Twist and deform as the bubble twists. Boom. As time went by, the distortion gradually became clear. At a certain moment, as the distortion bubble exploded, a turbulent energy tide exploded, forming a huge halo that quickly pushed around, and a super large sand tower fleet appeared in the starry sky. A reinforced division-level fleet, a total of 12 dreadnoughts, 9 flagship aircraft carriers, 11,000 battleships, 23,500 cruisers, 63,200 destroyers, 260,000 frigates, more than 60,000 ships including transport ships, industrial ships, maintenance supply ships, logistics fleet including mining ships. Li Qing had already known the size of the Shadowmane fleet long ago. Except for the lack of a super flagship, other large and small warships even surpassed the standard human division-level fleet, far stronger than the Shadow's defenders. Compared to his calm surface, he was shocked and delighted in his heart, while Li Lai and Hong Changfeng beside him couldn't control their expressions at all. Shocked, delighted, unbelievable, thinking it was a dream, etc. Emotions all surged up, so that the expression management failed and became extremely weird. Li Lai was a little better. Asked. Boss, is such a huge fleet really going to surrender to us? Li Qing looked back at him, nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, we will soon be the owners of this huge fleet. Hong Changfeng opened his mouth, wanted to say something but didn't know what to say for a while. He could only stretch out his big finger and choke out a sentence. Boss, you are my idol. After the fleet jumped out, it stopped in place, and after a while, a destroyer broke away from the fleet and headed towards Star City. At this moment, I don't know how many eyes are focused on this destroyer. No need to guess, everyone knows that this must be the commander-in-chief of this huge fleet. At this moment, almost everyone is watching this moment with great excitement, waiting for this legendary moment in unison. The general trend has come, he will be irresistible. Witness history with your own eyes, witness a legendary moment. Watching the destroyer sailing quickly to Star City, slowly stopping beside the super flagship of Titan, and a small aircraft sailing into the super flagship of Titan, I don't know how many people sighed and had countless thoughts. In the center of the flagship of the Titan Super, Li Qing sat quietly at the central command seat, and Li Lai whispered in his ear. They are already decontaminating the disinfection room. A minute later, he whispered again. They have already arrived in a specially prepared limousine. 5 minutes later, he whispered again. They're approaching the bridge. Li Qing nodded, and with a thought, the door of the black hole opened behind him, and a number of light servants who had been prepared in advance walked out of it, and lined up at various places on the bridge. At this time, these servants of light no longer hide their power as usual. Powerful psychic energy ripples, and the unique power of servants of light forms a faint radiance covering the whole body, which looks extremely sacred. It can be clearly seen that these servants of light come from different races, but no matter which race, after being promoted to servants of light, their form is inclined to Li Qing's human form. In other words, they are all leaning towards Li Qing's aesthetic direction. It goes without saying that human beings look so perfect under the shroud of divine light. Among the many servants of light, the snakemen of Shada Babu, who are the least like human beings, were originally snakemen with arms, with a snake body and a snake head, but after becoming servants of light, their life essence changed, and their appearance continued to change. Evolve in the direction of humans. He has enlightened 2 batches of snake people. The head of the first batch has changed from the original snake head to a human head, and the snake-shaped upper body has become a human-shaped upper body. Even the scales are slowly degrading, and now only a thin layer. It is estimated that it will completely degenerate and disappear after a period of time. In fact, these snake people originally planned to evolve even the snake tail into 2 legs and become fully human. Later, Li Qing felt that there was no need for this. It would be better to turn into the form of a human head, a human body and a snake tail, which is actually quite beautiful, and guaranteed diversity of forms. Moving so many servants of light is mainly to suppress the situation, and at the same time give them hope, let them know that surrender is still beneficial. Chapter 171 More than 30 billion alien vassals. Ding. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the gate of the bridge opened silently, and Li Qi and a group of sea spiders walked in. Li Qing's eyes were first attracted by a sea spider standing beside Li Qi. He is extraordinarily tall. Other sea spiders are about 2 meters tall, but he is over 2.5 meters tall. It feels like Yao Ming among human beings. Wearing a Shatarman military uniform, his every move is full of indescribable oppression, and he looks like a big shot at first glance. Li Qing sat on the command chair with a smile on his face, and waited for a group of 7 Sea Spider-Man senior officers to walk into the bridge and came straight to him. The many servants of light made them both shocked and expectant, which showed that what Noel told them was true. A group of 7 Sea Spider-Man senior officers walked up to Li Qing and stood still. They all gave him a standard human military salute and sang in unison. Kurta, commander of the Orb Tribe's Kurta division, has met Chief Li Qing. At the same time, the leader of the Sea Spider-Man at the front received a document hanging behind his berth and handed it over, saying in a deep voice. Kurta, the commander of the garrison division of Kurta, on behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the division, hereby present a letter of surrender to Chief Li Qing. At this moment, Li Qing stood up with a smile all over his face, and was about to walk over to pick up the letter of surrender, when his expression changed slightly, and then countless stars flashed in his pupils, and an inexplicable aura suddenly appeared in the bridge. Everyone they all raised their heads in shock, and then all the servants of light bowed their heads respectfully to him involuntarily. This aura came and went quickly, and in just a few seconds, the abnormal starlight in his eyes had long since disappeared, but the horror and surprise in his heart had not disappeared. Just now, he sensed some changes in his real body in the universe in the palm of his hand, and then a sense of enlightenment appeared in his mind. The real body that has been transformed for so long and has not responded has finally undergone a slight change, and the transformation is about to end. Now he can clearly know when the transformation will end. That is the moment when he is recognized by the Senate of the human empire and officially becomes the Lord. At that time, he will also be promoted to a star-bearer with immortal will, the son of the stars, star-bearer, and officially obtain the final and complete authority of the universe in the palm. Or to put it another way, the star-bearer is the race, and the son of the stars is the status, which means that he will be promoted to the leader and ruler of the star-bearer, and will naturally officially obtain the final and complete authority of the palm universe, and officially begin to inherit the palm universe. Legacy of super civilization. He doesn't know what the specific inheritance is. After all, he hasn't been promoted yet, so he naturally doesn't know, but it must be a good thing that he has never heard of. He took a lot of effort to bury this surprise in his heart, looked up at Cuerda in front of him and raised the letter of surrender in his hand, took the letter of surrender with a smile on his face, and opened it to check. The main text in it uses a very formal tone to indicate that the garrison division of the Cuerda fortress formally surrendered to Li Qing personally, and the subtext is a detailed text stating the surrender. It contains records about the disposal and treatment of the surrender agreed by the two parties long ago. There are detailed information on the surrendered fleet, including which senior officers, the size of the fleet, how many flagships, how many battleships, how many large and small battleships, how many crew members there are, and so on. Although Li Qing knew about it a long time ago, he still carefully read all the texts in front of them. 10 minutes later, he closed the letter of surrender and handed it behind him. Hong Chengfeng was already holding a golden plate covered with a red silk scarf. He put the letter of surrender on the plate and stepped back a few steps. At this time, Li Qing raised his head and looked at the tall Sea Spider-Man in front of him, and at the other senior Sea Spider-Man officers who were a little nervous, and said in a deep voice, "The war is over, the sky will no longer rain death, and the earth will no longer. The old mission has ended, and the new sacred mission has begun. Welcome to rebirth." A 5-minute impromptu speech ended, and the surrender ceremony was about to be officially completed. Only one step away, the tall Sea Spider-Man in front of his eyes said in a deep voice, "Admiral Cuerda, please step forward." The tall Sea Spider-Man took a step forward with 8 legs. He couldn't tell his expression from the spider's appearance, but he could see a trace of hope in his heart from his eyes. "There is no nonsense." Li Qing directly stretched out his finger and pointed. A substantial transparent wave swayed away, a little golden light flew out and landed on top of his head, and a circle of waves swung away from him in an instant, where the invisible wave halo swept the whole person. It's like renewing the old from the old, and you can see the obvious difference between the old and the new. When the whole person was completely renewed, everyone felt something explode in his body, and a circle of invisible light erupted from his body. The whole person instantly became holy, and his appearance changed almost visible to the naked eye. Name: Cuerda. Race: Servant of Light. Lifespan: Immortal. Brain plugs: 50 pieces. Innate attributes: Perception 35, Memory 35, Mind 35, Spirit 35, Charisma 35. Innate talent: Servant of Light, Navy Commander, Living Legend, Servant of Light. Skills: Basic Naval Command Skill LV40, Fleet Commander and Command-related skills LV35. Servant of Light Myth, a super god-level civilized servant of an unknown era, born with powerful spiritual power. Effect: Command experience plus 500%, Fleet crew experience gain plus 300%, overall morale plus 100% during combat. Effect: Ship speed plus 100%, ship weapon range plus 50%, ship weapon damage plus 25%, hit plus 25. Effect: The subordinate ships regenerate 300 points of shield, 300 points of armor regeneration, and 300 points of hull regeneration per second. Effect: Void Distortion Halo. All enemy ships within a radius of 10 million kilometers minus 10% energy shield, armor and hull, minus 10% movement speed, weapon range, attack power, 10 hit. Living Legend, Servant of Light. Once a legendary figure of a civilization, he has extraordinary talent and ability to command. Effect: Ship hull plus 50%, armor plus 50%, shield plus 50%, ship speed plus 50%, ship range plus 50%, weapon damage plus 50%, hit plus 20, fleet transition distance plus 200%, penetration strength plus 2. Cuerda himself is an orange commander. After being promoted to the Servant of Light, he is directly the top Servant of Light. With the talent bonus after transformation, even the 3rd-generation warship commanding the Shadow civilization can face the 5th generation of human civilization. Battleships contend. Quelta, meet your majesty. The legend of the Sea Spider-Man, whose appearance changed drastically, slowly contained the sacred radiance blooming in his body, and bowed down to Li Qing sincerely. This time Li Qing didn't pretend to help him, but accepted his worship. Turn into a servant of light, get on his boat, and become your own servant from now on, so naturally you don't need to be polite. On the other hand, I have changed his fate, endowed him with eternal life and stronger power, and can bear his worship. Waving his hand to signal him to get up, Li Qing looked at the other officers and said in a deep voice, "Continue to assist Quierda to play for me, and you will all have this opportunity in the future." Witnessing this scene with their own eyes and confirming that his previous promises were true and reliable, these officers all bowed down sincerely. So far, he has initially mastered the Sea Spider-Man fleet. Use them as the fulcrum to control the middle and lower ranks of the fleet, and then dominate the entire fleet. In the days to come, he will strengthen the ideological education work in the middle and lower ranks of the fleet, gradually promote various brainwashing work, and try to increase their own centripetal force. He won't put humans into this fleet. It doesn't make much sense except that it will make them uneasy and disgusted. As long as he controls all the high levels of the fleet one by one, the ideological work is done well, the treatment will not be too bad, and their clansmen are under control. Basically impossible to rebel. After the surrender ceremony was over, Li Qing asked Li Lai to edit the ceremony and post it on the regional army channel for everyone to witness. Although he has conquered the reef layer, because it is not yet a territory and he does not have many civilization points, he has not established a regional channel, and now uses the internal channel of the Legion. When he officially becomes the Lord, he will find a way to get some civilization points and create regional channels in his own territory. Well, these Sea Spider-Men can also provide him with a lot of civilization points. According to the normal situation, with a population of 10 billion Aborigines, 1 point of civilization can be accumulated in a year. If it is a player, it only needs 100 million. Or 100 million indigenous population, pay the price of not being able to gather civilization points within 100 years to forcefully squeeze out 1 point of civilization. If the Sea Spider-Man didn't surrender, then needless to say, let's squeeze out a batch of civilization points. But now that he is already his vassal, he can't do this. Although it seems that a population of 10 billion is 1 point a year, and a population of 100 years is 100 points, there seems to be no difference between the two, which is 100 points. But in fact, after these populations are squeezed, their quality will shrink significantly. In layman's terms, there used to be a large number of professionals with green names and blue talents, and occasionally purple talents. After being squeezed out of civilization points, these populations are like bean dregs that have been squeezed out of oil, and they are worthless except for processing them into food and other things. Even green name talents are hard to come by, let alone blue names, and purple names don't even need to be thought about. So this kind of squeezing is a one-shot deal. Unless you don't want it, you still have to keep it flowing. Moreover, it is not worthwhile for Li Qing to squeeze, because his talent can increase the cohesion by 100%, and the relic psychic ruler's power can increase the cohesion by 20%, which can add an additional 120% of civilization in 100 years. It is a disadvantage. Li Qing didn't pay much attention to the hot discussion among the players, and then he became busy. First of all, he has to settle the fleet first, and then he has to prepare a large amount of food. There are agricultural areas in this POM universe, and the output is quite a lot, but it is still not enough for the more than 37 billion people in his hands. There are 23.8 billion people on the planet Reef Layer, and the Shadow No. 3 light industrial base that Jiyu Shenzhou captured before has about 4 billion people. At the same time, there is a huge residential station group in the orbit of the closest planet to the Reef Layer in the galaxy. The people living in it are all civilians, with a total population of about 8.6 billion. In addition, there are hundreds of millions of people in Star City. All add up to a total of about 37 billion. Although there is a planting area inside the Reef Layer planet, it is completely unable to meet the needs of such a large population. In the past, the food supply mainly came from an agricultural transformation star on Shadow 4, but when that planet was jointly attacked by several teams a few months ago abandoned. At that time, the Sea Spider-Men retreated to the planet to resist, and the attacking team was afraid that the time would be too long and there would be an accident, so they gave up the plan to land with the army and directly bombed with the fleet orbit. Now the planet is gone. There is no food source, and the civilians on the planet are eating food that was stored before and some secondary processed food during this period of time. Now his original team has taken over the Sea Spider-Man, which is the original management team of the Orb tribe, and the planet is fairly stable. Well, it's not very stable. In the previous battle, the local garrison regiment was completely wiped out, and a large number of orbs died in battle. In addition, the tribe has now become a vassal of foreign races, but all intelligent life will hate humans, but the situation is stronger than humans. Civilians can't resist. Of course, the main reason for the inability to resist is that there is no leader, and another important reason is that there is not enough food. There is no mood to rebel if there is no food. According to Noel's statistics, there is now a shortage of food inside the planet, and some cities among the civilians on the Ultron continent have begun to have time-limited supplies. According to the estimates of the management team and data experts, the whole planet will enter a state of food shortage in half a month at most, and there will be no food within a month. That is to say, he must solve the food problem within a month. Now only the number 1 agricultural area is in operation in the POM universe, and other agricultural areas are being transformed. I never thought that there would be so many people suddenly. The grain output of the number 1 agricultural area is only enough for 10 billion people. If it is fully supplied, the annual output only enough for 3 or 4 months to finish eating. Even with the addition of the meat from the number 1 grazing area, the supply is at most about half a year. Fortunately, there was a lot of storage before, and it can be supplied for about 2 or 3 months for the time being. He must find a way to get more food within these 2 or 3 months. It is too late to fully transform other agricultural areas and pastoral areas, so we can only find ways from other aspects. The best way is of course to buy, but it costs a lot of money. He now needs to advance funds of tens of trillions for the core of several legions, plus planetary development, etc. The funding gap is ridiculously large. The original idea was to collect all the wreckage of the battleships in the battleship cemetery in the isolated galaxy, worth about 1 or 2 trillions, and then sell the tens of billions of orbs, which is what the sea spiders call their own race. Above 110 trillion. Combined with other trophies, you can roughly make up the money. It turned out to be an accident. The sea spiders have now become their own vassal race. They cannot be sold, but they have to spend a lot of money to support them. If the 110 trillion is missing, there will be a huge gap in funds. Although there is no need to rush to divide the money now, it will definitely not take long, and the partnership will be broken up within a year at most. So he had to make up that sum of money within a year and feed so many people. What a headache. Now I can only hope to find a way to borrow a huge amount of money, and deal with the current situation first, and it will be much easier to wait for the funds to slow down in 2 years. Chapter 172 All Parties Come. A week later, the last fleet of the Legion rushed to the lair of the reef with the second batch of family assets of the Legion. Ding Yoren came with her. The younger of the 2 UUFA sisters was still waiting for the special envoy of the Senate at the outpost, and the older sister went back to Jinmen. Li Qingtai took a day to accompany her to visit the Star City and the hidden reef lair, the planet of life, and introduced his great achievements to him, in exchange for a beauty's smile and passionate kisses. After only 2 days of warming up, she left the reef lair galaxy, took a fleet and a large number of industrial ships, and dragged a star castle across the wormhole to the Shadow 3 galaxy, preparing to restart the light industry base there. Although the light industrial base was plundered in the previous war, it was not bombed by warships under Li Qing's interference, and the industrial bases all over the surface of the planet were largely preserved. In addition to restarting the past, she was also responsible for updating these industrial bases. The technology level of the Shadow people is far too low. Except for some racial characteristic technologies that still have value, everything else needs to be updated. Fortunately, the industrial foundation is there, and there is no need for construction from scratch. It only needs to be replaced slowly while resuming production. Generation gap in light industry will only lead to product quality not as good as human beings, but it can be used. Besides, the Sea Spider-Man used to use this before, so it would be uncomfortable to jump directly from the 3rd generation to the 5th generation after a sudden update. In addition, Li Qing plans to move the original heavy industry base in the Shadow V galaxy, which is the super foundry base that the Jolin team conquered in the era. Although it has been breached by players, it has also been bombed by orbits. But there are still a lot of residual industrial equipment, which can also be replaced and upgraded independently. It's still the same sentence, let's make do with it in the early stage, because there is really no money. Li Qing predicts that when the territory is officially established, a complete industrial system will be established near the capital galaxy. Light industry and heavy industry, shipbuilding, agriculture and other systems will all be placed in the galaxy in the nearby core area, just like Jinmen, an important core all near Jinmen. A few days after Ding Yoren went to the Shatta 3 galaxy, he also went there and moved all the large number of residential stations that had been put away before. It is original and has not been touched. It happened that the group of 4 billion Shatta people had fallen leaves and returned to their hometown, just to continue the original work. In order to appease them, Li Qing didn't put more people there. The residential complex that originally could accommodate 14.5 billion people now only accommodates 4 billion. Into a warehouse, are transformed into. He didn't think about how to change it, and the local administrator will decide after consulting the civilians living there. After 2 full months from the official capture of the Reef Lair, the special envoy of the Human Senate finally arrived. When he received the news of the messenger sent by UUFA in advance, Li Qing let out a long breath. The wait is finally here. This speed is very efficient. The last time Yi Xiao and his son fouled, it took almost 4 months from the news to the trial to the verdict. 5 days later, Li Qing met the special envoy and the special envoy team from the Senate of the United Human Empire in Star City. The special envoy was an old man whom he had never seen before. As soon as he met, Li Qing sensed the surge of spiritual energy on the special envoy, and the special envoy also felt the undisguised powerful spiritual energy on his body. He smiled and shook hands with him, said, "Sure enough, a hero is a boy. I now believe that you won a living planet by your own ability." Li Qing said modestly, "This is only possible if everyone works together." The envoy smiled. "It is indeed working hard together with my companions." He didn't mean to argue, but just changed the topic, and suddenly said in a formal tone, "I am Pang Leiyan, entrusted by the Senate of the United Human Empire, here to verify the application of the planet Lord Li Qing." The expression on Li Qing's face immediately turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Please, it is my responsibility." Pang Leiyan looked up and looked around with a smile, and said, "Then, let's go and see the planet you took. Please." An aircraft, escorted by a small fleet, left Star City and headed for the lair of the reef. There are many spaceships parked on the surface of the planet, and there are many personal spaceships of some players. In addition to Legion members, these players also have many individual players, all of whom are very curious to play. Li Qing did not restrict players to log into the planet, but restricted them to enter with warships. They could only enter with small aircraft, and they were not allowed to leave the aircraft to communicate with the natives. However, this still attracted a large number of players to play. Alien native planet Yay. Almost all players have never seen it, of course they are curious. Although there are a small number of such well-protected alien planets in the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind, a series of complicated procedures are required to enter, and there are great restrictions. After all, the various bacteria and viruses from different planets carried by players living on different planets have a great impact on the original planet. It can be called an ecological disaster. If it is not disinfected and isolated in all directions, it is easy to cause an ecological disaster. It is not Tianfang Yeden that one sneeze wipes out a civilization. Of course they didn't need any formalities and preparations. They directly drove the frigate into the interior of the planet, and they didn't prepare to disembark. The frigate group slowly sank into the interior of the planet, and when it was about to enter the atmosphere, a large group of fighter planes suddenly flew from the interior of the planet to attack them. The frigates that came down with them are all frigate modules of the main P-slot point defense system, which are specially used to deal with space fighters. Countless flames spewed out, and hundreds of space fighters only lasted for more than 10 seconds before they all fell. Although the sea spiders have surrendered, not all sea spiders accept their fate. There are still quite a few rebels. However, the rebel army lacking high technology and battleships is doomed to be futile and can only be suppressed. After all the fighter planes were destroyed, Li Qing said apologetically. Not long after the capture, there are still some rebels who have not been cleared. Pang Leiyan waved his hands and said, "I understand this. Don't worry, it is a foregone conclusion for you to win this living planet. This time the old man came here just to go through the motions." The small fleet circled the planet, turned around most of the planet, and finally landed in the center of the small continent of Orb and parked for a while, met the ruling class of the Orb civilization, and then the fleet left the planet and returned to Star City. In the next few days, he took the special envoy around the surrounding core star field and introduced the core circle of the territory he planned and the development plan to the special envoy. Until the seventh day, which is the last day, I inspected the fleet of the Garan Legion and the surrendered Quierta division with the special envoy. After the review, Special Envoy Pang Layan led the team back with a big gift from him. When he returns to the United Empire of Mankind, his lord status will come down. The specific day depends on the work efficiency of the elders of the Senate, but it will definitely not be too long. As soon as the special envoy left, Li Qing also heaved a sigh of relief, and then he just had to wait, and at the same time he could free up his hands to do other things. First of all, he opened the Palm universe, moved out the giant dock that was split before, moved out the dock in the center of the Reef Layer galaxy, only 50 million kilometers away from the star, and fixed it on the orbit. In the future, this giant dock will be placed here, dedicated to the ship repair service of the territory, and the shipbuilding will naturally use the super dock inside the Palm universe. Considering that the orbs have surrendered to themselves and become captives, a large number of previously captured shipbuilders will come in handy, a total of 10 teams of battleship engineers, 20 teams of cruiser engineers, 40 teams of destroyer engineers, 200 teams of frigate engineers, and 200 teams of ship parts manufacturing engineer, etc. However, they can only build Tier 3 battleships now, and the 5th generation warships that want to manufacture humans need to be retrained. In addition, he took out 15 million of the many Shar trophies that he looted before and used it for the continued transformation of the planet in the Shadavi galaxy. Let's continue the transformation of the warehouse area together. With so many trophies, billions of trophies, they will no longer be trophies all of a sudden, and they have to find ways to support them. Li Qing covered his face with his hands. The only spoils of war are the various blueprint spoils from the previous battle with the Capital Guard Division. There are 1 dreadnought, 1 aircraft carrier blueprint, 369 battleship blueprints, 516 cruiser blueprints, 1145 destroyer blueprints, 5,624 frigate blueprints, and countless blueprints of various battleship accessories. Regardless of grade, there are always many more than 60,000 sheets. In addition, there is also a paralyzed aircraft carrier, which was towed into the inner dock of the Palm universe for maintenance 2 months ago, and it has not been repaired yet. Battleship blueprints are nothing more than level 3 and level 5 technology can also be used. Blueprints for various level 3 accessories are really useless and not very valuable. But after all, the number is there, at least there are nearly 60,000 copies, and the total value can be worth 2 to 3 billion. He thought about the blueprint of the battleship, and decided to keep it for his own use. It would be more profitable to build a finished battleship and then sell it. The final harvest of this wave of war is here, almost no money. Li Qing scratched his head, unable to tell whether it was a profit or a loss. No, it's a loss. Income is so small, but his battleship has lost a lot. That battle was a high-intensity war from the beginning to the end. The enemy's Star City Doomsday lost at least 5 or 6 battleships in each shot, and sometimes more than 10 battleships were reduced to ashes. When the battle was at its most intense, the loss was very high, big. They lost a total of 224 battleships, 356 cruisers, 574 destroyers, and 6,695 frigates in that battle. About 54% of it was borne by team members, but he also lost 46%. Combined, he lost a total of 112 battleships, 147 cruisers, 310 destroyers, and 3,105 frigates. Final remaining: 1 Titan super flag, 2 dreadnoughts plus 1 aircraft carrier, 472 battleships, 198 cruisers, 424 destroyers, 770 frigates. The loss is indeed huge, but having said that, it is actually quite remarkable to wipe out a division with only this amount of loss. On the 3rd day after the special envoy left, Yufa finally came back, and her sister came back with her. She brought a large fleet from Jinmen, supported by Jinmen, and was going to be near their territory. Galaxy build a star castle, form a large chamber of commerce. To put it bluntly, it is to support them in other ways. Now that the 5-year deadline has passed, various restrictions have been lifted. Although it is still impossible to send money or materials directly, it can be supported indirectly in other ways. For example, like now, a large chamber of commerce is established, and then Li Qing sells the more than 60,000 blueprints of various accessories to the Chamber of Commerce. Normally, the 3rd generation technology accessories are not worth much, but the Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay a 50% premium acquisition. Don't say it's unreasonable, it's very reasonable and compliant. He's a fool with a lot of money and you can't do anything about it. The blueprint, which was originally worth less than 30 billion, was sold for 50 billion at once, which brought back a little blood. 5 days later, a team from Qinghai Li also rushed over. The distance is too far, and there is no Stargate. They can't lead a fleet directly like Jinmin, so they come here with a team led by Li Qing's father, with a total of more than 200 people. In addition to his father, representatives of the main branch of the Qinghai Li family, and representatives of each house and branch, there are also a large number of young people who are looking at him curiously at this time. The representative of the main line of the Li family in Qinghai is an elegant middle-aged man with white hair, named Li Hongye. As soon as he met him, he gave Li Qing a big finger with a smile on his face, and praised. I didn't expect my Li family to have another unicorn in this generation. The old patriarch appreciated your performance very much, and specially ordered me to come here to send blessings on behalf of you. Li Qing clasped his hands together and saluted. Li Qing thanked the ancestors for their blessings. Li Hongye smiled and nodded. When I came here, my ancestors said that the family will fully support your territory construction in the future. If you need anything, make a detailed list and give it to me when I go back. Li Qing was overjoyed when he heard this, and said quickly. That's troublesome. Li Hongtian laughed loudly after hearing this. Why bother to tell me? Your genius family can't wait for more. Li Qing also laughed when he heard this. That's right. Any family would like to have more such geniuses in the family, the problem is that there are none. It's not that there are no ones who performed better than Li Qing, on the contrary, there are quite a few, but it is extremely rare for someone who can take down a living planet early like him. According to Li Qing's understanding, the Qinghai Li family has been promoted to the head of the army for more than 300 years, and there are only 4 seniors who can take down the living planet. They either fail the internal struggle and withdraw, and multiple shareholders take over the planet, but there is only one planet. Once the Legion is promoted to a lord, and there is only one lord, what will the others do? There is only struggle, the winner takes the planet, and the loser takes the money and leaves. Either monopolize the planet, but eventually lose to other competitors, or be defeated by other civilizations, etc. It is difficult to seize a living planet, and it is even more difficult to keep a living planet. Chapter 173 Lord and Promotion. You must know that when those seniors took down the planet of life, most of them had been pioneered for 10 years, and some of them had been mixed for 20 to 30 years before they had enough strength to compete. Like Li Qing, he successfully captured a planet in the 5th year of pioneering. Not to mention that the Li family of Qinghai has never had one, even in the history of the United Human Empire of more than 10,000 years, there is no such thing as Liao Liao. It is precisely because of this that the family attaches great importance to him. 5 years of development, and there is still a 5-year development period. During this period, there will be no competition from senior pioneers who have been mixed for more than 10 or even decades. What made the family pay more attention was the marriage between Li Qing and the Jinmin Yu clan, which gave him the support of the Jinmin Yu clan. The sky is high here, the emperor is far away, and the distance from the headquarters of the United Human Empire is too far. Large fleets cannot come here, and without the support of the Yu family, many supplies cannot be transported. With their support, competitors can be confined to a very small range, at most the 3 major legions in Jinmen are a bit competitive. But the problem is that the 3 major legions are inextricably linked with the Jinmin Yu clan. They may not necessarily compete with Li Qing, and there is a high probability that they will directly compete for other planets after 10 years. There is not only one living planet here, there are 8 in total, which is enough for their family to grab one, and it is unlikely to take the risk of offending Mrs. Yu. You must know that all kinds of materials needed for the construction of the planet in the early and mid-term basically come from Jinmen. If you offend the Yu family, the materials will not be transported, and the planet will not be able to develop. Combining these conditions, in the eyes of the Li family of Qinghai, Li Qing will have a high probability of developing, and there will be more than one planet of life. In the future, many people may be promoted to a new star marine lord. The 2 military leaders will greatly increase both their strength and their internal status and influence within the United Empire of mankind. It is important to know that these grants are without any conditions. It can be said that they are free grants, and there is no requirement for him to pay, or the conditions for what he will pay in the future. This is not required. As long as he can develop and succeed in being promoted to Star Marine Lord, this is the best reward for the family. The meeting was held in a cheerful and friendly atmosphere. As before, Li Qing accompanied them on a tour of the territory, exchanging opinions on a series of requirements during the journey. After the tour was over, the list of requirements was completed. He didn't ask for anything too outrageous, and the family that was too outrageous couldn't get it. The main thing was money, various talents, and immigrant population. These need a very suitable excuse. Although the restrictions on the support of the major families for their children are relaxed, it does not mean that they will just give money for any excuse. You have to find a relatively reasonable excuse. For example, before Jinmin Yu directly paid a 50% premium to buy his batch of blueprints for accessories. Although it seems stupid to have a lot of money, it still makes sense, at least it didn't double it for you. So after thinking about it for a while, Li Qing decided to give full play to his advantages and sell mines. Use the Palm universe to refine the raw ore, and then transform it into various rare minerals and sell them to Qinghe Li, who will buy them at a premium of 20%. Rare minerals are inherently valuable, and the prices vary in different places. It is completely reasonable for the family to buy them at a premium of 20%. Li Hongye is very interested in Li Qing's idea. Not only the family, but any military leader has a great demand for rare ore, because some high-end weapon accessories and battleships need rare ore, especially the major Star Sea Lords, their 6th-generation warships, weapons, and accessories all need various rare ores, and the demand is very large, and the supply has always been in short supply. It is said that the main reason why those Star Sea Lords warships are not equipped with all 6 levels is that there are not enough rare and ultra-rare elements. Li Qing didn't know whether this rumor was true or not, but the fleet of Yi and his son was indeed full of 5th-generation technology, and there was no 6th-generation technology. Buy at a premium of 20%, and gather enough quantity to sell to the Star Sea Lords who are in high demand at one time. Not only will you not lose money, but you can also make a lot of money. No, I can use Palm Universe to run a business to make money. Li Qing suddenly thought of this once abandoned method of making money. In the past, he was afraid of offending the merchants in Yuman, and the distance was too long and time-consuming, but now it is different. He directly does not go to Jinmen to run a business. Collect tens of thousands or even tens of trillions of cash to go directly to the hinterland of the United Empire of Mankind to buy supplies, and then return to the territory to sell to players to earn the difference. Or go directly to the United Empire of Mankind and run business between different provinces to make money. Anyway, most of them are one-shot deals, and they are not afraid of offending local businessmen. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this method is feasible. Anyway, when he establishes a territory, he has to develop the territory. He will not start the second large-scale military operation against the united civilization of the Shatta tribe for a long time. During this time, he has to vigorously develop territorial economy. He will not be in a hurry to seize the second planet. If he can, he would rather drag it on until 5 years later or even longer. Now the advantage is with him. As long as the delay lasts longer, his own strength will become stronger, and others will not be able to keep up with him. Wait 5 to 10 years, with his development speed, at that time, he can build a division-level fleet with his own ability, plus repair the mobile fortress in the isolated galaxy, then he will have enough strength to sweep the Sand Tower tribal united civilization. It is indeed possible to do this. At that time, Yu Yufa can be in charge of the development of the territory, leaving Ding Yoren and other subordinates to look after the house, and go out to run a business to make money by herself, and go home about half a year or so. When the territory is established, the family will be separated. If you owe so much money, when will you pay it back if you don't make money? The family, like the Yu family, is also planning to establish an embassy in his territory. Strictly speaking, an embassy can only be established between a Star Marine Lord and a Star Sea Lord, but the Star Lord is eligible to establish an embassy after being recognized by the United Empire of Mankind and entering the Senate. However, most ordinary lords will only establish embassies if they have deep cooperation with military lords or lords, and most military lords will not establish an embassy. At most, they will build an ordinary office. Li Qing has only received requests from the Yu family in Jinmen and the Li family in Qinghe to establish embassies, but has not yet received any requests from other military families to establish embassies. With the embassy, it will be very convenient to do anything in the future, and it will also be convenient for Li Qing to learn about the internal news of the United Human Empire from the embassy. Although becoming a lord will be listed in the Senate, but he is weak now and has nothing to do with it. It is difficult to obtain too much information. With the embassy, he can share it directly from the Li family in Qinghe or the Yu family in Jinmen. The embassy's first ambassador was Li Lai's father Li Lun. Li Hongye didn't stay here for long, and left after only a week. There were more than 100 people when they came, and only a dozen people when they left. The more than 100 young men who came with him all stayed. In his words, these are all the children of the family who are the same age as Li Qing or a few years older, and most of them come from the descendants of some important members of the family. Because the development failed and they didn't want to go home to farm, they arranged to come over to help him. Basically, the ability is average, but not too bad. After all, he has also received a standard aristocratic elite education, and the lower limit of his ability lies there. Li Qing didn't refuse. It happened that he was short of people under his command. After the disbandment of the Legion, there was a shortage of people everywhere in the territory. All of them are trustworthy by the same clan, and they have been hit by failures in pioneering. They are not high-spirited and easy to master. In addition, they have certain skills, which can be regarded as very good talents. It is worth mentioning that the family team did not come here empty-handed this time, but brought him a lot of good things. First of all, it is a destroyer mother chip that he has been thinking about. Although it is only the first-generation destroyer mother chip, but because it is only the first generation and cheap, he can easily get it for only 100 billion star dollars. The second benefit is a full 2000 standard battleship blueprints. According to the cheap father, it was originally decided to take 1000, and the old patriarch later took out 1000, exactly 2000. But with these 2000 copies, the family will have no battleship blueprints to supply within the next year. A total of 2,000 battleship blueprints, the family quoted a price of 800 million, a total of 1.6 trillion star dollars were taken away, saving 400 billion. That's all for the time being, and the family also considers his current funds, and he can't buy too much. For Li Qing, apart from other things, the destroyer mother chip alone helped him a lot. With the 3 chips in hand, he can start designing the ship mother chip only after upgrading the destroyer mother chip to level 5. That thing has the armor, shield and firepower of a cruiser, the high speed of a destroyer, and the flexibility of a frigate. The combined combat effectiveness of the 3 is definitely much stronger than that of a cruiser. A standard brigade-class fleet has 50,000 frigates, 10,000 destroyers, and about 5,000 cruisers. If it is replaced with 65,000 escorts, the combat effectiveness will soar many times. And these are all his unique ship types, which belong to the inheritance he inherited from ancient civilizations. No other Star Navy Lord or even the Star Sea Lord has such a multifunctional warship. Not long after the family representative left, Li Qing received a representative from the Expeditionary Army to discuss with him about the relocation of the Expeditionary Army headquarters. There are 2 relocation plans for the Expeditionary Force. One plan is to move the Expeditionary Force headquarters to a galaxy next to the Reef Lair, and the other plan is to move the Expeditionary Force headquarters directly to the Reef Lair galaxy. What Yu Qingzi meant was to ask Li Qing which plan he thought was better. This Li Qingzhao had an idea, so he replied directly. Please tell Commander Yu that the headquarters of the Expeditionary Force can be moved directly to the Reef Lair galaxy. I have already reserved a place. The representative nodded. I will convey your meaning back to the military department. It is almost unnecessary to think about this. The headquarters of the Expeditionary Force must be placed in the territory. At this stage, the players on Zutar's side are all relying on the Expeditionary Army. Although some players will come over after he establishes the territory, this is nothing compared to his exclusive enjoyment. Although players cannot collect taxes, they can activate the economy. Now the cluster effect will be formed first, and more players will be attracted in the future. Moreover, moving the headquarters of the Expeditionary Force here can also greatly strengthen the defense of the territory, and it will be more at ease when the territory is established. Half a month after making the decision, a large number of unfamiliar player fleets suddenly appeared in the galaxy. Li Qing quickly received the news that the players from the Expeditionary Army moved here early after receiving the news of the Expeditionary Force's relocation headquarters. This is just the beginning, and a large number of player fleets will come one after another. An announcement must be made, otherwise too many people will cause confusion. In the temporary Legion headquarters in Star City, Li Qing is having a meeting with the core members of the Legion to discuss how to deal with this wave of players. It is foreseeable that there will be a large number of player fleets coming over in the next few days, and it will definitely be chaotic. Although I have seen a large number of players in the outpost before, most of the time the players did not gather in the outpost, but scattered around to play their own games. According to the general data, the total number of players in Zutar is estimated to be about 10 million, and this number is still growing. Some players from the hinterland of the United Human Empire continue to transfer to join the development here through the Stargate of Jinman. The relocation of the outpost will definitely attract a large number of players, even those who rarely return to the outpost will come to find their way. When there are too many people, dragons and snakes are mixed together, so there is no guarantee that someone will cause trouble. He exclusively owns a living planet, occupying the core of the entire Zutar star field. Even if other people can win a living planet in the future, they will not be able to compare with the core position of the reef layer. It is impossible to say that no one is jealous, absolutely there will be trouble. After thinking about it carefully, Li Qing said, choose some people to form a law enforcement team to patrol the galaxy and find troublemakers, regardless. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused, and then everyone felt that the space where Li Qing was sitting was distorted. There was a hint of surprise and joy on his face, and he suddenly changed the subject and said to everyone present, the territory has been established. Please wait a moment, I have important things to do now. After speaking, he stood up, reached out and pulled open a 3-meter-high black hole door and walked in. As soon as he entered, his whole body burst into dazzling light, and he looked at the center of the universe in his palm with a look of joy and murmured, finally awakened. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person began to blur, and quickly condensed into a stream of light, which flashed towards the center of the universe in the palm, and appeared on the edge of the high-dimensional fortress of the witnesses of the stars in an instant, and disappeared without entering it. In the next second, the entire universe in the palm shook violently, the high-dimensional fortress suddenly lit up, and an inexplicable fluctuation swept across the entire universe in the palm, and there was endless energy at the edge of the universe in the palm. As this fluctuation swept to the edge, the endless dark energy suddenly began to burn. If Li Qing were here, he would be surprised to find that the edge of the universe in the palm of his hand, which had been fixed all along, suddenly began to expand as the endless dark energy burned on the edge. Yes, the space in the palm universe has increased and expanded. But it's a pity that he doesn't have time to look here at this time. His consciousness is in the center of the universe in his palm at this time, and he is slowly realizing the incomparably powerful power after he also awakened as the negative star. After more than half a year of condensing, after he successfully became a lord, the body and immortal soul and will of the negative star who had been in a condensed state finally met a certain condition and successfully condensed out. Chapter 174 Promotion to Master Negative Star and Unlock Huge Area. The entire universe in the palm is like a giant breathing in the center, and the actual space ripples are layered upon layers from the edge of the universe in the palm to the center of the universe in the palm. One call for the whole day. Drink. Layers of substantial space ripples centered on the high-dimensional fortress, layer upon layer rushing to all directions and up and down 10 directions, until reaching the edge of the universe in the palm of your hand. Layers upon layers of space ripples kept rippling back and forth, and Li Qing also felt that his will was sublimating accordingly, and the power he had grasped became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, a beam of light was suddenly born in the dark and cold starry sky, followed by countless rays of light, and the entire starry sky in the universe in the palm seemed to be illuminated. Some human beings located in the star castle on the edge of the universe in the palm of their hands looked at the strange shape of the bright starry sky with surprise, and didn't know what happened for a while. I don't know how long it took. The infinite light suddenly shrank inward, and instantly disappeared into the high-dimensional fortress across hundreds of millions of kilometers of starry sky at a speed exceeding light. Li Qing suddenly felt in a trance, and for a moment, he seemed to have hallucinations in his mind, and countless information appeared in his mind out of thin air. I don't know how long it took, and the star witnesses, which have expanded by an unknown number of times, gather countless streams of light in the core of the high-dimensional fortress, and slowly condense a figure condensed by infinite streams of light. The figure quickly condenses into substance, and slowly reveals an extremely handsome face. Li Qing. He slowly opened his eyes, and the whole space was shrouded in infinite light like a sun exploded. The next second he slowly closed his eyes, and the space quickly returned to its original state. He just closed his eyes and remained motionless, allowing himself to solidify slowly, and the endless stream of light surrounding him also slowly calmed down and slowly merged into his body. When he opened his eyes again, there was nothing abnormal except that the surrounding space was slightly distorted. I am the Lord of the negative stars. I am the Lord of billions of stars. I'm Li Qing. After saying these few words like a declaration, the abnormality on his body disappeared completely, and he turned back to an ordinary human appearance. He stretched out his right hand and laid his palm flat. Countless tiny filaments of light flew towards him as if they were being attracted, forming a vortex of light in his palm, and a strong attraction came from it. The next second, I reached out and held it, the streamer vortex disappeared, and the gravitational force also collapsed. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Very nice. With a thought, the light curtain in front of him popped open, and what was displayed on it was his current data. Name: Li Qing. Race: negative star dominates. Lifespan: immortal. Innate traits: son of the star, negative star. Innate talent: son of the star's rule, son of the star's strength, son of the star's wisdom. Brain plug: unlimited. Innate attributes: perception 69 plus 2, memory 60, mind 64, spirit 61 plus 2, charm 58. Life skills: slightly. Combat skills: slightly. The above is not the key point, but the following is the key point. Trait: son of the star, ruler of the negative star, the past has finally ushered in a new successor. The power of the stars of the universe is accommodated in the body of the son of the star, with immortal life and immortal will. Effect: experience acquisition plus 10,000%, all skill level caps plus 100. Effect: unlimited skills. Effect: all attributes plus 50. Effect: immortal. Reign of the son of the star. The son of the star is the ruler of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect: under the rule, administrative efficiency plus 1000%, all administrative officials under the rule gain experience plus 1000%, and there will be no corruption. Effect: all output under the rule plus 500%, construction efficiency plus 500%. Effect: the stability under the rule plus 200%, the happiness of the people plus 200%, the cohesion of the rule plus 200%, and no crime will occur. Effect: servants of light can be attuned to assist in ruling, 3 people per month. Wisdom of the son of the stars. The sons of the stars are the masters of a certain super civilization in an unknown era. Effect: scientific research experience plus 3000%, can enter the state of in-depth research at any time, and there is a chance of a flash of inspiration in the state of in-depth research. Effect: mental matrix dominates. The power of the stars. The son of the stars is the ruler of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect: command experience plus 3000%, all ruling subordinates gain plus 1000% experience, morale is always high. Effect: ship speed plus 500%, start speed plus 500%, ship weapon damage plus 200%, ship weapon range plus 200%, hit plus 50. Effect: jump distance plus 3000%, jump charging time minus 90%, jump penetration strength plus 5, you can jump to any place you have been. Effect: 3000 plus 0.02% points of shield regeneration, 3000 plus 0.02% points of armor regeneration, and 3000 plus 0.02% points of hull regeneration of the subordinate ships per second. Effect: dimensional distortion halo, energy shield, armor and hull of all enemy warships in the own galaxy minus 30%, movement speed, range, attack power minus 30%, hit minus 30, with a level 10 interference force field, 10 level interception force field. The power of the son of the star. The son of the star is the master of a super civilization in an unknown era. Effect: command experience plus 3000%, unit experience gain plus 1000%, and morale is constantly high. Effect: ground troop physique, strength, speed, reaction plus 300%. Effect: ground troop weapon damage plus 200%, range plus 200%, hit plus 50. Effect: causal distorted halo, all enemies physique, strength, speed, reaction minus 30% and hit minus 30 within the range of the own galaxy. Accept a will save every 1 hour, and if you fail the check, you will flee in fear. Today, Li Qing has finally been officially promoted to the son of the stars, and at the same time officially become the master of the universe in the palm of his hand. In the past, he was just a lucky owner, but now he has completely become the master, and has inherited the ultimate legacy of the transcendent civilization called the negative star. So the talent has been improved in an all-round way, and the dominance, wisdom and power of the son of the stars that were once entangled are no longer entangled, they are all there. Fate has entered a new chapter, and the road to mythology has begun. Li Qing let out a long breath, and opened another light curtain with joy on his face. What was displayed on it was not his personal data, but the legacy left by the negative star, and entered the first line. Star Guardian Mother Chip. Regular warship of star negative civilization, 10,000 civilization points. Li Qing. From the literal meaning, it can be seen that this thing is the frigate of the star-negative civilization. Well, to be precise, it is an ship, which is the lowest level warship, and it takes 10,000 civilization points to redeem it. The price is outrageous. But when he saw the Star Guardian's data, he had nothing to say. Star Guardians, the regular fleet of the Star-Bearer civilization, responsible for patrolling, escorting, reconnaissance, guarding, and supporting landing operations. Attributes: basic hull, 8 million. Basic armor, 8 million. Basic shield, 8 million. Basic speed, 600,000 kilometers per hour. Default tactic, escort tactic. Hull slot size, 10. Star Guardian Central Core, Energy Core, Stellar Furnace, Star Guardian. Superluminal component, Stellar Tidal Transmission Engine. Thruster, Star Tidal Thruster. Sensor, Star Gravity Sensor. Combat Computer, Secondary Matrix Interface. Weapon slots, X1, L30, M60, S120, P100. General slot, L200, A20. Corrections, hull regeneration, 2000 points per second. Armor regeneration, 2000 points per second. Shield regeneration, 2000 points per second. Maybe you don't have much experience just looking at the attributes. Let's put it this way, this attribute has greatly surpassed the attributes of the excellent Lord-class battleship. Question: this is just a frigate. What is a frigate that surpasses the attributes of a battleship? What is the concept of a frigate with X slot? Not to mention being equipped with the same level of technology, even if it is only equipped with the 5th generation of human technology weapon accessories, it is too strong and has no friends. The key is a mother chip. Then, the exchange conditions for the 10,000 civilization points. Leaching touched his conscience and said that it is really not expensive. What the hell? Save it for hundreds of years and save 10,000 civilization points to get it out, then it will be invincible right away. There is no need to build battleships and flagships. All Star Guards with 5th generation weapons are already invincible. And this is just the frigate of the Star Negative, and there are a bunch of indescribable warships below it that can be known by their names. Star Hunter, equivalent to the regular battleship of Star Negator, with 50,000 civilization points. The incarnation of the star is equivalent to the regular Titan of the negative star, with 300,000 civilization points. The Star Aegis Fortress is equivalent to a star city for humans, and requires 500,000 civilization points. Star God Fortress, equivalent to a mobile war fortress, requires 700,000 civilization points. In addition, there are also a large number of mother chips of various weapon accessories with names that sound interesting. The price starts from 5,000, and most of them, such as the T-slot main gun, have hundreds of thousands of civilization points. These are the ones that can be exchanged for the time being, but there are still many big guys with gray names below. What Nebula Knight Battleship? What New Star Titan? What Star Negative Fortress? What Gaia's Ark? What Divine Light? What Star Supreme? What Static Streamer Exchange, etc. Although it is gray and can't see the attributes, but with your knees, you know that this must be a good guy who is far stronger than the Star Guardian. The only thing he can exchange now is to enlighten the power of the Servant of Light. 1 civilization point can be exchanged for 1. But it's useless. After being promoted, 3 Servants of Light can be enlightened in a month, which is completely enough, and there is no need for special exchange. In addition to this, the cheapest one is the Static Streamer that can transform the negative star. This thing can be exchanged for 1,000 civilization points, and the cheapest one is more than 5,000 plus. That is to say, this inheritance is powerful, but it is useless at this stage, or it will be useless for a long time. Well, that's not true either. The Shatta tribe unites the 8 tribes. I learned from Noel before that the population of the 8 tribes varies from less than 10 billion to more than 100 billion. The entire tribe has a combined population of nearly 200 billion. There are not many people in Shar, and the sum total is less than 10 billion. The Zivis civilization has more than 100 billion people, with a total population of nearly 300 billion. It is impossible to capture all of them, but if you can capture more than 200 billion plus and squeeze out civilization points, that would be good. Li Qing thinks carefully. It is not impossible to do it. Waiting for the next military operation is estimated to be 3 or 4 years later, that is, the 8-year and 9-year period of development, and it is impossible to wait until 10 years later. Because the restrictions will be lifted after 10 years, and those senior pioneers can enter the field. At that time, those local teams who can't compete with the senior legion will inevitably push to start when they are the strongest in the 8th or ninth year, and strive to attack first. Form a fact. That is to say, he still has at least 3 years and at most 4 years to prepare. According to his development speed, 4 years later, he will definitely be as powerful as ever. Although he will not be able to capture all the planets by then, he can plunder resources and population. There is no limit to this. Anyway, if you can't seize the planet, then you don't have any scruples. As long as you don't directly bombard the planet, you can grab anything. After making this decision, Li Qing closed the panel. Anyway, it can't be exchanged now, but this promotion of the Palm universe, regardless of the large expansion of the Palm universe area, and the high-dimensional fortress Star Witnesses have unlocked a large number of areas. This time he fully grasped the universe in his palm, and the areas he unlocked at one time were a bit beyond his expectations. There were only 2 areas. At first, he was surprised, how could he unlock 2 with such a big awakening this time? But when I took a closer look, I found that these 2 areas are large areas. One is a large area with a length of 10,000 kilometers, a width of 10,000 kilometers, a height of 10,000 kilometers, and the other is a full 100 small areas that were unlocked before. That kind of algorithm can be regarded as unlocking 200 areas. He looked at the many unlocked small areas with surprise, but when he saw the unlocked area, he was silent. A full 50 warehouse areas. He was speechless. This thing has not been fully stored yet, and there are 50 more at once. He doesn't know what to say. Full 20 shipbuilding areas. Fine. A shipbuilding capacity of 3,200, a total of 22 shipbuilding areas with a total shipbuilding capacity of 70,400. It's hard to describe how big this is. It can only be said that several large mobile war fortresses can be built directly in it, and a large number of other warships can be built at the same time. If it is several times larger, a battle star with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers can be directly built inside. Up. A total of 5 Forge of Light furnaces. There is no way to say this, it can only be said to be tasteless. Like the warehouse area, this thing hasn't been used at full power yet. A total of 20 super residential areas. This is okay, the larger the livable area, the better, even if all the 100 unlocked areas are like this, he doesn't mind. There are 5 combat areas, but not the main artillery area like the Light of Judgment, but 5 aircraft carrier areas. That's right, it is the aircraft carrier area he transformed in the warehouse area. There are already complete hangar facilities in it, which can be used directly. This is one of the reasons why he was speechless just now. Co-authoring the aircraft carrier area that I have spent so much time transforming, it is now in vain. A total of 100 unlocked areas, 50 warehouse areas, 20 shipbuilding areas, 20 super habitable areas, 5 aircraft carrier areas, and 5 light casting areas, all of them are from the past, and there is nothing new. But when he looked towards the second area, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Dimensional Gathering Light. The ultimate weapon. Type. W slot. Ultimate weapon. Effect. After inputting enough energy, a certain range of void will be cut and sealed, converging within a square inch. Range. Varies depending on input energy. Range. Varies depending on input energy. The introduction of this thing is super simple, but the effect makes him a little scared. If you understand correctly, this thing literally means that this super weapon can input enough energy to cut and seal the void within a certain range, confining it within a square inch. Chapter 175 unlocks the ultimate weapon, Dimensional Converging Light. To use his understanding in a more general way, this weapon can cut off a certain range of space and condense it into a small bead, put a planet in a glass bead, or put a star and the sun in a glass bead. The higher the input energy power, the larger the cutting range. There is no upper limit mentioned above, so it can be understood that when the energy is sufficient, the entire galaxy can be cut and sealed in a bead to make a galaxy in the palm of your hand. I understand it like this, but Li Qing thinks this is too outrageous. But the literal meaning is such a literal meaning, no matter how you look at it, it means this. So, Li Qing thinks he can find a chance to try it out. But not now, it is impossible to use it in the Palm universe. It would be a tragedy if the inner space of the Palm universe is cut off. Although he thought it was impossible to cut it off, how dare he try it? It took a long time to put away his excitement, and Li Qing refocused on the first area that made him speechless. Speechless, he still has to refer to these newly unlocked areas to replan. The shipbuilding area and the Forge of Light do not need to be moved and cannot be changed. The aircraft carrier area is also simple. Directly migrate the aircraft carriers that exist in other areas. This is not difficult. Space fighters can fly, and it can be done in a few days, but it takes some time to relocate some mechanical equipment and stored batteries in the aircraft carrier area. Like the previously unlocked livable zone, the newly unlocked livable zone is the same area of 1,000 kilometers long, wide and high. It has been divided into 10 layers. Each layer is 100 kilometers high, and there are 10 kilometers thick earth and groundwater resources. The surface is a rich and livable environment, with lush virgin forests, clear lakes and streams, various ecological species that have naturally evolved and multiplied, and so on. There are so many areas that will not be used for a while, so Li Qing directly adjusted half of them, a total of 10 super livable areas, into production means areas. 5 agricultural areas, 3 animal husbandry areas, 1 aquatic area, and 1 commercial crop area. As for the warehouse area that was previously transformed into an agricultural area, it will continue to be transformed and will not stop. It has been remodeled anyway. Wouldn't it be a waste of all the manpower and material resources invested in demolition? Although it will not be demolished, the internal planning of the original warehouse area still needs to be divided. It turns out that the number 1 warehouse is divided into 7 or 8 slots, such as number 1, number 2, and number 3 agricultural areas, number 1 and number 2 animal husbandry areas, number 1 and number 2 aquaculture areas, and what kind of economic crop areas such as fruits, etc., are chaotic. 7 or 8 slots. Now there is enough regional space, and all the warehouse areas from number 1 to number 10 are preset as agricultural areas. Anyway, most of the stratification is just a plan, and there is no construction. A total of 5 warehouse areas from number 11 to number 15 were converted into animal husbandry areas, and number 16 to number 20 warehouse areas were converted into areas for aquaculture and various economic crops. The number 21 warehouse area was changed into a light industrial area. The number 22 warehouse area was changed to a heavy industry area. Warehouse No. 23 was converted into a ground force military area. Between the 24th warehouse and the 30th floor is the scientific research area and the preparation area, and what needs to be added in the future can be added here. If nothing else happens, this is the final plan. Even if you unlock 1,000 warehouse areas in the future, it will not be adjusted, and more agricultural areas will be added at most. However, Li Qing thinks that there is a high probability that even if 1,000 warehouse areas are really unlocked, there will be no more agricultural areas. At that time, there is a high probability that the same huge livable area will be unlocked, and it will be directly in the livable area. Farming is fine, and there is no need to waste time and effort on this side. Now it continues because it has been developed before, and it took so much manpower and material resources to develop it, so he feels uncomfortable just giving up. Whether it's romantic or stupid, he doesn't care. Anyway, he will slowly develop these 20 warehouse areas. After viewing all the newly unlocked areas, Li Qing left the high-dimensional fortress, but did not leave the universe in the palm, but came to the edge of the universe in the palm. The original edge is now a newly born starry sky. At this time, the edge of the universe in the palm of the hand has already advanced a distance of 20 to 30 billion kilometers to the area of endless dark energy. In other words, the radius of the universe in the palm of the hand has increased by 20 to 30 billion kilometers. The original internal space of the palm universe is only equivalent to a small star system, and now it has exceeded the gravitational wells of all the star systems that Li Qing has seen. And at this time, the space in the palm of the hand continued to expand, and did not stop with the speed of promotion. Moreover, Li Qing knows in his heart that this kind of promotion will continue, but the expansion speed at this stage is not as fast as when he was promoted just now. The speed at this time is only 1/10 of the previous one, and it will become slower and slower in the future, until it only stabilizes at about 1%. Besides, as he was officially promoted to be the master of the negative stars and completely master the universe in his palm, he can now freely control the inner space of the universe in his palm. The specific embodiment is that he can now freely cut the inner space of the universe in his palm. For example, he can now cut out the newly expanded space to form a new independent space. It's like the universe in the palm is the main galaxy now, and then a new independent galaxy is cut out again. You only need to throw a star into it, and then get some big and small planets, and it will be a new galaxy. Stars are easy to deal with at this stage. Just find a galaxy, use the palm universe exit to swallow the entire star into the divided space, and wait for it to slowly restabilize, and it will be a new planet. It is difficult to handle planets. Although the channel of the universe in the palm has been greatly expanded after promotion, it has a diameter of 100 kilometers, but planets are not gaseous and energy state stars that can be swallowed. Solid planets cannot be taken in unless they are cut. Only meteorites can be collected, not asteroids. The smallest planet must have a diameter of several hundred kilometers. No matter how small it is, it cannot be called an asteroid, but a meteorite. Although a large number of meteorites gather, planets can be formed over a long period of time, but at that time, it is often counted as billions of years. How can he have artificial planets at that time? So the method of creating a large number of galaxies is not feasible. Li Qing thought about it, and with a thought, a space suddenly emerged at a certain point in the depths of the endless dark energy at the edge of the main space of the universe in his palm, and then quickly expanded into a new space. A large amount of dark energy and dark matter surged, transforming into physical space. In just 1 hour, a three-dimensional space with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers was transformed. It was pitch black inside, and there was nothing. Next, Li Qing did the same thing, opening up a space in the four directions and up and down of the main universe space in the palm of his hand, a total of 6 subsidiary spaces. It should be enough for the time being. As the mastery of the universe in the palm becomes deeper and deeper, many things are inconvenient for outsiders to know. There was no way to do it before, but now that a new space can be opened up, it will naturally be opened up. When these spaces are opened up to about the same size, he will draw the stars in some unmanned galaxies into these spaces, and let them naturally condense into new stars. A star is composed of hydrogen, helium and infinite ions, similar to a gaseous sphere. Use the universe in your hand to pump all of it into a new space to condense into a new sun. It will inevitably fall into a terrible state of chaos at the beginning, but when only one star is contained, no matter how violent it is in the space, it can only maintain a sphere state. After a long period of time, the rage will slowly subside, and when the structure inside stabilizes again, it will return to the star state. At that time, 6 new spaces will create 6 new suns, and then he can move all the things that can be displayed to the outside world here. For example, the vast amount of raw ore or refined steel, alloys, etc. piled up in the starry sky in the palm universe. These don't need to be stored in the warehouse at all, just piled in the starry sky. In the future, various space stations, residential stations, star cities and star castles will be established in these 6 subsidiary spaces. The main space of the universe in the palm of your hand will not be open to outsiders in the future. After opening up all 6 spaces to ensure stable expansion, Li Qing left the palm universe and returned to Star City. Leaving the universe in the palm of his hand and entering the material universe, his physical body has stabilized into a human form. As long as he needs it, he can burst out the terrifying spiritual energy sealed in his body with a strength of up to 15.6 million at any time, and release even more terrifying pure dark energy. Other star bearers can contain energy like stars in their bodies in addition to psionic energy. Of course, he, as the master of star bearers, can also do it, and it is stronger. Because he is the master of the universe in the palm, he can activate all the power in the universe in the palm. Although it is limited to the current stage and is not in a complete state, it is impossible to directly release the energy of a whole star, but it can also be easily done like the previous 3 negative stars. The terrible outbreak of the survivors, and they will not be as weak as they want to sleep, but they will not be able to explode again for a short time. In addition, he finally has the super powerful fleet buff bonus ability again, and he can become a super powerful naval commander without Chu Yuan himself. And can use the power of the mental matrix to enter the state of thinking and mind sharing, so as to have super powerful computing capabilities comparable to quantum computers. In addition, he has no brain slot limit, and he can already learn any skill without limit. Theoretically, he can master all skills in the world, as long as he has the energy and interest. So after Yi left the Palm universe, he immediately asked Yu Yu's assistant, Yu Wanyu, to prepare a large number of skill chips. No matter what type, he learned them first. Anyway, there is no slot limit, so you don't have to overwhelm yourself with too many skills. After finishing these, he will have time to deal with the previous affairs. It has been almost 10 days since I entered the Palm universe this time, and the resolutions of the previous meeting have already been implemented. Li Qing has a general understanding, and the galaxy is generally stable, and there is no trouble. The most important thing in the past 10 days is that the expeditionary force is about to relocate. Now there are several groups of players coming, and the galaxy is a bit crowded now. Li Qing inquired about a squadron that the expeditionary force arrived earlier, and found that the main force of the expeditionary force was still halfway there, and it would take 2 or 3 months to arrive. He asked the colonel named Yu Shen in surprise. Why did it take so long? Colonel Yu Shen explained. Because the Star City cannot jump, it can only be dragged by industrial ships. If you want to come slowly one by one, the speed will not be fast. That's it. He shrugged and had nothing to say. Turning around, I contacted Wang Yanqing and sent him a message. Brother, come to Star City if you have time. Wang Yanqing is currently wandering around a galaxy near the reef lair with a few subordinates of the same family, looking for a suitable place to establish a personal base, and preparing for the future separation. Received Li Qing's message, although he didn't say anything, but he knew what Li Qing meant, and immediately replied. I'll be there in 2 hours. I'll be waiting for you in the meeting room of Star City. Then Li Qing contacted other core members of the Legion who own original shares one by one, and made appointments respectively. The territory has been established, and the headquarters of the expeditionary force will move here again. The territory has gradually entered the right track, and the split of the Legion can already be put on the agenda. Although the evaluation of the reef lair has not yet come out, but before that, you can talk to them first, so that everyone can get together and break up. The evaluation of the living planet is evaluated by several authoritative evaluation agencies. To put it bluntly, the Li family of Qinghe, the Yu family of Jinmen, the Wang family of Wang Yanqing, and all the core members who own original shares each invite an evaluation agency to evaluate together, and finally come to the conclusion a price recognized by many parties is evaluated based on this price. Now, various evaluation agencies have entered the site 1 week ago and are currently evaluating. If nothing else, the appraisal price is about the same as he expected. He would like to lower the appraisal price a bit, but this is almost impossible. 2 hours soon arrived, and when the time was about the same, Li Qing heard a knock on the door outside the meeting room. Come in. The door was pushed open. Wang Yanqing walked in. Li Qing stretched out his hand to signal him to sit opposite. The two sat opposite each other, and Li Qing went straight to the point and said, Let's get straight to the point. You know, after capturing the reef lair, the Legion will definitely be disbanded. At that time, you will get a lot of separation fees based on the original shares you own. You own 5.5% of the original shares. According to my preset evaluation price of the reef nest, you can get at least 150 trillion yuan in separation fees, but you also know that I don't have that much money now. It will take a certain amount of time to raise money, so now we will discuss with you about installment payment, or if you have any ideas and suggestions you can put forward. Wang Yanqing had already guessed what Li Qing wanted to say before he came. He also knew that Li Qing must not have so much cash now. He had his own plan, so he smiled and said to Li Qing, I also know the financial status of the Legion, and I don't force you to make a one-time payment now. I have an idea here, and you can listen to it first. Li Qing nodded and said, You say, you know, I didn't really have any ideas, but now that the Legion has won the reef lair, I have also received such a large sum of money. This is a terrifying fund that all the top 10 teams in the outpost base do not have. I cannot avoid it. There will be some ideas, but in my current situation, such funds cannot be transformed into strength for a while, and it is very difficult to seize other planets. Li Qing crossed his hands and put them on the table. At this moment, he already understood Wang Yanqing's thoughts. Chapter 176 New Way to Make Money. So I want to make a deal with you. There are 2 ways of trading. You can listen first. The first transaction method, I can buy a finished flagship from you at a premium, whether it is a dreadnought or an aircraft carrier. With a flagship, I have the capital to attract some small teams, and I also have the capital to compete with the senior teams in the outpost. As a price, you only need to pay me 10 trillion yuan in the early stage, and the remaining funds can be paid off in the next 3 years. In the second transaction method, you only need to pay me 20 trillion yuan and sell me a flagship blueprint. I don't want the rest of the funds. You only need to send troops to help me win the war when the Shadow civilization is defeated in the future. The next living planet. And if you can help me capture a living planet in the future, I will pay you 20% of the estimated value of the planet in cash or supplies in the next 10 years according to the assessed value of that living planet. Li Qing rubbed his forehead and said with a smile, You have a clear mind, these 2 ideas are very good. Wang Yanqing laughed and said, Boss, don't blame me for taking advantage of the fire. I think you 2 can only get 2 living planets at most, and you can't grab the extra ones. You might as well give them to me, as long as you help me grab one. I swear by the will of civilization. In the future, I will follow your lead and advance and retreat with you. Well, Li Qing carefully considered the two trading options, and made a decision almost instantly, saying, the second type. After a pause, he added, there is no need for blueprints anymore. I will sell you a finished aircraft carrier directly. It is the one that was damaged on the battlefield before. I have already repaired it. You only need to equip the crew and space fighters yourself. Wang Yanqing was overjoyed when he heard this and said, the finished aircraft carrier is of course the best. You only need to pay 18 trillion yuan. Okay, you are ready to receive. I have time anytime. Everyone is happy. He saved a large amount of debt, and Wang Yanqing got his promise, and there is a high probability of winning a living planet in the future. It can't be said who loses who gains. Although a living planet is extremely valuable, he can't it. Instead of making others cheaper, he might as well give it to his own people, and he can pay off debts, killing two birds with one stone. And after taking over the planet, he can still share 20% of the share, and Wang Yanqing swore an oath to the will of civilization with him as the leader, so he is a high-quality younger brother. For Wang Yanqing, although he only got 20 trillion for 1780 trillion, but for him, Li Qing's promise was definitely worth 20 trillion. A living planet, without Li Qing's support, it would be very difficult for him to grab one among the crowd. Once one can be won, its direct value will be 2 to 3 trillion, and the follow-up value is even more incalculable. In any case, this transaction is worthwhile, and both parties will not lose money. It is a win-win situation. Farewell to the overjoyed Wang Yanqing. Li Qing smiled and shook his head, waiting for the next team core. The rest of the core members of the team all have only 1.5% of the original shares. They don't have the good luck of Wang Yanqing. He can't promise them to grab the planet. He is going to give money directly. Of course, there is not so much cash now, and he plans to pay in installments within 1 year. The Yan brothers and sisters came second, and he went straight to the point, using the same rhetoric as Wang Yanqing just now. It is definitely impossible for me to take out so much money in one go now, so I am going to pay in installments, pay part now, pay part in half a year, and pay it off in a year. What do you think? The two siblings looked at each other, and the younger sister said, we don't have a problem. Anyway, we won't go anywhere when the Legion is disbanded. We'll hang around here. Li Qing stood up with a smile and stretched out his hand, shaking hands with the two brothers and sisters one by one. Then enjoy the cooperation, and wait for the evaluation price to come out. In addition, if you have spare money, or want to develop here for a long time, you can buy some land in the core star field of the territory. Even within the planet, you are allowed to buy no more than 100 square kilometers of land. The eyes of the two brothers lit up, and they said happily, thank you, Chief. Li Qing waved his hands and said, everyone has been working together very happily. This is a gift from me to you. By the way, the territory is going to replan the planet after a while. Then you can choose carefully. It is best to be in the city, where the land price is the most expensive, valuable. Then we will not be polite. Next, he successively received several other core members, Deng Wu, Zhang Ruiyang, and Duan Qian. At this stage, they are the only ones who have original shares and are about to withdraw. Li Lai and Li Qi will definitely not leave. The same rhetoric, they all agreed. As compensation, everyone promised to buy a piece of land not exceeding 100 square kilometers. In addition to them, other core members of the team have this treatment, including core members who joined later but did not have original shares. Elite members also have preferential treatment and can buy land, but it is not so big, only 10 square kilometers. The entire Legion only has more than a dozen or 20 core members, and several hundred elite members. The total amount is less than 10,000 square kilometers, which is just a drop in the bucket compared to the planet's total land area of more than 200 million square kilometers. Although the land belongs to them, the production value on this land also needs to pay taxes. For the Lord of the planet, no matter what counts, he will not suffer. A week later, more than a dozen evaluation agencies calculated for almost half a month, and finally evaluated the potential of the planet. Calculate the size of the reef layer planet itself, the climate environment, and the cost of emigrating to human species, and then calculate the location of the planet, etc., and finally evaluate that this is a third-class top-grade planet, with a total evaluation value of 3,200 trillion, and he estimated the 3,000 minus 3,500 trillion is not much different. A total of 3,200 trillion. 1.5% is 48 trillion. 5.5% is 176 trillion. Wang Yanqing's can be ignored for the time being. A total of 5 core members with 1.5% of the original shares are 48 trillion each, adding up to 240 trillion. Good guy, it all adds up to more than 4 trillion. Fortunately, my husband and wife own most of the shares, and Ding Yoren, Li Lai and Li Qi are their own people, and not many are divided. For example, the first owner of other large legions only has half of the shares, and it would be an exaggeration to share 30 to 40%. According to the agreement just now, he needs to pay 20% in cash first, or replace it with a ship, and then pay 30% minus 50% in cash after half a year, remaining. Calculated comprehensively, he needs to prepare 66 trillion funds for the first batch, and an aircraft carrier flagship. Go and make money. Li Qing informed his wife that night and left Chuyuan to guard the house, so that if something happened to the territory, she only had to tell Chuyuan, and Chuyuan would be able to find him immediately. Both of them are negative stars. At this stage, as long as they are both in the Milky Way, they can sense each other's position and can communicate with each other through the Rubik's Cube, so that they are not afraid that they will not be able to understand the territory if they run too far. If something happens, with his current talent bonus, 3000% jump distance bonus, even in other spiral arms, he only needs to rush back in a very short time. Before leaving, Li Qing found Li Qi, handed over 5 trillion yuan to him, and said, "Get ready, I will divide you a dreadnought ship and 100 battleships, and about 500 other large and small battleships. You are going to form a caravan and go to the hinterland of the United Human Empire to trade through the Zutar star field." Li Qi pondered for a while, nodded and said, "It's no problem to run a business. I'm also interested in visiting the United Empire of Mankind, but what do I mainly trade?" Li Qing pinched his chin and said, "Rare crystals, homopolymers and other rare metal elements." He wondered, where do we get so many rare mines for sale? Li Qing waved his hands and said, "You don't need to worry about where it comes from, just trade these. For the first transaction, you buy food, all kinds of food." Li Qi spread his hands. "All right, then you go to prepare the assembly fleet first, and prepare the trade fleet for you in 2 days." Backing back to the Palm universe, Li Qing came to the material storage place of the original Legion that was temporarily piled up in the starry sky. It turned out to be the property of the Legion. Now the Legion is about to be disbanded. These are the private property of the territory. Speaking of which, although it is confirmed that the Legion is disbanded, and the Senate of the United Human Empire has recognized his status as the Planet Lord, he has not officially announced the dissolution of the Legion and the establishment of a territory. Let's make an announcement tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. With a thought, a huge tractor beam flew out of the high-dimensional fortress, sucking all the massive ore piled up here into the high-dimensional fortress, directly falling into the casting furnace of light, and quickly transforming into rare crystals. A large amount of limestone, gray spar, iron-like ore and other worthless ores are converted into another crystalline substance by the super substance conversion furnace in the casting furnace of light. Rare crystal is a rare element that is necessary to build X-slot battleship main guns, all level 5 weapon accessories, battleships and flagships, and special function accessories. Now the price in Jinmen is 800,000 star yuan per side. A large amount of cheap raw ore was cast into the melting furnace for transformation. When the rare crystals of the standard side were transformed, Li Qing checked the transformed substances for the first time, and immediately showed shock. So much money. Because the demand for refined steel is the highest, he has always converted refined steel. He has never tried to convert rare metals. He never thought that only 50,000 cubic meters of basic raw ore can be refined into a square of rare metals. Limestone is 3.7 star yuan, iron-like ore is 3.9 star yuan, and gray spar is 3 star yuan. Even if it costs 4 star yuan per side, 50,000 square meters will cost 200,000 yuan. The market price of one party's rare crystals is as high as 800,000, and one party can earn 600,000. I made too much money, I lost blood. If I had done this earlier, I would have earned a lot of money in blood. But after being excited for a while, Li Qing calmed down again. Although this is said, it is actually impossible to do that. He needs refined steel to synthesize alloy shipbuilding. At that time, he couldn't expose the universe in his hand. If there was a steady stream of rare materials for sale, it would be very eye-catching. Moreover, to use rare metals to make money, you still have to buy a large amount of alloy materials to build ships. Compared with buying alloys from the market, it is much more expensive than synthesizing them yourself. Risk, in fact, did not earn. The Legion has accumulated as much as 1.6 trillion cubic meters of raw ore. Excluding iron ore and high-value ores that are not worth converting, the raw ore that can be used for refining is as high as 1.4 trillion cubic meters. It took a whole day to start several super furnaces at full power, and it took only half a day to complete the refining. A total of 28 million square meters of rare crystals were extracted, with a unit price of 800,000 square meters and a total value of 2.24 billion star yuan. If it is only 1.4 trillion cubic meters of cheap raw ore, the unit price is 4 star yuan, and the total price is only 5.6 trillion yuan, a fourfold gap. This debt seems to be easy to pay off. Seeing this, Li Qing suddenly felt that he could do it again. Without transforming more valuable isotopic aggregates, the use of that thing is too sensitive, and it is most useful to the Lord of the Star Sea. If it appears on a large scale, it will easily attract the attention of the Lord of the Star Sea. He thought about it and decided to sell rare crystals. The profit is tripled. He is completely satisfied. The next day, all the 28 million cubic meters of rare crystals were loaded into a super large industrial ship with a capacity of 40 million cubic meters, and a transport fleet was equipped and handed over to Li Qi, who then watched him lead the fleet to jump away directly. I have to make money too. Half a day later, a Black Hawk frigate went to the berth of one of the civilian fleets in Star City, and opened a huge black hole door. There were more than 20,000 Shadow-type industrial ships and transport ships that had been prepared long ago, as well as all industrial ships of some legions. Gather there and line up to enter the universe in the palm of your hand. Waiting for all the ships to be included in it, only one frigate left fluctuating in circles around it, and entered the transition state. 2 minutes later, the ripples cleared, and the battleship disappeared. Reappeared, and jumped directly into the isolated galaxy. The battleship appeared in the starry sky again, and the frigate's sensors scanned the mobile fortress that was still floating in the starry sky 1,000 kilometers away. It's so big. Even if he has been promoted to be the master of the negative star at this time, even if there are a large number of super high-tech battleships in the heritage package of the negative star, this mobile fortress is still a big guy in it. And the things in those heritage bags are too expensive. It is estimated that you will not be able to buy one of them in 50 years, so you still have to use these at this stage. Li Qing estimated that if he wanted to collect so many civilization points, it would not be very reliable to rely on plunder alone, and he still had to rely on his own people to gather them together. If you can gather enough negative stars, these tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of civilization points are nothing. Everything is difficult at the beginning. He squeezed his chin, reopened the universe channel in his palm, and a large number of ships flew out. Li Qing sent out the preset instructions, and these industrial ship transport ships spontaneously formed teams one by one and sailed to the battleship cemetery, preparing to collect the wreckage. After all the ships were released, he drove the frigate, opened the door to the black hole, and began to sweep back and forth in the battleship cemetery. A pile of wreckage of a battleship like a mountain range floated in the void. Suddenly, the wreckage shook slightly, and then flew backwards. It was slow at first, then became faster, faster and faster, and finally flew backwards at an extremely fast speed into a huge black hole with a diameter of up to 100 kilometers and disappeared. Chapter 177 Crazy Money Making. The universe in the palm has been promoted again. The attraction of this black hole gate is already very strong. Now some small boats with low-level propellers may not be able to withstand the attraction and can directly inhale it. Wrecks like this, not to mention meteorites, can be easily swallowed. The huge black hole gate swept back and forth, and the warship swept wherever it went. All the wreckage and dust in the void were swallowed up, leaving an empty void. Li Qing didn't pay attention to the mobile fortress. It's still important to make money. After getting so many industrial ships and transport ships over, he has to collect a large number of wrecks and sell them for a wave of money. Only after paying back the first batch of money can he make time for it. Something else. It was originally planned to collect all these wrecks in only half a year. Now not only the space channel in the palm has been expanded again, but also the number of various industrial ships and transport ships that have been found has increased several times, and the speed has been greatly accelerated. Although it will not be several times as fast as ideal, it has also doubled, and the collection can be completed in about 3 or 4 months. During this period, he couldn't distract himself from entering the universe in his hand, so he had to take out the many theoretical and technical materials that Assistant Yu Wanyu had prepared for him to study by himself. Then, he was shocked. What is the concept of 10,000% experience gain bonus? That is a full 100 times experience. I have experienced 10 times the experience bonus before, and I feel that it is already very powerful. Now the 100 times experience bonus is simply a qualitative change compared to before. After finishing a theoretical physics course, his theoretical physics skills were directly raised to LV2. It's outrageous, but I like it. He looked at many theoretical courses on the light curtain with his eyes shining, and twisted his hands with his fingers crossed. While operating the black hole gate to devour the wreckage of warships along the way, he was distracted from studying these theoretical knowledge and accumulating experience. Work and study are both correct, and the efficiency is so fast. At this time, Li Qing can fully understand why those academic masters like to say, study makes me happy. Really, anyone who sees themselves seeing rapid improvement with the naked eye as soon as they acquire knowledge will be immersed in it. The reason why a scumbag is because no matter how hard he studies, there is no feedback, and naturally he has no motivation to continue learning. Time passed so slowly. Li Qing has been immersed in this rapidly growing learning atmosphere. Unknowingly, all the large parts of the warship wreckage within the scanning range of the battleship sensor were swallowed up, and he didn't react until he was reminded by his subordinates. The nearby wreckage has been collected. Check the time again, about 2 months. Well, he gave orders to many industrial ships and transport ships scattered outside, let them continue to go to another area to continue collecting, and he himself entered the light casting furnace area of the high-dimensional fortress in the Palm universe, and the wreckage of the battleship that had just been swallowed was inhaled. Put it into the furnace for refining. At this time, all the components have been extracted from the alloy wreckage, and they are sorted and stored in different warehouses. He needs to resynthesize the alloy. As we all know, the standard alloy used to manufacture warships is mainly made of steel with other elements added, and needs to be remelted. But this is not a big problem, because the casting furnace of light itself has the function of smelting. In the past, a large number of alloys were decomposed and refined in the furnace, and then different materials were melted into standard alloys in proportion. It is formed in one piece here, otherwise he did not build an alloy furnace factory in the Palm universe. How did the shipbuilding alloy materials in the dock come from? He synthesized it by himself. The reason why there is no automatic synthesis is mainly because no one manipulates it. Li Qing thought about it, and seeing that he still had 3 places for servants of light, he simply selected one of the many sleeping hull people to become a servant of light, named it Number 1 Light Foundry, and appointed him to control it. One of the forges of light. In the future, his task will be to control and maintain the use of this furnace, and independently control the materials in the furnace and warehouse to melt alloys, without the need for him to do an extra procedure every time. Seeing this newly attuned servant of light go from unfamiliar to quickly and proficiently manipulate the furnace to smelt standard alloys, Li Qing felt relieved and gave him 2 instructions. The first instruction: in the future, all iron ores will be refined into refined steel, and the elements and metal minerals necessary for smelting alloys will also be refined into corresponding refined substances, and then smelted into standard alloys for every 100 million cubic meters. The second instruction: in the future, all cheap minerals other than the raw materials required for smelting standard alloys, such as gray spar, silver spar, limestone and gneiss, copper-like ore and other not very valuable minerals will be refined into rare crystals or saved. In addition to these 2 points, other valuable ores are temporarily refined and stored in the warehouse. With dedicated manpower maintenance, he can save a lot of effort. Speaking of which, beforehand, the Palm universe stored a lot of refined steel and other meltable alloy materials, all of which have been smelted into standard alloys by him, and all of them are used in shipbuilding. Now, a large number of warships have been built inside the Palm universe. Calculated according to time, he has now stationed 2 batches of battleships, 4 batches of cruisers, 9 batches of destroyers, and 30 batches of frigates. There are a total of 100 battleship engineers in the high-dimensional fortress dock, and 2 batches of 200 battleships. 100 groups of cruiser engineers, 4 batches of 400 cruisers. 100 groups of destroyer engineers, 9 batches of 900 destroyers. 500 groups of frigate engineers, 30 batches of 15,000 frigates in total. The main reason for not taking it out is that the weapon accessories are not complete. The blueprint of the battleship is enough, but the blueprint of the weapon accessories is not complete. It's not that it can't be made, but the blueprint is not enough. Speaking of which, it was also the first time that Li Qing discovered that the number of blueprints was limited. He used to buy as long as he didn't have one, and never cared about it. Only now did he realize that the blueprints are not unlimited. Not only the accessories, but also the blueprint of the battleship itself is not infinite, it's just that he didn't realize it at all before. In the past, the output was not high, and the purchase was not much. In addition, I bought it directly in Jinmen, a trade center, so I didn't notice it. I have frigate and cruiser mother chips in the back, plus there are only 100 groups of shipbuilding chief engineers on hand, and the construction time is only 1 or 2 years, so I don't feel much. Until now, with the expansion of the construction scale, 15,000 frigates were built in one go, and all of them were equipped with energy weapon laser cannons. Only then did they suddenly find that the blueprints for laser cannons were limited and out of stock. Although there are not many missing, it can be proved from this that the blueprint is not infinite. It can be inferred from this that not only the blueprints of various weapon accessories, but also the blueprints of battleships are also estimated to be limited. The vast majority of players do not have this experience, because most of them directly order finished warships. Occasionally, players who build their own shipbuilding bases are limited by the scale of small businesses, and it is difficult to understand that only he can build tens of thousands of warships in half a year. Only a frigate can experience the metamorphosis. It's a good thing I didn't sell blueprints. Li Qing is a little lucky, and he doesn't plan to sell the blueprints in the future. The blueprints copied every day are kept for future use. By collecting the comprehensive information of the warships scattered all over the warship cemetery, Li Qing roughly infers that he has collected about 2/3 of the warship cemetery and more wreckage. He thought about it and decided to stay here, collect all the wreckage and go back. Only rested for 1 day, the door of the black hole opened again. Time passed slowly. 1.5 months later, the gate of the black hole with a diameter of 100 kilometers swallowed up a large number of warship wreckages of industrial ships and threw them into the casting furnace of light. Most of the warship wreckage in the entire battleship cemetery area has been collected by him. There are only a handful of people who are far away and ignore them. The final statistics are similar to his previous estimates. Previously, it was estimated that there were about 80,000 standard battleship wrecks, and now the standard alloys produced by melting can meet the standard alloy material requirements for 70,000 battleships. According to the cost of a standard battleship bare ship of 10 billion, materials accounted for 40%, about 4 billion, multiplied by 70,000 ships, that is a standard alloy worth 280 trillion. No loss. It's not right, the wreckage has been smelted into alloys, and the loss has been calculated. This should be. I miscalculated before. Obviously, the original estimate of the wreckage equivalent to 80,000 standard battleship materials is inaccurate, and it should be 90,000 or even 100,000 ships. But this is not the point. After the key point is smelted, the value of this batch of wreckage is more than 50 trillion higher than his original expectation of 224 trillion. Very good. Very energetic. Li Qing rubbed his hands excitedly. He was no longer in the mood to explore the mobile fortress, so he immediately ordered to return. Go back and pay off your debts before exploring, no rush. Jumped directly to the hidden reef lair, and as soon as he entered, he received a welcome message from the dispatcher of Star City. Welcome to the Galan Galaxy. Changed name. That's right, I think I asked them to make an official announcement before I leave. No, I haven't announced the official establishment of the territory yet. Li Qing scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Too busy, too many things to do. Returning to his own office in Star City, Yu Yuefei, who was next door to the office, came over immediately and met with a gentle hug. Shangshang's soft body made him feel refreshed. He closed the door with his feet, and returned to the office with the beauty in his arms. Inner lounge. Not far away, my sister saw this scene, curled her lips and closed the door. 2 hours later, Li Qing, who hadn't been able to enjoy himself to his heart's content, looked at his sister, who was dripping with sweat in his arms, and fell into deep thought. Should I make her a servant of light first, and then let her be promoted to negative star after exchanging static streamer? What is the nature of his life now? It can be said that one is a and the other is a human. The gap between gods and humans makes it difficult to do many things. Although he is the Lord, she is now handling the main administrative affairs of the territory. It can be said that she is actually the governor. If she is promoted to a servant of light, her ability can be greatly improved, which is also good for the territory. But the servant of enlightened light will distort people's thinking and will, which is what he does not want. Let's wait first. He calculated that in 4 or 5 years, the expeditionary force will definitely launch the final decisive battle against the Shadow people. At that time, with their strength, they will be able to forcibly capture more than 10 million prisoners, squeeze out all the civilization points, and gather up thousands of civilization points were exchanged for a static streamer, transforming her into a negative star in one step. The reason for not using the once-a-year transformation quota is mainly because the annual transformation quota process is too long, and like Zhaofeng, it is impossible to stay away from the Palm universe for a long time before it is fully formed. They are husband and wife. They are the bond of the marriage between the Li family of Qinghe and the Yu family of Jinmen. They haven't held a formal wedding ceremony yet. I don't know how many people are staring at them. How can they stay in the Palm universe for a long time like Zhaofeng? So it can only be transformed into a negative star with static streamer, not with the universe in the palm. Holding the soft and boneless wife in his arms, lightly touching with his fingers, the light curtain popped up, and by the way, check what happened in the territory in the past few months. The first thing that catches the eye is an announcement issued in the name of the Legion, because the establishment of the territory has not yet been officially announced. Although it has been recognized by the Senate and the players know that it is already a real private territory, there is still one last process. It's not a serious territory. The reason why the final process did not go through was mainly because Li Qing was not around, and the Legion could not be disbanded until the first payment was made. Most of the Legion members didn't care, but they were afraid that someone would cause trouble. The small actions of Ji Yu Shunzhou and the others reminded Li Qing, so he couldn't be careless. The content of the announcement is very simple, that is, the Legion will be disbanded after Li Qing returns, and Jolin Collar will be established at that time. The capital of the territory, Jolin Star, was renamed the original Reef Lair. This point is a consensus reached by the Legion long ago. Establishing a new territory is a new beginning. How could it be possible to use a foreign name? The capital of the Lord, the Jolin Galaxy. The original Shadow number 5 was changed to Jolin number 2, and the planet in that galaxy being transformed was named Orb Star, which will be the habitat of the Orb family in the future. The original Shadow number 3 was changed to Jolin number 3, which will be the territory's light and heavy industry base in the future. In addition, all the galaxies within 10 jumps centered on the Jolin capital are set as high security areas, which are also the core star fields of the territory and are directly under the jurisdiction of the territory. The establishment of a personal base in this star field requires the confirmation of the Lord's Mansion. To put it bluntly, if you want to establish a personal base or various facilities in the territory directly under the jurisdiction of the territory, you must spend money to buy land, and you may not be able to buy it. In the past 3.5 months, there were not many major events in the territory, except for this announcement that the headquarters of the Expeditionary Force has been relocated, and its Star City is located on the other side of the galaxy, not very far from their Star City, but it is a little far from Jolin Star. Mainly to avoid too many players affecting the planet. After watching for a while, Yu Yufa finally woke up from his arms, as if recalling his brave mess just now, she shyly fell into his arms, and said with a little resentment. You are like this, what will you do in the future? Li Qing stretched out his hand to caress her jet black hair, patted her delicate head, and said. Don't worry, bear with it for a while, I have a way to solve this problem. She nodded, fell in his arms and changed to a more comfortable position, explaining to him some things that happened during his absence. Chapter 178 Strategies for the Mobile Fortress in the Isolated Starfield. Early the next morning, Li Qing summoned Wang Yanqing and the other 5 core members in the office. Wang Yanqing was the first to come. He took out a crystal card, put it on the table and pushed it to the opposite side, saying, That's 18 trillion. Wang Yanqing took the card and swiped it on the wrist wheel. When he saw the number displayed on it, a smile appeared on his face. He stood up and stretched out his hand. No problem. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The flagship aircraft carrier has already been sent there, and it has been replenishing space fighters in the past few months. Getting the 18 trillion in cash will probably relieve him of a lot of financial pressure. I heard from Yu Yufa during the break yesterday that they have established a base in a galaxy 12 jumps northwest of Jolin, and they are going to recruit troops to build a base of their own team. Wang Yanqing was sent away, and then several other core members came one by one. According to the agreement, Li Qing paid 10 trillion in cash respectively, and the 5 people totaled 50 trillion. In addition, Li Qing owed Thunder Cloud Team a total of 2 trillion star dollars. The Crimson Team and the Liberty Horn Team each owe 2 trillion star dollars. The Crimson Team and the Horn of Liberty Team both have offices in Jolin. He sent messages one by one and sent someone to pay the outstanding debt. The Layan team hasn't come back yet, so we can only give up for now and wait until they come back. In addition to these, Li Qing also took out a total of 20 trillion yuan as the severance payment of the Legion members. The money was divided according to the status in the Legion, at least a few billion, and more than a few hundred billion. Final settlement, a total of 92 trillion was spent. It took several months to collect the wreckage and smelt the standard alloy worth up to 280 trillion star dollars and sold half of it to the expeditionary force, leaving 140 trillion and only 48 trillion, plus the cash owned by Li Qing himself and the funds of the Legion. There is still 62 trillion cash remaining. In addition, the materials he personally owns and the materials of the Legion combined have a total of refined steel worth as much as 12 trillion star dollars and 140 trillion worth of standard alloys and various materials worth 22 trillion. Yes, there are also 5 trillion cash and 22.5 trillion rare crystals that Li Qi took away. In addition, it also includes nearly 80,000 large and small industrial ships, transport ships, maintenance ships and other logistics ships, as well as up to 50,000 mining fleets directly under the territory. With the disbandment of the Legion and the privatization of the territory, there will no longer be any territory and personal funds, and the funds will be unified in the future. After completing these, the Legion can be officially disbanded without any loss or debt. All Legion members were entertained for 3 days and 3 nights. On the morning of the 5th day, Li Qing officially announced the disbandment of the Canaan Legion through the channel of the Expeditionary Army, and the formal establishment of the Canaanite territory. It was another 3-day banquet, and many teams sent representatives or team leaders to present big gifts in person. The bigger the team, the more expensive the gifts. In addition, the generous gifts from several major families related to the core of the territory of the expeditionary force, just this banquet received more than 10 trillion yuan in gifts. The territory was formally established, and Li Qing was also relieved. The next step is to settle down and develop slowly. In 3 to 5 years, I hope to have enough strength to share the biggest piece of fat in the comprehensive strategy of the Shatta civilization. In the next few days, Li Qing held a closed-door meeting with several core members of the territory, preparing to formulate a 3-year development plan. There were very few participants, just him, the 2 sisters Yu Yufei and Yu Yuyao, Yu Wanyu, plus Ding Yoren, Li Lai and Hong Changfeng, and the 2 orb people, Noel and Quierta, plus Chu Yuan. Li Qi went to the business and is not there. Now that there are no outsiders, there is no need for Yu Yuyao to hide all the time. She can appear in front of everyone openly. The core members are not much different from the Legion, but it feels quite streamlined compared to before. The key is all our own people, so it is very convenient to discuss things. It only took 2 hours, and they worked out a rough 3-year development plan and their division of labor. Li Qing is the lord and the military chief of the territory, but in the next 3 years, he plans to go out to run a business to make money like Li Qi, and he will go back every 6 months or so. Yu Yufei's position is governor and chief executive, who presides over the overall work of the territory. Ding Yoren's position is the chief minister of industry and commerce, and the chief of the Jialan 3 galaxy. Yu Wanyu's position is senior assistant to the governor, personnel supervisor, and director of the governor's office. The position of Noel is the assistant to the senior governor, and the planet chief of the orb star on Gulan 2, responsible for managing the overall work of the orb star. The position of Quierta is also the senior assistant to the governor, and the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Division of the Jialan Collar. Li Lai's position is the defense director of Jialan Collar, responsible for security patrols in high-security areas. Li Qi's position is the Minister of Territorial Trade, responsible for trade. Hong Changfeng's position is the chief instructor and head of logistics for newcomers, responsible for training newcomers and managing logistics. Chu Yuan's position is the deputy chief of the Jialan Collar military and the commander-in-chief of the 1st Division. That's all for the main positions. For other positions, Yu Yufei selects excellent performers from the members of the territory, or other core members can recommend. Li Qing will not care about these. He only needs to grasp the most important group of core members who are all his own people. The middle level is up to them to decide. He is only responsible for making decisions on appointments. In addition to these, he will not pay too much attention to and interfere with the interests of the territory. He is the lord, and everything in the territory belongs to him. As long as the interests of the territory are not damaged, they can do whatever they want. As long as you firmly grasp the territorial force, nothing else is a problem. After the cake is divided, the next step is the development plan for the next 3 years. There is nothing to discuss about this. He had already discussed it with Yu Yufei. He and Li Qi went out to run a business to make money, and Ding Yoren built the industrial base of Jolin No. 3, and then scattered the tens of thousands of mining ships in the territory, just find a few asteroid belts to mine wildly. All the mines were mined in the Jolin 3 industrial galaxy, and they would be refined and transformed when he came back. Then the transformation of the orb galaxy on Galan 2 should be accelerated. It is hoped that the initial transformation can be completed within half a year, and then the construction of the planet will start. On the orb star, the capital star will be slowly vacated. Li Qing predicts that it is super efficient to complete the immigration within 5 years, and complete the immigration in 10 years and stabilize it to complete the goal. In addition, he himself will also build ships frantically in the Palm universe to enhance the strength of the territory. There are only a few ways to make money now. The territory does not need to expect to make money now, except for investment, which is a bottomless pit. There is no need to expect tens of billions of orb people to pay taxes. In the next few years, they will migrate from the planet where they have lived for hundreds of years to another planet. At that time, all companies and factories will stop working and relocate. This kind of chaos, resentment is born. It is good to be stable and not chaotic, and there is no need to expect to pay taxes. He even invested a lot of money and materials to stabilize people's hearts in those few years, and he lost money in the first few years. But this is the darkness before the dawn. It is not so easy to open up a territory from scratch. He can still make a lot of money. Lords of other planets cannot be cheated like him. Even with family support, it is difficult to develop rapidly. It has to be boiled slowly. After the closed-door meeting was over, Li Qing made some preparations, and collected all the army in the territory into the universe in his palm, including his personal ownership and the direct subordinates of the original army. It turned out that he himself had 10,000 alien troops, and the Legion had 50,000, adding up to 60,000 alien troops. It turns out that I have 2 battalions of mechanical combat troops, but the Legion has 2 brigades of mechanical combat troops. 200,000 octopus robots. 2.5 million clone troops, 800,000 robot commandos. More than 3 million ground troops. Li Qing thought about it, and gave up the plan to transfer cannon fodder from Orb Star. It's not because of reluctance or soft-heartedness, it's mainly because they are too cannon fodder. These orbs have not changed their outfits yet, and they are still equipped with level 3 technological weapons and equipment. If they want to attack the defenders of the Star Sea Lord's mobile fortress with level 6 technology, they are really cannon fodder. None of them are up to par. Let's forget about the meaningless loss. Keeping it can at least contribute to the cohesion of civilization points. Get ready, spend some time with Yu Yuefei, and then he is ready to go out. Wait a moment. Turning around and seeing Yu Yuyao standing behind the door, he wondered. What's up? Take me with you. I also want to meet the legendary Lord Sen Luo. Well, he turned his head and saw Yu Yuefei, who stuck her head out of the room behind the door to signal his agreement. He hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Fine." The two left, and Yu Yuefei pushed the door out with a smug look on her face. My dear sister, you can't think of it. It was still the frigate, jumping directly to the fixed coordinates of the isolated star field, directly appearing in the void more than 1,000 kilometers away from the mobile fortress, and there was a small fleet not far away, which was the observation fleet he left behind. Li Qing casually contacted the observation fleet, while Yu Yuyao involuntarily walked to the center of the bridge, covered her slightly parted red lips, and looked at the huge projection of the mobile fortress in front of her in shock. Could this be the legacy of the former lord of Senluo Xinghai? Li Qing nodded. Yes, this is an advanced mobile fortress. Amazing. At this time, a communication came in, revealing the projection of a servant of light. He saluted Li Qing respectfully, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, are you going to start? Li Qing nodded and said, Yes, it's ready. Servant of Light Alder immediately said, We have been observing here for a long time. This mobile fortress should have lost its power. The shield has disappeared, a large amount of outer armor has corroded and fallen off and has never been maintained, and even a large number of weapons have lost their effectiveness due to disrepair. But according to our observation, there are still a large number of remnants of humans inside. Through observation, they seem to have given up the technology that their ancestors are proud of. They only live in this mobile fortress and never go out. We have tried to send many drones in these days, and most of them were destroyed, but later we found some unguarded and blocked exits, cut a gap to sneak in, and collected some information. Oh, Li Qing became interested and said, Send it over to have a look. As soon as the voice fell, a piece of information was sent over. Click on a series of video materials. Just click on the first one, and a picture unfolds in front of him. The picture was taken from the perspective of a drone. After passing through a passage full of abandoned mechanical waste, the drone flew out of a garbage dump and was immediately caught by an old electronic eye hanging on the mechanical wall outside. It was discovered that a red laser shot out, and the picture stopped abruptly. After a pause, he clicked on the second screen. Still using the drone as the perspective, this time it appeared in a dark passage. After passing through an unknown distance, many red electronic eyes suddenly appeared in front of it. Turn on the self-contained searchlight of the drone, and the dark passage is brightly illuminated. It is a passage like a sewer, with a length, width and height of about 50 meters. It is surrounded by blackened metal walls, and below it is a fluorescent light. There are many metal wastes piled up in the black and green water. And the red electronic eyes are not the monitoring equipment he imagined, but a group of mice about 1.5 meters long. Half of the body is metal and the other half is like a tire. I don't know if it is flesh or something. The red electronic eyes are these mechanical mice eyes. These giant mechanical rats seem to have taken the drone as their prey. One of them opened its mouth made of metal, exposing the inner metal, and a metal tube protruding from the center, from which a dazzling laser shot down the drone. In the third perspective, they changed to a fly-sized drone and flew in from another place. This is a crack in the armor not far from a certain channel. Along the crack into the depths, it will extend to the depths of the channel, and directly drilled out from the edge of the hull and armor of this mobile fortress, appearing in a huge before the portal. Thanks to its extremely small size and the ability to hide its own signals from previous lessons, although there are many electronic monitoring in front of the huge portal, this little fly was not found. The drone entered the portal, and a picture of a super city that surprised Li Qing immediately appeared in front of him. There is a square within the portal, and opposite is a huge super prosperous metropolis. Countless high-rise buildings stand straight through the metal ceiling, neon lights are shining, there are advertising signs everywhere, surrounded by high bridges, and countless aircraft of different shapes shuttle through this steel jungle. While in shock, suddenly two flying aircraft painted with special paint flashed their warning lights, and then turned around and entered the gap between the two roads not far away. The drone followed immediately, and as soon as the camera turned, a new world that surprised him appeared in front of him. I didn't feel much when I was looking at it head-on before, but now I dived down with the aircraft, only to find that the location just now was the middle layer of the city, and the high-rise buildings that seemed to be very tall just now actually have 200 or 300 floors below. High. Above and below seemed to be two different worlds. The aircraft rushed to the bottom quickly, and soon saw a group of flames explode below, and then a human figure covered in flames rushed out of the flames, and his body quickly deformed in midair. Chapter 179 Cybertron Fortress. It was a man wearing armor. As he rose rapidly, his body structure quickly twisted and transformed into a Spider-Man, climbing rapidly along the edge of the steel building. The aircraft was suspended in the air, and the side door was opened, and several men in uniforms who were fully armed walked out, and they picked up the guns that looked full of technology and opened fire at the Spider-Man. Spider-Man also stretched out various weapons to fight back, and the two sides fought in a ball between the tall buildings. And there are still residents in this building, and each window represents a room. As the battle started, some windows were closed, and a thick steel plate covered the outside of the window. In some windows, there are even bold people sticking their heads out to watch, and the bodies of these people have all been more or less mechanically modified, with a cyber style. Facing the attack of the aircraft on the wall of the high-rise building, the Spider-Man quickly approached. At a certain distance, he jumped up and rushed towards the aircraft. At this time, a man wearing sunglasses suddenly walked out of the aircraft, stretched out his mechanical left arm, the palm mechanism changed into a rather large muzzle, and a burst of blue electric light flickered and blasted out a rather thick ion cannon. Boom! A large hole was instantly blasted out of the mechanical wall, revealing the room behind the wall and a shivering young man sitting in a gray corner. Humanity. Li Qing zoomed in on the screen, and he could see that the man was exactly the same as a human being from his facial appearance to his body shape, except that most of them had undergone mechanical modification and some changes. In this city, are all the former subordinates and subjects of Lord Senluo. Although the tone was puzzled, Li Qing was sure in his heart. There can be no other races in it. So, there was a smile on his face. If there are all the remnants of human beings here, then the way of attacking will have to be slightly changed. There is still a difference between beating aliens and beating one's own people. Within the United Human Empire, Warships are absolutely not allowed to conduct orbital bombing during civil wars, and most weapons of mass destruction are not allowed to be used. Of course, these methods are useless in this mobile fortress. The main reason for Li Qing's joy is that there are so many human survivors here, and the key is that they are all unowned. The extremely powerful mobile fortress can also obtain a large number of human survivors. I don't know how many of these remnants there are, and I don't know how many such cyber cities are there, but just the one in front of me has at least a few hundred or even tens of millions of people. Not too many, as long as 10 such cities can harvest tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of human population. In fact, there may be more cities like this. Next, he continued to watch one video after another. This was the picture he observed after observing the fleet entering from different angles of the mobile fortress. He only observed hundreds of cities of different sizes in the preliminary observation. And this is only a circle around the edge. The diameter of this mobile fortress is thousands of kilometers, and the width of the outer circle of the city is less than 10 kilometers. There is still a wider space inside. It's just that the observed picture has not been able to go deeper, but it is certain there will be more humans. At this time, the observation scientist Alder said to him, "Your Majesty, through observation, this mobile fortress has actually abandoned its most important combat function, and now it is just a giant structure similar to a space residence station. Through observations during this period and analysis of its internal structure, it can be deduced that its interior has already been destroyed. It has formed a civilization by itself, and there are a huge number of cyberhumans in it." "You also know cyberhumans," Alder nodded and said. "This is not what I said, but the language of the people in the analysis. They claim that the world they live in is called Cybertron, they are Cybermen, and they live in the cyberworld. Well, I have to say that it is quite image." Li Qing squeezed his chin, suddenly raised his head and said to another Hull general named Milo, "You have tried to attack this Cybertron world before. What do you think of the level of combat power inside?" Milo stood up and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, during this period of time, I have tried infiltration tactics many times, but they all ended in failure. They have very powerful mechanical modification and prosthetic body colonization capabilities, and extremely superb combat skills. In small-scale battles, our clones' army and robot armies are not rivals. But if we fight in an all-out manner, I have enough confidence to defeat them and capture the entire Cybertron world." Li Qing nodded, which he also recognized. It can be seen from the pictures observed in the multiple videos just now that these human beings have undergone a large number of mechanical modifications and prosthetic implants, their physical fitness has increased dramatically in all aspects, and their limbs can fight against the limits of human beings. Each of them can be called a human weapon. Small-scale combat clone troops really can't fight. But if it is a large-scale battlefield, with a complete combat system built and a large number of heavy weapons plundering, these Cybermen cannot use their abilities. No matter how dexterous you are and how good your physical fitness is, 10 missiles will cover all directions and scrub the ground directly to GG. And that was before. Now Li Qing has brought 60,000 monster-like alien troops, 2 brigades plus 2 battalions of mechanical combat troops, 200,000 octopus robots, 2.5 million clone troops and 800,000 robot assault troops. The number of troops exceeds 3.5 million. I don't care how you fight, I will hand over all the troops to you guys, and try to capture each city one by one without causing a lot of civilian casualties. Li Qing paused, and added another sentence. Don't rush forward. Every time you capture a city, first wipe out all the resistance in it, and then notify me. Army General Milo put his legs together, stretched out his hand with a serious expression, and said loudly, "Your will is mine." Li Qing nodded and said nothing. After learning about the internal situation of this mobile fortress, Li Qing felt that money-making matters could be put aside for now. He planned to spend a lot of time here to thoroughly explore this Cybertron world. Not to mention this mobile fortress, just the fact that there are at least 1 billion human beings in it is worth his stay. Normal immigration of 10 million requires at least 10 trillion in immigration funds, 100 million is 100 billion, and 1 billion is tens of trillions of huge funds. Even the military masters may not be able to come up with such a large sum in a short period of time. Funds. Although making money is also important, if you can take down this mobile fortress, it is equivalent to saving countless trillions. Conversely, this is making money, but the method is different. He plans to move the entire city inside every time he captures a city, and move it into the super livable area of Galway Fortress, and immigrate directly in one step. When he made a decision, 3 army generals quickly began to implement it. Troop carriers were released from the Palm universe. After a brief communication, the three commanders divided the troops into four, with each of the three leading one and leaving one as a reserve, so as to meet a powerful enemy on either side. Or it can be thrown into the battlefield at any time when it is in a stalemate. The three troop fleets sailed to one side of the mobile fortress at the same time, the same area, but not the same passage. The three deployed battleships slowly flew to the entrance of the passage, the main guns of the battleships were slowly recharged, and a dazzling neutron light spear blasted into the passage with a bang. The blocked garbage was melted by the terrifying neutron energy flow, and the passage penetrated straight into the inside of the fortress. A few minutes later, more than 20 armed aircraft within the planet approached the entrance of this passage with a diameter of nearly 50 kilometers. They used the Gauss machine guns on the aircraft to remove all the remaining electronic monitoring and automatic weapons near the passage, and wiped out the entire passage by nearly 1 kilometer. Clear away the distance and clear out a safe landing point. Then, a large troop carrier approached, and a large number of robot commandos came out of it, and quickly seized the passage to establish a temporary defense line, waiting for the rear troops to land. Such a situation occurred at 3 different passages, and the landing points were successfully established in less than an hour, and the landing was safe. This is also expected. This mobile fortress called Cybertron has been isolated in this isolated star field for more than 7,000 years. It has never seen other humans and species. There may have been external defense forces before, but in 7,000 years the latter is long gone now, and it has even been passed down from generation to generation. The new generation probably does not know the ancient history. The landing troops built defenses nervously and orderly. When the armored vehicles and other heavy weapons arrived one after another, they began to gradually advance inward, attacking until the end of the passage, and saw the bustling city at the end. And a large number of aircraft hanging in the air at the edge of the passageway, and a large number of Cybermen. Behind them, a huge hollow passage appeared between countless high-rise buildings. The metal buildings were penetrated, and the edge metal melted, which was the trace left by the neutron light spear. Many urban combat police looked at the large number of armed aircraft covered with muzzles flying out of the passage, and the torrent of steel slowly advancing behind them. Their mouths were open, and their eyes were full of shock. Even their brains were a little blank, they couldn't imagine where this force came from. Trapped in an isolated star field for more than 7,000 years, there has never been any foreign invasion. The new generation does not know that there are other races in this universe. When they suddenly see foreign troops attacking, they don't know how to deal with it. At this moment, the whole city looked at the passage with countless blank eyes, and the whole city seemed to be silent for a moment. Even the city rulers in the huge sky-reaching building located in the center of the city, connected to the bottom and connected to the dome, looked at each other blankly at this time. Which group's troops is this? I don't know, the logo is very strange, and I haven't found the same one in the database. Emerging group. Possible. Then what to do? Let's communicate first. Soon Li Qing received a message from the front line. He glanced at it and then retreated, ordering, "Continue to attack as planned." Then he ignored it, and turned his eyes, showing surprise and curiosity, immersed in a player channel in front of him. After his subordinates broke into the fortress, he discovered this player channel inside the Cybertron fortress. He was shocked at first, but in fact he is still quite shocked now, shocked that there are still players inside this Cybertron fortress, and it seems that there are quite a few of them. This is a channel limited to the interior of the Cybertron fortress. Although the scope is not large, the content of the channel is quite rich. With a main channel as the framework, there are more than 20 branch channels in it. Judging from the names, they belong to different groups. These should be the forces inside the Cybertron fortress. The first channel he connected to was a branch channel of a group called Dark Tide. He wandered around the channel with great interest, clicking through the posts one by one to view. There is no better place to understand the internal situation of Cybertron Fortress than this. Big news, a big battle broke out at the Jianyu branch of the group, and an unknown army came over. Immediately below, an anonymous person asked, "Does the brother over there know the details? Where is the army?" At this time, a player named Anda Insurance Jianyu branch business manager replied, "I'm at the Jianyu branch, watching the battle. I don't know where the army came from. I only know that it is very impressive. Now it has defeated the company's first security team. So fast. I remember that it was only an hour and a half after the invasion. It's faster than you imagined. The real match only took half an hour to decide the winner. They waited there until the company's first security team came to assemble and then launched an attack. They were defeated head-on. The company's security team was no match at all. Quote, so fierce. Could it be the main force of some big group? At this time, an ID named Jianyu product department said. Although there are many competitors in the group, the relationship with any large group has not been so bad that it is in full-scale war recently. Who knows? Citizens below the fourth level like us don't know about the situation at the top of the group. We don't know what might have happened. That's right, the battle between Tianu Group and Qiandu Group 10 years ago didn't happen suddenly. At this moment, a strange ID full of garbled characters suddenly said. You said, this army is so powerful, and the unknown designation does not match the existing large groups. Could it be a foreign civilization? The post suddenly quieted down, and after a while, all the ids who had spoken just now were all talking in an instant, and the questions were surprisingly consistent. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Quote. Who are you? In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of people asked at the same time. Li Qing behind the network froze for a moment, with a hint of surprise inexplicably. At this time, he knew that he was exposed for unknown reasons, and silently looked at the unknown number of people in IT, including several IDs with special logos, and scratched his forehead speechlessly. Is it exposed because my ID is garbled? He didn't worry about it too much. If he was exposed, he would be exposed. Anyway, he had no idea what to do latently. After a little thought, he spoke again. Once in the same race, we will meet again soon. It was silent again, and after a few seconds, the screen was swiped again, and then, Li Qing found that there were several private chat messages this time. Chapter 180 Cyberpunk World Players. Of course he didn't respond to these unknown letters. It's meaningless, and it's impossible to get something out of these purposeful people. The battle in the fortress is still going on. Through various electronic systems, the details of the frontline battle are continuously transmitted to him, so that he can clearly know the situation on the frontline without leaving home. Unprepared, the security brigade of the so-called Jianyu branch had no resistance to their main invasion. After being defeated by 2 brigades in a row, there was no new resistance. The troops successfully entered the city and began to eliminate sporadic resistance. There are no defenders in the city, mainly some sporadic robot military police counterattack automatically, or some low-level gangsters who take advantage of the war to create chaos everywhere. They wore overcoats or jackets, their hair was cut in a variety of ways, and they were dyed in very bright colors. Many of them wore smoky makeup, hung various metal ornaments on their bodies, held machetes or various weapons, and many parts of their bodies had been mechanically transformed. Taking advantage of the lack of military and police control during the war, they rushed into the chaotic streets in groups, whistling and riding in strangely modified vehicles, wreak havoc everywhere and rob property. This kind of low-level people were called hooligans in ancient times, no matter where they are. Even in the prosperous urban planets of the United Empire of Mankind, even if the various welfare benefits are enough to ensure that no one will starve to death, there are always some thrill-seeking or other gangsters who walk on the edge of the law. These people wantonly destroyed, killed, and robbed under the sign of welcoming intruders. For this kind of person, Li Qing just coldly issued a supplementary order to the 3 commanders. Anyone who disrupts order and creates chaos will be executed on the spot. Boom. Less than 10 seconds after he issued the order, the fastest responding robot commando launched an attack on a group of gangsters who were smashing the door in front of them. The 3 gangsters who smashed the door were beaten into a sieve with uniform fire. In less than 10 minutes, the gangsters who were still wandering on the edge of the occupied block were easily suppressed. With the passage of time, a steady stream of ground troops entered the battlefield. The 3 major battlefields had invested about 200,000 ground troops in the second hour of the battle, and completed the defeat of the current city defenders, establishing a stable bridgehead. Then centering on the bridgehead, start block by block, building by building, first encircle and then clear, and every time an area is occupied, all network signals in this area will be cut off, shielding the enemy's signal. This tactic is mainly because the defense may come from the control of the core of the fortress. Although the fortress seems to have been abandoned and lost its combat ability, the interior may not be completely damaged. It is not guaranteed that many functions inside can still be used. If it starts suddenly, it will be dangerous. The war against the current city lasted for a whole week before the entire city was completely captured. After it was decided to disconnect all lines in the entire city, and the city became an isolated island on the internet, Li Qingkai ordered the troops to drive out the residents in the city and concentrate them in the center of the city. Then, in the center of the city, the supergiant building with a zenith 10 kilometers high and a ground floor was completely occupied by the army before. A large number of civilians were driven out and walked along the streets to dozens of large squares in the city. Looking down from a high altitude, they looked like dragons swimming. The streets on the ground, the suspended streets on the middle floor, and the suspended streets on the upper floor, all human beings of different classes were violently driven out, and those who did not cooperate were all shot on the spot. When Li Qing came to the central square, dense crowds of people had already gathered in the square. Cyber-style prosthetics appear on every human body. The body, arms, eyes, ears, mouth and even the bones of the whole body, various internal organs, etc. are replaced by mechanical organs, and the flesh and blood are combined with cold metal. A cyberpunk style that he had only seen in movies and games hit his face, making him feel an inexplicable sense of absurdity. The people directly under the Lord of Xinghai, who once dominated Xinghai and possessed a 6th-level scientific and technological civilization, have degenerated to this point today after 7,000 years. Li Qing can be sure that their technology has degraded significantly. Although he doesn't understand the root of mechanical ascension, he can also see the strength and weakness. The mechanical prosthetic bodies and weapons of these civilians in front of him are not far behind the average technological level of human beings. Big. He was sizing up these civilians. Among the civilians, there were quite a few figures with player identities watching around vigilantly among the potential crowd. At the same time, they communicated with each other in the channel that only players could enter. There's something about this army. It looks so strong, and they actually use clones to form an army. It's too extravagant. Which group is this from? Is biotechnology such a big deal? I've never heard of it. It is said that although the perfect bio group with the strongest biotechnology can also produce complete clones, the cost is very high. Then the strongest biological group on Cybertron is no longer the perfect biological group. This unknown force completely destroyed them. Do you think there is a possibility that this unknown army is actually the perfect biological group, and their biogene technology has recently made a breakthrough? Immediately someone denies. Impossible. With the greed of capital, they can't do this. If they have good technology and more advanced technology, they must keep it as a backup. The price of a clone is as high as 5 million stars. How can they be willing to take it out to form an army? Lowering the pressure on your own products doesn't do anything. At this time, Li Qing asked behind. Are there few clones here? Lu Yu looked at the garbled code displayed on the light curtain in front of him. It was obviously just a garbled code on the player channel, but it exuded an aura that was incompatible with this world. With just one glance, he knew that the garbled code did not belong to his world. Like all the players who saw this garbled code, the biggest reason for Lu Yu's silence was fear. If it is true that NPC civilians do not know the past history, players can communicate with player channels that are not controlled by the group capital, and the cultural inheritance has not been cut off. Of course, they know what the string of garbled characters in front of them represents. According to the exclusiveness of the local system, once a string of garbled characters appears, it means that an outsider has come in. This makes them fearful besides curiosity. Curious which alien player civilization came, and whether it was human. Fear is the fear that the incoming player is a civilization of a foreign player, if it is. They know very well what the situation in Cybertron is like. If a foreign player civilization discovers them, there will only be one consequence. Die. Single quote. There is no other possibility. If it is just a foreign race, there may be a chance to be a slave, but if it is a foreign race player, there is no other possibility but death. Don't say that if the ground troops are clones, they must be human players. Using human clones to confuse them is also one of the tactics. It can only be said that the possibility of human players is very high, but it is not absolute. At this moment, the post that had been interrupted for a long time suddenly had the name of a golden emblem appear below, and answered the pair of garbled characters. Dear Your Excellency, I am Chong Jianlong, CEO of Undertide Group, and I welcome you on behalf of Cybertron World. Li Qing pinched his chin and thought for a while, then responded. I don't think you welcome me here. Without waiting for his response, Li Qing continued. But whether it's true or false, it doesn't make sense to me. I also know your purpose, so I can tell you now that I am a human player, your kind. As soon as this sentence fell, the thousands of players who silently followed in the channel all showed shocked expressions, and an inexplicable feeling swept over their brains or consciousness chips. After the initial shock, Chong Jianlong, CEO of Undertide Group, turned his mind quickly, and immediately said in an excited tone. Unexpectedly, after being lost for 7,000 years, I can finally see other people of the same race. This is the luck of my generation. I don't know where you come from. Has the United Empire expanded to this place? Below him, many questions immediately appeared. Many ids with bronze badges or silver badges had never been seen before, and various inquiries came in an endless stream. Li Qing looked at these questions expressionlessly, as well as the communication requests of several golden names in the private chat. Xiaoqing smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't need to be so complicated, I can answer you one by one. I come from the United Empire of Mankind. I was born in the Li clan of Qinghe. Now I am the Lord of Garin and a member of the Senate of the United Empire of Mankind. 3 hours ago, I started a full-scale landing operation on the mobile fortress where you are." Ignoring a series of shocked question marks, he continued. "I will send a huge army to land on this fort one after another, flatten all the rebels, completely conquer you, seize this mobile fortress, and bring you under my rule." After a long silence, everyone was shocked by the news. Few had an ID without a badge and asked, "I don't know if Your Excellency conquered us, what is our destiny?" Li Qing replied, "We are all human beings with the same inheritance. Although I can't make any promises now, do you think there is anything worse than your current situation? Crazy, decadent, closed, without hope, without goals, living your whole life in this small fortress like a tomb, from birth to death, without freedom, without self, do you still want to live like this forever? Quote. Don't you want to drive interstellar warships across the star sea like your ancestors? Persuading to surrender is also considered a lure. After discovering that there are still a lot of players inside the fortress, he has considered how to use these players to achieve his goals. It's not that he's attracted to this group of players. To be honest, Li Qing's territory doesn't have a high demand for players. It's not just him. In the United Empire of Mankind, apart from the clansmen of their own players, they seldom recruit players to serve them, unless it is the kind of family that gives birth to children. The so-called family-born children are the descendants of the player family who have served the family for generations. Serving the family from generation to generation, they are relatively more loyal. Such players will always use it and dare to entrust it with important tasks. It is almost impossible to recruit unfamiliar players halfway. The main reason is that the player's thinking is too active, and the identity of the player endows them with more possibilities, which makes their ability greatly surpass that of ordinary humans at the same level, and at the same time, the uncertainty is also higher. Generally, the stable forces that have formed are not very like to use it. Li Qing doesn't like to use it either, and he has servants of light, so he doesn't have a high demand for player talents. Naturally, he doesn't like the fact that the Cybertron fortress has been closed for more than 7,000 years, and his knowledge are outdated. The key is players who were born in this cyberworld view of cannibalism controlled by capital. But he wanted to persuade them to surrender, the main reason being that he wanted to subdue as many humans as safely as possible. As he learned more, he found that the number of natural humans inside the Cybertron fortress was much larger than he expected. Originally, it was estimated to be about 1 billion. According to the information we have now, it is at least 5 times the estimated amount, and it may be even more. So many human beings, if they can all be received safely, what a fortune it would be. In view of this super rich wealth, even if he doesn't like this group of players anymore, he has to accept it. As for the receiving method, it is very simple. He opened the address book, connected the player whose title is the executive officer of the Undertide group among the 3 golden ids, and said straight to the point. I will now give you a chance to bring your group to submit to me and accept my rule. Chong Jianlong frowned after receiving the expected news, and took off his gold-rimmed glasses to reveal a pair of shining eyes, but if someone looked closely, he found that his seemingly normal eyes were actually bionic implants. He looked back at the dozen or so men and women exuding extraordinary aura around the long conference table behind him, and said in a deep voice. He contacted me, and I will send you the conditions. A light curtain unfolded, and what was displayed on it was Li Qing's words. More than a dozen men and women dressed in luxurious and imposing manners frowned one after another. One of them, an old man in a navy blue Chinese tunic suit, lightly paused the dark gold faucet cane in his hand, and asked a bald man in military uniform opposite the conference table. The armed forces should have received information about their army. What do you think of their strength? The whole head of the bald man is made of shiny metal with complicated lines drawn on it. From time to time, he saw tiny electric lights jumping along the lines. He said with a blank expression. The information collected now shows that they have a complete 5th-generation technology, which is stronger than us. With the current strength of the group, they can barely stop it, but the army they are sending now is obviously not all their strength, and I received news that it is not far away from ours. Both the Sky Fury group and the Chiandu group have been attacked, and they should be attacking from 3 directions, which means that their strength must be stronger than we expected, and if we use force, our chances of winning are not high. Paused, he continued. Unless the nearby groups are persuaded to unite, it will be difficult to defeat them. Once defeated, we will have no room for conditions. Once defeated, we will have no room for conditions. Once defeated, we will have no room for conditions. Once defeated, we will have no